but also you'll need to just skip forwards a good few hours, about 3 hours until the countdown show starts. We always like to start early because I always like to get your thoughts and dig into whatever it is you want to dig into. I mean, today it's all about John Cena. And we're going to ease our way into things today because, as we said, we have got quite a way to go until we actually get to the countdown show. Then, of course, we've got the countdown show. And then, of course, we got the event itself. The event tonight is going to be really fun, I think, up until John's match. I think the undercard looks really strong tonight. We've only got 3 matches on the undercard. We've got Sol Ruca against Bayley. We've got AJ Lee and Dragon Lee, AJ Styles, and Dragon Lee, taking on Leon Slater and Javon Evans. And we've got Cody Rhodes taking on Femi. So those are the 3 undercard matches. It's main roster against NXT. And actually, I think those matches have kind of gone a little bit under the radar. They did a little bit of build for them on SmackDown. We had Oba confronting Cody, which is probably the most exciting thing that happens. But yeah, I think that those matches, if it wasn't John Cena's final match and we had done a proper build, those matches would be really exciting. Oba Cody is not a match that we were expecting to see. So very, very excited for just watching the undercard. If you're a fan of NXT like we are, this is great. Sol Ruca against Bayley. Javon Evans and Leon Slater once again working together. They're not a proper tag team. They've only teamed a couple of times. But every time they team together, obviously, it's really fun because they're both really fun individually. So as a tag team, they're fantastic. Those tag titles are on the line. So it is AJ Styles, Dragon Lee against Javon Evans, Leon Slater, tag titles on the line. And then, of course, Oba, Cody, the NXT champ, against the WWE champ. Again, should be really, really fun. In regards to predictions, it doesn't really matter. I mean, Bayley, Sol Ruca, doesn't really matter which way that goes, to be honest. In regards to the tag match, I think the champs retain. I think actually the titles being on the line sort of ruins that one a little bit because I don't see those titles changing hands. And then you've got Oba, Cody. Now, Cody should win. You know, Oba lost to Ricky. We've seen him lose to the likes of Tony D'Angelo. You know, not many people beat Oba, but you would imagine the person that managed to get past Roman Reigns would be able to beat Oba. But I don't know if he does because Drew McIntyre could get involved tonight and actually end up costing Cody. So I don't know as to how that one's going to play out. The belts are not on the line, so Cody could lose. Would be a big, big moment that for Oba if he does get the win one way or another. But very excited to see how that all plays out. And then, of course, the big one, John Cena, Gunther, John Cena's final match. And, yeah, still no word as to, like, who's going to be there. Information is coming through, but it's just sort of trickling through. And really, it's not really information. It's more thank yous and things like that. You know, we've got the likes of Undertaker saying a few words. He says, "Nice job. Those were the words that I said to you 23 years ago when you debuted. Now on the day of your final match, I say again, nice job. Hustle, loyalty, and respect is more than just a catchphrase. And for 23 years, you have lived by those words. Your passion for our business and dedication to our fan base is unmatched. To have shared the ring with you and have been a part of your journey has been an honor. And as your in-ring career widens down, be proud of the body of work and the memories that you've created. Enjoy the last ride tonight, my friend. And one final time, nice job." Those the words of The Undertaker. We're getting a lot of these kind of tributes coming through. So not much in the way of news, but we do have quite a few messages and bits coming through from various different superstars. So that was the Undertaker right there. There was this one from Shawn Michaels.
So look, we're off to see John Cena's final match in Washington, D.C. Clearly, I'm appreciative of John for being very supportive of NXT, but John, tonight is all about you, and I wouldn't miss it for the world.
So there you go. It looks like he's on a bit of a private jet, making his way over. Apparently, Randy doing the You Can't See Me. Why Randy's in Saudi Arabia? Why of all the superstars? I mean, I think Randy Orton is John Cena's greatest ever rival. And of all the superstars to take to Saudi and not have available, Randy just strikes me as like the worst one you could have chose. But whatevs. There is Becky Lynch as well. She's like the greatest to ever do it. Me, Sports Illustrated, and Bleacher Report are saying it. The greatest of all time is you. Everyone says it. Thank you. So there we go. Even Crash Out Becky has got some lovely words that she's having there for having there for John. Cody just keeping it simple, sharing a picture of him sat next to John. We got Logan Paul shares a look at an average Monday. I'm all right. That was Undertaker's. Do you know, I'll save that actually. I think that's the nicer one to save. I saved the Wrestle Talk post that they just put up, but I think the original is probably a bit nicer. Let's get rid of that. Bang. Lovely. So many incredible in-ring moments over the last 20 plus years. Let's make a final one tonight. The preview. Yeah, that was really good, but I can't play it because it's got copyright music. But that is Michael Cole. Michael Cole actually putting out a video where he says Gordon Soley is a very famous announcer, and the person that kind of defined his time was Dusty Rhodes. JR is an amazing announcer, and the person that sort of defined his time was Stone Cold. And he's like, you know, I've had the pleasure of having my time defined by the greatest of all time, John Cena. And I can't believe that tonight is the final time I'll be calling out some of his moves. And, you know, he talks about how he'll be emotional. He talks about how he will be biased as well. He's like, but I will not be apologizing for that. So there's just loads coming through, honestly. So much stuff. The Becky one that we just had a little look at. Triple H talking about tonight. The bringer of war versus the American Nightmare is going to be a banger. There we go. So that's just a taste. Just a taste of kind of what we've got happening at the moment. Let's get rid of that. No, I want to get rid of that. Bang. Have I done that right? Now I have. Let's pop that down there. Let's go back to the chats. I'll keep an eye on this and see what's coming through as things are coming through. Okay, super chats. Let's see if I've missed anything. Need to catch up. So, Tortoise Scorpus. Shout out to you, my friends. And Carlin Gareth said, have a great stream tonight. Thank you, my friends. Well, we're just really excited, honestly. I wanted to start early because I want to talk to you guys and I want to be able to have a chat. I was going to wear a Cena shirt, by the way. I thought I had one, but I thought, oh, I'll have a look and see. Like, I'll buy one anyway, you know. But when I had a look, they either honestly looked pretty rubbish or they were out of stock, or the good ones, there was about 4 that I really liked the look of, and I was like, yes, that'll do. Every single time I clicked on it, they were coming out next year. They weren't available now. They're like pre-order ones. So I either had to get one that genuinely sucked that I would have wore once and it would have looked a bit rubbish because I didn't think they looked very good. Or I would have had to, or it was out of stock, or I would have had to have waited for next year. So I was like, it's all right. I'm pretty sure I've got one. And then it turns out I don't have one. So do you know what? I went through all my shirts. And do you know what I did find? And I didn't even know I had it. Volta. I've got a Volta shirt. Not Gunther. Volta. When he was Volta down in NXT. I've actually got a Volta shirt, which I didn't know I had, and I absolutely love because, well, I loved him when he was Volta. I love him now he's Gunther. I love, all the versions of him. But I didn't know I had a Volta shirt, so I need to really look after that because I sort of feel like, that's pretty cool. That's like having a Stone Cold shirt when he was the Ringmaster. That's like having a Rock shirt when he was Rocky Maivia. That's like having flipping, a Godfather shirt when he was like Papa Shango or something. Like, it's the first version of him. So, yeah, really cool. I didn't know I had it. And I was like, oh, I can't wear that. Could you imagine if I was sat here in a Volta shirt? I was like, I can't wear that. But I didn't know I had it. I was thrilled to find it, though. Benny said, Daze, I'm going to book your retirement tour, and when I do, I'm going all out. I'll have special guests like Grim. JD from New York will have Linda inducting you, and then you can break Triple H's record for the longest speech. I think I would. I don't even think that would be a challenge, would it, for me? Pretty sure that by the time Triple H was finishing, I'd just be getting started. So, but no plans for retirement yet, thank you. Connor said, Daze, here are my Saturday night's main event predictions. John Cena, Cody Rhodes, Sol Ruca, AJ Styles, and Dragon Lee. They are my predictions. Roger said, I remember John Cena's first match. Now I'm getting ready for his last match. It's been a crazy journey, and it's going to be very special. Thank you, Cena, says Roger. Roger, shout out to you, my friends. Yeah, absolutely feel free to share your thoughts and memories of John. I mean, many of you might have met him, or you might have bought a ticket to go to a show to specifically see him. Maybe you was a John Cena hater as well. I mean, one thing I know about John is he's very all-inclusive, He just loves the energy, whether you loved him or hated him, So I think even if you didn't like John, like, your viewpoint is going to be very welcome. Because we've all sort of been on a journey, whether it be a positive one or a negative one. And, I shared a story, and I've shared it a few times, about Bruce Blitz. I'm just going to repeat it here because it's little things like that that really kind of matter in my life. So, for example, I think, like, not having no one to talk to about wrestling, and not really having too many friends that are into wrestling, I ended up going online to, see what people were saying. Not something that I had done, not something I had ever thought about doing. It's really weird, but, like, wrestling to me has always been in my life, but so has music, and so have movies. And it's just one of my interests, amongst a lot of things. So for me to go online and look and see what people are saying about wrestling, that was not something I was really doing, to be honest. I was quite happy watching the show, being in my own little bubble. I didn't really need to go online. But I found myself living on my own, and I found myself with lots of kind of spare time in the evening. This was around 2012-ish, 2013. And I went online, and there was someone called Bruce Blitz, and I said he was like the JD from New York of his day. He was famous for ranting, going off, and just, what I mean. And I used to enjoy watching the show, and if there was something on there for John, and John had dominated, right, because he usually did. If John had, dominated on that show, or looked tall at the end, looked good at the end, I knew that Bruce Blitz was going to rant, because he couldn't stand him. He absolutely could not stand him. And so I would look forward to that. And I really understand. I really understand those people that enjoy tuning into, say, a JD, that are excited to see him just go off, In a way, you see it now with people getting excited about, I can't wait to see what Jim Cornette's going to say about this. Maybe something has gone down in AEW that's a bit, a syringe. pizza cutter or something. And people are like, oh, I can't wait to see what Jim Cornette's going to say about this. I sort of had that with Bruce Blitz, where something would happen with Cena. Cena would look good, and I'd be like, oh, I can't wait to hear what he's going to say. So I'd tune in, and he'd rant and go off, and, I'd be very satisfied. And, for me, that is, I suppose, a more negative side of John, where there's someone ranting about how much they hate him. I never hated John, but I just enjoyed hearing the rants. And for me, that was a really important time. That was actually my introduction to the online wrestling world. That's how I got into the online wrestling world. And of course, from there, I would find other channels like What Culture and Wrestle Talk and Wrestling with Regret, Tommy Toy Travels, Grimm's Toy Show. I would find my way into those other channels over the years. And by the time I'm getting to like 2015, end of 2015, that's where, the idea is let's start a channel. And the Wrestling Daze channel starts in 2016, like January of 2016. So in a way, in a roundabout way, I can sort of thank John Cena for this channel, because it was me going online, finding that person ranting about John, enjoying that, going back to that, feeling like, okay, what else is there? Exploring and it was from that, it ends up that I'm kind of, now got my own channel. So yeah, for me, I think my life is full of those little stories. They're not massive. I've never met John. I've never been fortunate enough to meet John, but my life is full of those little stories where there's just these little things. He's kind of like just ever present, isn't he, John? I mean, there's just so many little things that have kind of affected me that's as a result of John, like that example that, I just think is very, very special. So, yeah, he's such a big name. To be saying goodbye to him tonight is going to be very difficult for some people to kind of wrap their heads around. I was never John Cena's biggest fan. I'm never going to sit here and say that I was, but I am definitely someone that respects John, and I'm definitely someone that has got, nothing but good vibes, good energy for John, and, tonight is going to be really special, and I hope it delivers for everyone. I hope whatever it is you're looking for, you get it tonight. You get that closure. You can just really appreciate, what an amazing guy this was. And what an amazing contribution he has made. So, yeah, really looking forward tonight to, seeing what should be a banger, hearing what he's got to say, seeing whatever they've got as a little bit of a send-off, and, paying respects the right way. Jason said, my granddad always ranted about Stone Cold. So every Monday that he messed with Vince, I told my granddad, and he ranted, and I loved it. Oh, that's a great story. I love that. I used to have that with my granddad, actually, because my granddad didn't really watch wrestling, but funnily enough, the first time I ever saw it was round my nan and granddad's house. My cousin had a tape of it, and that's how I very first saw wrestling, and that was around my nan and granddad's house. But I didn't really speak to them about wrestling too much. I just watched it around their house, and I was just quiet, just watching it, consuming it. But my granddad hated David Beckham. I don't know why. I think he found him to be like, this pretty boy that just always was more concerned about his looks than actually, helping the team win or whatever. He just hated him. Just did not like him at all, thought he was too showy. And I kind of had that with my granddad as well, where I'd be like, oh my God, David Beckham's so good. Oh, don't get me started on David Beckham. So, Jason, shout out to you. Jesse said, I loved watching John feud with Edge and Orton. Those are peak memories. Yes. Both of those feuds. Absolutely fantastic. I think, without much shadow of a doubt, Orton for me is his number one rival. Edge, I'd have to give it some thought, but I mean, it's got to be up there, top 3. Certainly top 5. Absolutely. I kind of feel like he had a few rivals throughout the years. He obviously feuded a bit with the likes of Shawn Michaels and Triple H, Roman Reigns in later years had some bangers with AJ Styles, absolute bangers. I mean, let's not forget he faced Bray at 2 different WrestleManias and had a real feud with Bray. So I mean, Bray deserves a mention, of course he does. But yeah, the Edge stuff, I mean, that was really, really cool. So yeah, I wonder what legends there will be around tonight. I do expect Undertaker. We know Shawn Michaels on his way. Triple H, of course, will be there. I really think Kurt Angle's going to be there. I'll be shocked if he isn't, right? I really think that he'll be there. Oh, we've got that. That's kind of cool of Wrestle Talk to do that. So there is this fantastic video that's doing the rounds. It's Michael Cole, and we was just talking about it, but they've actually written down what Michael has said. So Michael said, for Gordon Soley, the legendary wrestling commentator, it was the American Dream, Dusty Rhodes. For my predecessor, Jim Ross, it was Stone Cold Steve Austin. For me, it was the greatest of all time, John Cena. Wrestlers who dominated their generation, allowing us the honor of providing the soundtracks for our generation. There are 3 words which have defined John Cena's career and frankly his life. And these 3 words have strengthened me, possessed me, imbued me throughout my journey in this business. Hustle, an immeasurable drive to be the best. To have just missed a handful of shows in 30 years, the most important thing to me when I finally wrap all of this up will be my work ethic. Loyalty, blind faith, sometimes to a fault, but I'll never ask for forgiveness. This company is where I grew into the man I am today. And respect, treat everyone the same, no matter their position, and to spend countless years helping other announcers reach peak levels without once worrying about my spot. John Cena has meant everything to me. My career will forever be entwined with the greatest of all time, only because I was in the right place at the right time. I can't believe that later tonight will be the final time my longtime friend will step into a WWE ring. The final time I will say AA, STF, 5-knuckle shuffle, 17-time world champion. I apologize in advance because I will be biased tonight. I apologize in advance because I will be extremely emotional tonight, but I will ask for no acquittal when I scream at the top of my lungs, one final time, the greatest of all time, John Cena. So there we go. That's what Michael Cole says in that video. It's a great video. It goes for 2 minutes 20, and it's really, really well done. And yeah, it's very cool. As we said, lots of tributes coming in. We had a look at those a few moments ago. Right. WILW said if Sheamus hadn't been injured, I think he should have won the tournament and then wrestled Cena for the IC title. 85 John Joe said, someone's granddad watched Stone Cold. I'm feeling old. I'm 40. I remember WrestleMania 6 with Warrior versus Hogan. Absolutely. Classic. Hannah says, I think Shawn, Kurt, Batista will be there. Maybe Undertaker and Jericho. Oh, if Jericho's there, that would be crazy. Mohammed said, look at the poll. Everyone wants Cena to finish on a high. Well, the poll at the moment has got, we're about 60-40. So 60% or 62% for John, 38% for Gunther. The question isn't so much who do you want to win. The question is who will win. So 62% of you thinking it is going to be Cena that goes out on a high. And of course, people will want Cena to finish on a high. People should want Cena to finish on a high. Doesn't mean that's what you're getting, though. The old tradition is that you lose your last match. And it's a tradition that I really agree with. The reason why is because, you know, it's the last thing you can do. It's about honor. It's about dignity. It's about that final opportunity to kind of give back to wrestling. If you think throughout John's career, he's a 17-time world champion, That means that 16 men have had to lie down and get pinned and allow John to beat them, right? They could have said no. They could have thrown their toys out of the pram. They could have refused to have done it. Think of all those legends at the start that, you know, had the ability to not put John over. You know, all those legends at the beginning of his career that easily could have turned around to Vince and said, no, I'm not getting in the ring with this kid. No, I'm not going to lose to this guy. And, you know, because of their position in the company, they could have done that. And who knows? Vince might have listened and opportunities could have drifted away as a result. They didn't. They lay down. They put John over. JBL dropped the title to John. That World Championship, big show. You know, dropping the United States Championship to John. And these are people that could have said no, but they didn't say no. And all throughout his career, he's had that. He's had the people that have been willing to kind of do what's best for business, do what the right thing is, which was, you know, help John, build John. And so, you know, we get to the point where that's why tradition says this is your last chance to just give back. This is your last chance to put someone over and to kind of give to them what was given to you when you started your career. So for me, if John loses tonight, I don't feel any sadness at that. And I really think if it happens, you shouldn't either. I think what you should see is a man doing the honourable thing, the right thing in my mind. This is not a match that John needs to win. This isn't a match he needs to win. This is the big thing for me is, does he tap out? I mean, I think if they have him tap, that will leave a bit of a bad taste, because it's one thing to beat John Cena. You don't need to humiliate John Cena, and tapping out is seen as humiliation. So I don't think the tap out is the right way forwards. I think that he will likely pass out. There's always a chance he does win, but that doesn't do anything for Gunther going forward. Gunther was Cena's last match and he lost it. So it doesn't help Gunther as we move forwards. So Cena goes away to Hollywood's and Gunther doesn't massively benefit. So we don't massively get anything out of this apart from people smiling that Cena won his last match. But as I said, I think you're viewing it wrong if that bothers you. I think you should look at it as it being honourable, dignity, the right thing to do if you do lose that last match. I understand, though, there'll be a lot of young fans, or maybe people that are new to wrestling, that maybe don't understand that or have not thought about it that way. But this is why, for me, if Cena loses, there ain't nothing but a smile on my face. Because for me, that's the right way to go out. That's how you go out. Actually, I was quite critical of The Undertaker not losing the Boneyard match. I kind of feel like Undertaker should have been buried. AJ Styles should have got the win. Not he beats 3 people up and then rides off on the bike. But whatever, you know. It's certainly a rule that's not always been followed. You have to lose your last match. And The Undertaker is an example, right? But I think that in this case, it would be the right thing to do. But again, if Cena wins, I'm not going to throw my toys out the pram and be like, oh my God, he's gone against tradition. You can find examples of people winning their last match. So we'll have to see. I personally think Gunther wins for the reasons that I've laid out. But honestly, it could go either way. It absolutely could. As we said, Undertaker won the Boneyards, and that was his last match. And he knew it was his last match. And then he rode off into the sunset to do a really bad podcast with his wife. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how this plays out. But honestly, I'm looking forward to the whole show. I think the whole show is going to really deliver tonight. HBK Forever said, I'm on the way to the event. Let's do this. HBK Forever, shout out to you, my friends. Have a great time. Pete Dare, shout out to you. Welcome, buds. Let's jump back over to the chat. Glockness said Cena should absolutely tap out. Anything else is unacceptable. I wouldn't like that. I think that would be going against what he stood for. There's like a deeper meaning for Cena, isn't there? I mean, it isn't just tapping out with Cena. Gunther's made it very clear, I'm going to make you do what you said you would never do, and that is give up, never give up. So if he makes him tap out, it kind of brings into doubt a little bit everything he stood for. So it becomes symbolic of something bigger, and I don't think that's the right way forward at all. I don't think you want people questioning, did everything Cena stand for, was it just a lie? That to me is like, you don't want to go down them roads. So, I think him passing out is the right way forwards. Phantom6715 said it's going to be an emotional night tonight. I mean, look, I'm not going to sit here and tell you I'm John Cena's biggest fan. I'm not going to do that because I enjoyed his career and I certainly enjoyed a lot of his matches. There were definitely times in the past, though, where I felt he should have lost when he didn't. And I felt that someone else should have been put over. So, I was never part of the Cena Sucks crowd, but I can't say I was massively part of the Let's Go Cena crowd as well. I was a wrestling fan that enjoyed watching John's work. I always enjoyed his matches. If ever it was a Cena match, you knew you was going to get something that had drama, that had consequence, that, felt like the main event. Big match, John. You always felt like when it was Cena's match, it was a big deal. Didn't matter where it was on the card. It was a big deal. And it was like you felt like you had to watch. And I genuinely felt like he always gave his all. I mean, I think one of the best, nicest things you can say about someone is that they always gave their all. And you never felt shortchanged. And you never felt like they were phoning it in. Like, you can't say that about John. So I don't know how I'm going to react later. I certainly am not anticipating bursting into tears or anything like that, right? But I have nothing but respect for the guy. And I think it will be a very, very emotional moment because I think WWE are so good at pulling on the heartstrings. I think they are so good at getting the tone and the atmosphere and setting up the moments. I think they're so good at delivering those. That's, I'd imagine we're all going to be a bit of a mess. But I don't know. I've been asked before, are you going to cry? And it's like, I don't know. I mean, I'm not expecting to. I don't think I am. I'm not going into it going, I hope I cry. That feels a bit forced to me. Let's just watch it. Let's just watch it, enjoy it, and, just hope that it's going to be as magical as we all hope it's going to be. He got beat up a lot for my entertainment, says William. I was never a fan of the gimmick. As I said, keep put in any thoughts you've got, positive or negative, doesn't matter. Because, as I said, John, I think, would be a big fan and a big believer in people sharing their opinions and having an opinion. I think that he is someone that always enjoyed the Let's Go Cena Sucks chants. He had to because he heard them all the time. I do love that one where there was a guy that's had that shirt and it was like, I hate Cena or something. And John went over to him and posed. And the guy had his shirt. Like, that's a great image. I can't remember the exact wording. It might have been like Cena sucks or I hate Cena or something like that. But John went over and actually posed next to this guy. So good. But, he embraced that. As long as you paid your money and was involved in the show, be it good or bad for him, yeah, great. I think for him, the bigger problem was someone sat there not doing anything. That was the biggest problem. So, good or bad, feel free to put it in the chat. I think Undertaker would have lost the last match if it was a traditional match, said Justin. Yeah, you could be right. I mean, it wasn't a massive issue, but I'm not someone that kind of has double standards. I'm not going to sit here and say it was all right for Undertaker to win, but John should lose. Like, for me, the tradition is the tradition, and that goes for every wrestler. I'm trying to think if there's any examples. Right now, as I'm sat here, I can't really think of one. You know, if we think about Ric Flair against Shawn Michaels, probably the most famous retirement match. Ric Flair obviously lost that. If you think about Baron Corbin, Kurt Angle. If you think about Batista against Triple H at WrestleMania, I think that was 35, wasn't it? You know, you can think about these final matches and, you know, the person going out loses. But there are times where, you know, people have won. And as I said, Undertaker's an example that comes to mind. So, yeah, Boneyard match. There, it was what it was. And as you said, had it have been a traditional wrestling match in front of a live crowd, then, yeah, absolutely. AJ likely would have gone over. They don't turn my tummy. Said, I'm not sure if Cena is going to put Gunther over. I want him to, but I think Dom was put over as a young talent. It took me 25 years before I appreciated Cena, says they don't turn my tummy. At what time does the main event start, said Dentria. It starts... I think it's going to start. We haven't had word yet. We know he is going to close the show after all the nonsense of is he opening, is he closing. We know he's going to close the show. I believe as a result, it's going to start around about 1 a.m., which I'd imagine is about 8 a.m., something like that. Is it a 1 hour? No, I think it's a 2 hour countdown, isn't it? Oh, perhaps it's 9 then. 2 a.m., 9 p.m. Eastern. At a guess, I would say make sure you're in front of your TV at that point. Make sure you're in front of your TV at that point. You don't want to miss anything. So I think the first hour is going to be for those 3 NXT versus main roster matches. Second hour, I think, will pretty much be totally given over to John Cena. I'm thinking Eddie Guerrero and his addiction promo on Brock Lesnar, says Humble Rumble. Connor said, who's kicking off Saturday night's main events? We don't know yet. They haven't said. Glockness said, Cena's match will start around 9:30 Eastern time. You think it'll be that late? I suppose it could if you've already done entrances. But I don't think that they'll be doing entrances at that point. I think they're going to want this match to have a good 20 minutes. And then I think they're going to have a chat afterwards. Or there'll be something that goes down after a few words, something. I can't imagine that he just loses and then there's a few moments. So I don't know that it'll be that late personally. There's only 3 matches beforehand. Normally on these shows we have 5. They've only got 4. With one of them being John. So I think I think you can get 3 matches done in an hour. And I think that you will have pretty much the bulk of that second hour for John Cena. It wouldn't shock me if it was like 10 past that we started stuff and did. I mean, you got to think that entrance is going to be quite long. You know, I'd imagine John's going to, you know, he's going to get his second intro. He's going to take his time in the entranceway. All of that stuff, of course. So, yeah, I think I would say be seated for the start of the second hour because you don't want to miss anything. I think you're all right for that first hour. I think we'll get those 3 matches in first. Days, when I go to wrestling, Cena was on top and he became my favorite, says Hannah. I despised Edge as a kid because of that feud. I've seen Cena live about 5 times. He was my hero then for his values and still is now. Hannah, very good. Christopher said, Days, my favourite Cena moment was him and Rock and that segment, Raw after Mania 27, setting up Mania 28. Yeah, that was great. So rare. I remember everyone talking about that, talking about how it's crazy that we know the main event a year in advance. And like how that's just not been done before. Like, we actually know what the main event of next year's WrestleMania is going to be. And it's going to be awesome. And, you know, that WrestleMania 28, would go on to be, at the time, and I think a good while after as well. I mean, I'm not talking a year or two. I'm talking like a long time after. Was the highest grossing WrestleMania of all time. Has now been beaten. I believe like some of the more recent ones have beaten it. But yeah, WrestleMania 28, John Cena versus The Rock. I mean, it was so successful. They genuinely planned on doing it once, and then they did it a second time the year after, didn't they? The rematch, John, Rock 2. Because the first one was once in a lifetime. And then it was so good they did it again the next year. And, you know, the results were not as big. It's very hard to kind of capture the magic the second time around. The first one was the bigger one. 28 was bigger than 29. Match quality-wise, I'm not sure, honestly. I think they were both good. But, yeah, that whole, like, 27, setting up 28, once in a lifetime, going into 29... I sort of see that as his peak. I sort of see that as the peak of John Cena's career. I don't know what John would view as his peak, but I see that period as being his peak. Those matches in particular being his peak. After that, if you think he kind of did a feud with Bray at 30, WrestleMania 30, he was fighting Rusev, you know, in the kind of the mid card at 31. And, you know, by this point, it's quite clear that he's, you know, not around that main event scene anymore. In fact, I'm trying to think if he main events WrestleMania after that, except for this year. And I don't think he does. I don't think he does main event WrestleMania again after 29. 30 is Daniel and Batista and Randy. 31 is Brock, Roman, and Seth. And yeah, after that, it's all Roman facing different people. Roman, Undertaker, 33, and 34 Roman, Brock again, 35 the women, 36 the pandemic. So there is no more Cena in it. So yeah, really, that's kind of, you know, the mountaintop, really. He goes on, though. I mean, he's still at bangers. Absolute bangers he has after that. I mean, his matches with AJ Styles were incredible, right? Absolutely incredible. You've got to put them pretty high on the list. And honestly, I think a lot of people will put him and Cody from this year pretty high on the list at SummerSlam. And his rematch with AJ. That match he has this year, where they're spamming like the finishers of some of the wrestlers that John has competed against. So good. So good. Yeah, what a career, honestly. I mean, he defined ruthless aggression. And then as we moved into a PG era, he was perfect. Perfect for that. Absolutely perfect. Facing like lots of different big names. And, you know, all leading up to those matches with The Rock at 28, 29. And then, honestly, you know, working with some good talent after, putting on more bangers. And, you know, of course, then starting to transition to Hollywood. So, yeah, we were saying the other day that, like, this would be different and it would feel different if he had not come back for the whole year. If he had come back just for one match, this would be big. Tonight would be big. But it would be a little different because we wouldn't have spent all year talking about him. Whereas this year, he has been ever present. We've been talking about John all the time because John has been present like for 36 shows. He's had 18 matches. He's done a heel turn. We've been chatting about, is it good? Is it bad? Do you like it? Do you not? Who should he face? Who should be his final opponent? Should he win it? Blah, 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 blah. We've been having these conversations all year. I don't know if there's a stream that has gone by, a Raw or a SmackDown, where we've not mentioned him at some point. So he's been ever present for the past 12 months. And so here we are now at this event where we're going to see his final match. And because of what we've done for the past 12 months, it makes this bigger. It makes it bigger. You know, rather than him coming back to have one last match, I'm off, and we haven't spoke about him for 12 months. He's been around or ever present in the conversation, and that makes tonight a bigger deal. So, Yeah, it's very, very special. JDS said, do we have a small chance of The Rock returning tonight? Okay, so The Rock situation, there's no words on The Rock. I think there is a chance The Rock is there, right? I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that The Rock could be in attendance because The Rock and John, you know, again, we were talking about great rivals. I think The Rock has got to be in the top 5, right? Again, maybe top 3. Some people might say his number 1 rival. I would have that as Randy Orton, right? But I think that The Rock would want to be there. You know, I think The Rock would want to be there. I think having your last match is a big, big deal. This has been on the schedule for a long time. The only thing is if The Rock's available, right? So I think The Rock would want to be there. I think that if they've said there are surprises tonight. If The Rock is there, then there's every chance he comes out with the locker room. There's every chance he gets in the ring, shakes John's hand. They put him on like shoulders and do all that stuff. All of that, yes. The one thing I really do not see, and actually think would be a really bad move, would be The Rock coming in the ring and saying, I want your soul. Let's go to WrestleMania, blah, blah, blah. Right? That to me is stupid. Really stupid. Right? And the reason why I say that is because, well, first of all, I don't need The Rock against John Cena next year, personally, right? Of all the things that we could do, that's not one that I am personally looking for. But not only that, that's just a little thing. But not only that, you've spent all year saying this is it. And you've spent all year saying this is the final match, this is the final show. John Cena has said, I'm a man of my words. You know, other than him swearing on his mother's life, right? And actually doing something along those lines, he has basically said, look, I only have my words, and I'm giving you my word that this is my final match. I mean, it's gone kind of beyond him just saying it. Like, he couldn't have said it to me any louder, any stronger, any more. He couldn't have been clearer. There is nothing more he could have done. I don't know what more he could have done. Let me put it that way, right? Unless he brought his dad out and went, I swear to you on this man's life, right? Unless he did that. That's the only thing I can think he could have done more than what he's done to make it very clear this is it. This is it. And as we said, they've sold tickets at quite high prices, inflated prices. People have bought flights and hotel rooms to go to this event, which is being billed. It's on the graphic. John Cena's final match. The idea that WWE would promote all that, do all that, and then The Rock comes out and goes, I'll give you one more match at WrestleMania. I think you can understand people would be, you know, like there would be rants and rolling of eyes and all of that kind of stuff. It's just not happening. Honestly, it's just not happening. So I think there is a chance that John, at the end of the match, is standing in the ring and The Rock's music could hit and The Rock could come down to the ring. And if that happens, I still won't believe that we're about to do a match. I think that I will be thinking we're about to do a handshake or we're about to do a show of respect or a hug or something like that, right? If that happens and that's what they've got planned, that's what I'm expecting. Would be The Rock giving John a handshake, giving him a hug, holding his hands up, something along those lines. I think there is a chance is there. But I put, you know, I don't want to say 0%. I can't say that anymore because shocking things have happened in the past and this would just be another one. But 0.001% that John has another match after this. I think he's been as clear as he can be. And I think the graphics all say it. They've sold tickets at inflated prices to people that are coming in the belief that this is John Cena's final match. And he just couldn't have been any clearer on it. But it's, John's answered this as well. And John's answer was a very good answer, right? It was a very good answer. Because John got asked, what do you think about those people that don't believe this is your last match? And he was like, it's absolutely fine. I get it. Like, this hasn't been done before. It's not been done where you can say, I'm going to give 12 months to this. We're going to do a whole year building up to a last match. That last match not being at WrestleMania as well. Like, a lot of people think that WrestleMania is where stories end, but that's not where my story is going to end. He says, people think that I'll go to WrestleMania. He's like, please tune in. Please tune in to Saturday night's main event, because I don't want you to think I'm going to be at WrestleMania, because I'm not. I don't want you to miss Saturday night's main event and your chance to say goodbye and your chance to get closure on what we've created. And that's what he said on, I think it was Jimmy Kimmel the other day. So I think Cena's been really clear on this. I genuinely don't know why WWE allowed that article to get published on their website. I think it's a real mistake. There's some guy that I don't know why he's writing articles for them. I think he provides some content for the Pat Show, but he wrote that as an idea of could you imagine? The Rock comes down, whatever. And so people have obviously jumped on that, and that's kind of fueled it all again. But this is a theory that's been around for a while anyway, that just kind of, got a bit more fuel put onto it. So, it is what it is. People, I don't think, are going to believe it until the show ends. John doesn't blame you if you do believe it. John understands, and that was the point that he made. It's not been done before. People can't understand that I'm not ending this at WrestleMania. I don't blame them. But please don't miss this show. Don't miss this chance to say goodbye. So, as I said, John's been as clear as he can be on that subject. Right, Daze, do you think Cena gets inducted into the Hall of Fame tonight after the match finishes, says Macarice. He could do. I personally wouldn't. We spoke about this the other day. I think that, John has just done 12 months of us saying thank you and goodbye. And I sort of feel like it'd be good to have a break now. It would be good to, I feel like he's been honored for the past 12 months. This is his last WrestleMania. This is his last SummerSlam. This is his last Raw, SmackDown, PLE, his last match. It's been a very heavy John-focused year. So for me, I sort of feel like him going into the Hall of Fame is such an honor that obviously, people are going to want that to happen sooner rather than later. But I think it would be good for us all to just have a breath, after such an intense celebration, rightfully celebration of John Cena. I think it'd be good just to have a break for a couple of years. Then we go and honor him and then bring him back and have him go into the Hall of Fame. I sort of feel like it would be good to just space that out a little bit. For me, if you put him in the Hall of Fame, then, how do you honor him in the future? I mean, you can do a statue, which he absolutely deserves. So, we do have that as an option. And you can put in a couple of his matches. So, you've got those as options because we do put matches in now. But I still think, it would be good to space these out. I mean, I don't know about you, but I'm sort of hoping John's going to be around for decades. I'm sort of hoping that he's going to live well into his 70s and 80s. So we don't have loads of ways that we can honor John. So to do the Hall of Fame and have him go into the Hall of Fame immediately next year, he's going in I don't know, man. I would just wait. I would just wait a few years. I'm not saying 10 years or anything. I'm just saying a couple of years. The people are still waiting for Bray Wyatt to go in. The Rock has yet to go in. Batista got announced but has not gone in. The list of people that need to go in is still very, very healthy. So Yeah, I think for me, I would just personally wait. If he ends up going in, it's fine. I mean, he's going to go in. Yeah, no one's doubting that he's going to go in. It's just when. So I don't know. I don't know what WWE do to honor him tonight. I personally, if I was in the room, would advise against the Hall of Fame because I think that's something that we've got that we can surprise him with. I mean, I really like the way they do the Hall of Fame thing now. You know, like when Undertaker came down and surprised Stephanie. I think that was really, really done really well. And, you know, like when Michelle McCool found out because she was doing an interview with Undertaker and Triple H popped up on the screen. Or like when Triple H got surprised when he was at a meeting. I sort of feel like, I don't know if you ever saw the show This Is Your Life, but basically there was people, celebrities going around their lives, doing their job, living their lives. And the person that hosted the show would surprise them and say, "This is your life." And basically the whole episode was back at the studio and it was their life. This whole episode is going to be about you. And we've got lots of people from your history that's going to come and say a few lovely words. And, you know, we're going to tell everyone about, you know, where you grew up and everything. It's a show that's not on in anymore. I don't know if you had it in America. We had it in the UK. But it was a big honor. It was a big honor. If the man arrived with the big red book that said "This is your life," celebrities would burst into tears and be like, "I can't believe it! Wow!" Like it was a real honor. But they always surprised them with it, and I love how they do the Hall of Fame and they do that now. And wouldn't it be great if like John was hosting an award ceremony and like Triple H comes out and he's like, "Sorry to interrupt, John. Sorry, I know this is your moment." But I do just want to announce, and big thank you to the people that organised this event for allowing me to do this. I just want to announce, John, that in 2020, you are being inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame. Do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like there are ways that you can do it that are going to be really magical, really special, that are going to really grab attention, rather than just, oh, it's his last match. We feel like we need to give him something now. Let's give him the Hall of Fame. I would advise against that, and I would go a different direction. I think there's lots of things that you can present. There's lots of like commemorative championships or, you know, things along those lines. But I think that, I'd advise against it. I do expect all the wrestlers to come out on the entranceway and applaud. And as we said, they could come to the ring. They could pick John up and have John on the shoulders, kind of waving to the fans. You know, there's lots of ways that this show can end. But I can't wait to find out, honestly. And if he does go in the Hall of Fame, again, let me be clear, it's not what I would have done, but I'm certainly not going to be down on it. Yeah? Certainly not going to be down on it because, well, he's going in at some point, whether that be next year, the year after. Ah, yes. Thought so. I mean, not the biggest surprise in the world, but there we go. Kurt Angle is in attendance for John Cena's final match. Kurt Angle is there. I'm sure that footage is going to get used, you know. So I'm guessing they're filming Kurt walking because you know how they love to have the legends and people walking at the start of the show. I bet they'll show you like certain legends arriving at the start of the show. That camera is filming and that footage is going somewhere. So, yeah, Kurt Angle has arrived. Very cool. He should have been there. He was right to be there. So, yeah, very cool. R-Truth has put a message out. These messages are just going to come thick and fast, aren't they? John Cena, my brother from a different mother. I'm so proud of you. I'm going to miss you. So, there we go. WrestleMania's crying at that. Really? You know when people say that, are they being real? The show ain't started and Truth has already got me going. My brother from a different mother, I'm so proud of you. I'm going to miss you. Perhaps I'm just cold-hearted. I don't know. Are you not crying at that? I do think some of these posts are a bit OTT. Oh my God, I'm crying. Oh my God. I can't breathe. Bloody hell. Calm down. Calm down, dear. I don't consider myself a sports entertainer. I consider myself a professional wrestler. Make him tap, Gunther. Make him tap. Corey Graves said, thank you, Cena. Ba-ba-da-ba. Very good. Very good. Right. Let's go back, shall we? Chad Patton is expected to be the referee for Cena's last match. Fightful Select have apparently got some scoops. Should we have a look at the scoops? Fightful Select with some scoops. I mean, it doesn't really matter who the referee is, I suppose, but Chad Patton expected to be the ref. Here's some scoops. Scoopy scoops. Gunther facing John was the direction going back months. Even when Gunther was sidelined, the company was pretty sure he would be Cena's last match. Cena was the driving force behind NXT talent. We know that. There's no strict limit on the events and when it's got to end. We know that. There was discussion about airing on NBC, but ultimately that didn't come to fruition. Many in the company found out about Jesse Ventura's involvement this week. Ventura was originally slated to appear on more of the Saturday Night Main Event shows, but after being highly critical of a cage match finish and the possibility of Hogan appearing, he wasn't brought back until December. Leon Slater drama, we know about that with XWXW. As of now, no one has been told about Vince or Donald Trump. In case you missed it, John confirmed he's closing the show. There's not really anything here, to be honest. There's a number of other wrestlers on the show. It's expected there would be some dart matches. It's expected to be amongst the largest gates for the arena size in WWE history. I think that's a no-brainer. I will be shocked if it's not the largest, to be honest. I've got to think that I mean, I've heard there's like 17, 18,000, and they're all going to be inflated prices. So, yeah, I've got to think. I won't be shocked if at some point they announce this is a new record for, certainly for an arena. As John Cena has also said, WWE has adamantly stated that John Cena has got no plans to wrestle again after tonight. Okay, that's Fightful Selects. Let's go down. Right, Daze, do we think that we could potentially see Nikki and Brie both in attendance? Yeah, I think unless you're on the out with the company, unless there's like some real drama, like say Ryback, I don't see why anyone can't be there. I mean, this is a celebration of John and John's career. If you had time with John, which many people did, and you're of a decent name, you know? I mean, if you was just like someone that worked for the company for a few weeks, few months, you know, I don't think that's something WWE would be interested in. But if you're like Brie Bella, you know, who, you know, spent a lot of time with John, because don't forget, John was with Nikki, and they were a couple, but a very high profile couple. And, you know, the amount of time that Brie will have seen John, yeah, I would be surprised if like, you know, there weren't those kind of names there, to be honest. I would expect those people to be there. I would expect Nikki to want to be there. Obviously, I don't know I think their relationship's good. And I'm sure it would be a little bit awkward. But I would imagine, you know, she's moved on. She's obviously had a son. Cena's moved on. His new partner's going to be there. I don't think it's awkward. I don't think it's awkward. I think they've both moved on. So I think she would want to be there, but I don't know. That's where it gets difficult, doesn't it? Because I don't know behind the scenes how they feel about each other. Whether it's just a case that when they're around, they're professional, or, you know, I certainly don't think there's any problems. But I would expect a lot of people to want to be there. John's meant a lot to a lot of people. Shubdog said, "What it makes me think the whole last match thing tonight is a setup for the real last match against the final boss at the Rumble." Well, Shubdog, we covered that, my friends. All I can say is John has been very clear tonight is it. So just tune in and enjoy what you get. And I'd say, you know, if you do get a moment like that where John is going to have another match after tonight, then great. If not, then, you know, don't be too disappointed. Big Time said, Daze, Ryback has been glazing WWE for a couple of years. His stance on the company has done a massive turnaround. It doesn't matter. I don't expect him to be welcome by WWE. Liam said, Daze, I think Gunther will definitely win, as I don't think John would want to go out without putting Gunther over. But I hope it's not a clap and wave and then he's gone. I hope WWE do something. Yeah, well, no, I think he will definitely get a chance to speak because Goldberg got a chance to speak. I know that we didn't fit it all on the show, but they recorded it and put it on YouTube. John won't have those concerns. There is no hard out tonight. So we can allow John to say whatever he wants to say. And we don't need to cut off. We're live on YouTube and we're live on Peacock in America. There is no reason to cut this off early. No reason. So, you know, it's one of those where we can just allow John to say what he wants to say. And yeah, I really hope it's going to live up to expectation. It's going to deliver what people want. I would say go into this open-minded, right? Go into this just wanting to celebrate John. Know that you're going to see his last match with Gunther and know that there's going to be a little summer after, right? I don't see any way that he loses or wins and then, you know, gets up, waves to the crowd and the show cuts off. And if that did happen, my very first reaction would be, that must be what John wanted. That would be my very first reaction. Because they gave Goldberg time to talk. They gave him an opportunity to say words. I don't for a second believe that they would not give John Cena that opportunity, right? Not when there's no hard out. Go as long as you need. We're on YouTube. We're on Peacock. We're not on the network. It's not like we've got to quickly cut to another show. WWE know that the fans want to hear from John after that match, right? They know that. And Goldberg had a chance to talk. So it's kind of unfathomable that John won't say anything. I absolutely think he will. But if that happened where he didn't, I promise you, my first thought would not be to lay into WWE and go, I can't believe this, they're useless. My first thought would be, that must be what John wanted. He must have said, I don't want to say anything. I don't think there's any words that I could say that are going to kind of match the moment. I don't think there's anything that I can say more than what I provide in the ring, right? If that was kind of his viewpoint, which I don't think it is, but if that was his viewpoint, then, you know, maybe he won't say something. I think he does. I think he will. But if he doesn't, my first thought won't be to blame WWE. I don't for a second think that they would deny him or the fans the opportunity for him to speak and for them to hear from him. So let's go into it and let's just see what we get. Let's just see what we get. Even if he says he doesn't want to say anything, I still would expect Triple H to bring everyone out to applaud in the entranceway, maybe then go to the ring to give him some hugs, lift him on the shoulders, you know. There are some surprises for tonight. I think that means people in attendance, you know, like how Kurt Angle has just been shown. I think that there will be surprises and people dotted throughout the show. And, yeah, really looking forward to seeing how they execute this. Daze said Cena was closing the show. Yes, CJS. Cena himself actually said that. So that's come directly from Cena. So we spoke a couple of times. We spoke during Unseen, and we spoke during the watch along in regards to what happened with all of that, because it was a mess. It was basically a non-story that became a story. And it's a real shame, actually, because, you know, that kind of nonsense you just don't really need to focus on. But I understand how it happens. And, you know, we're not going to go through it all again. But it's one of those where at least Cena has come out and gone, look, let's get this cleared up. As of last night, he was closing the show. And I don't think that's changed. Mohammed, hello, said, I sense there's some sort of emotion coming out of your eyes. Are you upset or am I just thinking? You're just thinking, but there is no emotion at this stage. I'm not saying that I won't. I mean, I'll definitely be feeling it. I think we'll all be feeling it, but I'm not going into tonight thinking about, oh, I'm going to be crying and stuff like that. I don't know, man. I find that a bit strange. I sort of feel like the moment is, you're gonna feel it. I know I'm gonna feel it, but am I gonna feel it to the point where I'm crying? Like, I have no idea. I don't think so. I'm not expecting that. I don't feel like there's a weird thing as well where people feel like they have to do that, otherwise they're not really fans or something. It's like there's some weird competition that it's like, I'm crying. And it's like, okay. I mean, you don't have to. I mean, it's okay to have loved John and loved his career, watch his final match and not cry. That's okay, you know. That's fine. You don't have to cry. No one feel any pressure to cry, right? I can't believe as an adult I'm having to tell other adults this information, but I sort of feel like there is a weird thing that's kind of happening at the moment. I think it might be because, to be honest, there's a lot of kids online, and as a result, I don't think they quite know how they are meant to sort of act, you know? I think for them, they're struggling to understand how am I meant to, you know, I need to tell everyone that I'm crying all the time or something. You don't, guys, come on. Yeah. Watch the show, enjoy it, feel it. If you don't cry, it's absolutely fine, right? We're not going to do a survey, right? And if you do cry, it's fine. Right? It's all fine. So, yeah, I'm just going to watch. I'm going to enjoy. Joe said, last time you got emotional was Cody finishing his story. Yeah, I had a little tear in the eye for that, definitely. I had a little tear in the eye for that. And I think, do you know the reason why? Was because, again, I didn't go into that expecting I was going to cry. I went into that thinking if he does it, it's going to be a great moment. I think it'll be, you know, emotional. But, I mean, in that moment where his mom's there and you know that Dusty is looking down and you know that, like, this has been... It was more than a story as well, because it was reality. No Rhodes had ever won the WWE Championship, and it was true that Dusty tried and failed. That was true. And so Dusty never did it. And it's funny because I've heard Bruce Pritchard, and I think even Vince, say that if Hulk Hogan never existed, Dusty Rhodes stood a good chance of being that person. Dusty Rhodes would have been the Hogan, right? or at least would have been one of the options. Yeah, they might have gone with Sergeant Slaughter as well. That was another name that Bruce mentioned, but Dusty has been mentioned a few times. Isn't it crazy to think that, you know, we could have lived in a world where Dusty was a multiple-time champ, the face of the company, right? If Hogan hadn't come back or Hogan had gone to Hollywood. It could have been Dusty. But actually, we live in a world where Dusty never won the WWE Championship. We live in a completely different world. He was never the guy. And more than that, he never won the WWE Championship. So you sort of look at like Dusty, who's one of the greats of all time, having never done it. And then you think about Goldust. And Goldust had a few opportunities, but never really came that close. But like, you know, that's another family member that got to WWE, had a good career, and again, didn't do it. And then you look at Cody, who, you know, was dashing, was Stardust, who had to leave. And, you know, it looked like he wasn't going to do it. And then, of course, he comes back. And then, of course, it looked like it was going to get taken away by The Rock, which actually made it all better. Because it just showed that even when Cody had got to what felt like the mountaintop, fell short at 39, was going to get the opportunity at 40. Then The Rock comes back and goes, I'm here. Yeah, let's do me against Roman. And everyone's like, what? This is Cody's time. And then you had the whole We Want Cody movement. I feel like there's a lot of reality to what Cody went through. A lot of reality. That wasn't just all storyline. That wasn't planned out in the 1970s. What we'll do, right? We won't put the belt on Dusty or on Dustin, but we'll have Cody in 2024 at WrestleMania. Like, this is not a planned out story. This is reality, yeah, that we have used to tell a story. And I think for him to actually get that belt in his hands after what was an amazing match with The Rock coming down and that Undertaker moment, you know, and his mom in the ring. And, you know, he looks up as well at times to his dad. We know that Dustin was there. Yeah, man. That definitely, I felt that. I'm sure I'll feel it tonight as well. But I don't go into these things thinking, oh, am I going to cry? You know, it's okay if you do. It's okay if you don't. Cap said, I'd love to see Oba win. Okay, yeah. I think there's a chance. I think if he does, Drew will get involved. I'm not sure they'll have Oba win just outright clean. Not sure they will. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see. I can't wait. I think the whole show is going to be fantastic. Cena's going to lose, said MV Zeal 938. Nathan said Cena is the millennial generation's Hogan. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, he was the face of the company. Just like Hogan was, just like how Roman has been. And same with Bruno Sammartino in the 60s and the 70s. Same as kind of Stone Cold, but then you had The Rock around as well. That one's, you know, such a weird time. But yeah, absolutely. I mean, they say John is the greatest of all time. That's up for debate. But I think he definitely is someone that is one of the most important people in the history of WWE. I mean, you can't really tell the history of WWE without certain people, and one of those is John Cena. I mean, if you want to go from the beginning of WWE all the way up to now, you're talking about John Cena. So, yeah, he definitely is, and you know, that's what makes tonight such a big deal. Hannah said, Daze, some potential wrestlers that Cena could give a tribute to in his moveset tonight. Triple H, Carlito, Umaga, Sheamus, B2, R-Truth, Booker T, and Cesaro. Let's go. Let's go. I wonder if he will. I'll be fine if he does. I sort of feel like we did that with the AJ match, but yeah, he could do some more. I wonder if he hits the 619 tonight. Because I don't know that he hit the 619 in those matches with Dominic. I sort of feel like we were still waiting for him to do that, which I was really surprised at, actually. Maybe I missed it. But I can't remember seeing Cena hit the 619. Perhaps he just can't do it. Maybe that's the truth. Perhaps he gave it a go and he absolutely... Perhaps he gave it a go and ended up going out the ring, crashing on the outsides. And it was like, oh, well, we won't be doing that. So, yeah, maybe Cena hits a 619 on Gunther tonight or something. But I feel like those finishing moves... that's kind of been done in the AJ match. So does he do it again tonight? If he does, it's fine. To be honest, I think people are going to have so much goodwill for this match. People are going to so want this to succeed. People are going to be so invested. I mean, the great thing is, when you're a wrestler, one of the things you've got to kind of struggle to get is to people to pay attention. You know, when we watch Evolve, which is the level below NXT, and we do that on a Wednesday. When we watch Evolve, we're watching this talent that haven't quite found themselves yet. We're watching this talent that haven't quite worked out their presentation, who they are, their moveset, how they connect with the audience. And, you know, they're fairly generic, to be honest. A lot of them are just like, oh, that one's trying to be a bit of a cowboy. That one's trying to be a little bit of a, you know, kind of guy that drinks coffee. Cappuccino Jones. That one's named after a cartwheel. So you've got, like, people that are trying to establish who they are. And so, you know, that's a big barrier to overcome, is for you to care. With John, I mean, tonight, we're all just right there, aren't we? The second he comes out, there'll be people in tears. And he comes down to the ring and gets his intro and the look on his face, and they'll cut to his wife, and they'll cut to some people crying in the crowd. They won't even have done a flipping, they won't even have locked up, and everyone's going to be a flipping mess. So this match can really just do what it wants, and people are just going to be absolutely engrossed. They're just, every pinfall, because, oh my God, every pinfall is potentially the last one. Every time Gunther goes for a pin, 1, 2, everyone's going to be like, is this it? Is this it? And because we know there's no hard out and we don't know what they've got planned after, we have no idea, is the match 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 18 minutes, 20 minutes? Like, when does the match end? If Gunther goes for a pin after 12 minutes, it could be it. It could be. I don't think it will be. I think it'll get 20. But I don't know. You know? Every pinfall you're going to feel. Every comeback by Cena you're going to feel. And, wow. I mean, the table is set for a 5-star match, but it's not fair to go into it going, this is going to be 5 stars. That's not fair. It's not fair to go into it and put that expectation onto it. But I think WWE, you know, I think Gunther, I keep saying it, is the right person. Gunther's very, very consistent with his match quality. He's someone that you can really rely on to carry his end of the bargain. He's someone that can help make others look good. He prides himself. He calls himself the Ring General. You know, he is a ring general. He is someone that can call the shots in there. Someone that can dictate a match. I mean, he doesn't need to, because John can do exactly the same. We've got 2 ring generals in the ring tonight. And what's great about that is you've got 2 people that are going to be able to stand up to this moment. The moment is not going to be too big for either of them. You've got 2 people that understand their roles. John, super babyface. Gunther, super heel. You've got 2 people that are going to be able to work together. We've never seen the match, but 2 people that are going to be able to work together. You know, we've seen Gunther work with lots of different people and put on bangers. We've seen Cena work with lots of different people and put on bangers. There's really no reason to think these two can't work together and put on a banger. And what a fitting way to kind of wrap this up by having John Cena go out against a monster heel and put on what we're all hoping is going to be an absolute classic. An absolute classic. And I love the fact they've even had time just to get in that little extra wrinkle of, I'm gonna make you tap out. I'm gonna make you quit. That little extra wrinkle, you know, that they've managed to get in there of Gunther wants to humiliate John. Is he going to be able to do it? I think that's really good to have managed to have got that in with, you know, very little to no build. So, yeah, looking forward to, obviously, tonight. Looking forward to seeing how it gets booked. But I think we all know that the drama is going to be there right from the very beginning. Mohammed said, I saw a bit of Cena's final Raw. That was on my mind about emotion. Yeah, it's going to be emotional. As I said, go into it, watch it, enjoy it. And, you know, if people end up crying, they end up crying. I'd expect there's going to be many tears tonight. But don't worry if you're a Cena fan and you're not. I mean, I don't know. I find that all a little strange. This kind of like people trying to prove that they're crying, like this has affected me. Please believe me. It's like, it's okay. You don't need to cry for it to affect you, you know? Flame said, amazingly, I remember Cole calling Cena a ring general before Gunther was the ring general, says Flame Fist. Flame Fist, shout out to you. Yeah, it's an old term, isn't it? The ring general. I mean, really, that is the person that calls the shots in the ring. If you're the ring general, you are the person. It's kind of a term that it dictates, like, this is the person that's leading the dance, really. This is the ring general. But it's something that Gunther has taken as a badge of honor and well remembered, something that Michael has referred to Cena as in the past. So, yeah, these two absolutely can both get in there and lead the dance. That means that they can support each other. Cena's obviously got the experience advantage, so Gunther, I have very little doubt, is going to take Cena's lead. I know Gunther's the ring general, but this is Cena's last match. And whatever Cena wants to do, it's going to happen, right? So Gunther's the ring general. If anything goes wrong, which I don't think it will, he can absolutely step in, get it back on track. But yeah, this is just going to be Cena calling the shots. It's ironic that Gunther's known as the ring general, but it'll be Cena that very much is the ring general tonight. He'll be the one saying, let's do this, let's do that. And I can't see Gunther going, no. I mean, I know his character is a heel, but him as a person, I can't imagine him going, no, John, we're not doing that. So, yeah, actually, Cena will be the ring general. I've sent Daze the video of Kurt when he told Ray that he loves to play with little boys promo. That was great, says Corey. Corey, thank you. I'm going to cancel my Netflix subscription after tonight. When Cena ends his career, I bought it because of the farewell tour, says Mohammed. Well, yeah, I think there's a lot of people that I might step away from WWE. The only thing I would say is that Cena's not been around much for the past few years. So, you know, WWE might have seen some people come back that watched for 2025 to watch Cena, and then when he goes, they might step away again. I don't think it'll be loads of people. But, you know, Mohammed, if you're saying that that represents you, then I would imagine you're not alone in that. I do think WWE has got its problems at the moment, but I'm also optimistic for the future. When you've been a fan of WWE for as long as I have, you know that it has peaks and troughs. It has good moments and bad moments, good years and bad years. And so, you know, 2025, I think, will go down as a bad year. But, yeah, I'm optimistic for 2026. There are a few things that I am not crazy about that WWE are doing at the moment. But the hope is that there'll be more good than bad, and we'll see an improvement next year. And I think they've got some amazing talent. I mean, I think the roster is actually in a good place. I mean, Oba Femi looked great, staring it up and standing up with Cody in the ring last night. So you look at what's in NXT with Oba and Trick and Javon, Ethan Page, Ricky Saints, the women like Sol Ruca, Jordan Grace coming through as well, JC Jane doing some really great work. A lot of excitement around Tate and Paxley as well. So, you know, we could easily call up 5 guys, 5 girls, and really freshen things up on the main roster. We could easily do that. And I do think there'll be some call-ups soon. Word on the street is there is going to be some call-ups. Apparently, they know that we need to fix creative and sort out the talent that's on SmackDown before we go to 3 hours in early January. So I actually think that, you know, we're on the verge of some sort of shake-up, something quite exciting. We can't rely on John's retirement next year. The vision is getting stronger week by week. I think Braun's aura is in a better place now than it was a month ago. Not by much, but I've seen little flickers. I'm seeing some things that they're trying, and you know, some of it is landing. So yeah, I think all of that should hopefully improve. And yeah, I'm just looking forward to seeing what we're going to get. I don't think 2026 is going to be as bad as 2025. I know it's not a big statement, but I think it's going to be better. So great. If this was a bit of a wobble, that's okay. I think as wrestling fans, we can more than understand that. You know, before the Attitude Era, we had the new generation, and that was a rough couple of years. So yeah, you have to sometimes go through these periods. So yes, I don't think you'd be alone in stepping away, but hopefully WWE can find its feet again, get good again, and bring fans back. Take a 1990 said, what Cena does go into the Hall of Fame, do we think Stephanie will induct him? When Cena does go in, do we think he inducts him? Since she's the one that saved him from being released, said Take a 1990. I think it's Cena's choice, honestly. I think it's up to Cena. I mean, Cena absolutely could choose Stephanie. He could choose Randy. There might be someone that he really connected with that, you know, means a lot to him. I know that he has a good relationship with quite a few talents, actually. I think he spends quite a bit of time with, like, Matt Cardona, Cesaro. There's a few names that are not the biggest of names, but they're people that, you know, Cena will go to dinner with and will chat with. And, you know, kind of means that they're really good friends. Like, you hit off, don't you? You make it was like Undertaker was in the BSK crew, which had like Godfather and Yokozuna, and you know, it had like, it wasn't Stone Cold and The Rock. It was like these names that were, I don't know, a little bit of a mixed bag, really. But that's who Undertaker used to play cards with backstage. And that's who, you know, so I don't think Cena would pick one of those, but I mean, he could. I mean, I would imagine it would be his choice as to who he wanted. But yeah, I mean, Stephanie would make a lot of sense because without her, we probably wouldn't have got, you know, the Cena that we ended up getting, you know. So I think she would be a front runner, definitely. But yeah, I think ultimately Cena's choice. We want Randy to induct Cena, says Empo. His best friend, they even deserved a last match together. Well, they did get one this year. They did do a match this year. Should it have been the last match? I don't know. I sort of feel like it's pretty good that we're putting over someone that's still got plenty of time left. Gunther, I think, is 38. So, you know, we've been talking a lot recently about how long we think wrestlers go on till. And I think it's about mid-40s. So I think Gunther's got like 7 years, quite comfortably. And it could be 8 years. He could go 46. He could go 47, right? So I think you're looking at someone there that has got, you know, a good chunk of time, 7 years, 8 years, that I think we can really do some stuff with. And that is a chunk of time, to be honest. It is a chunk of time. If you think that the Attitude Era is about 4 years, you know, that's like 97 to 2001. You look at Hulkamania, that was, I would say, 84 to about 92. So that was probably about 8 years. So Hulkamania, right? What Hogan achieved in the 1980s was 1984, but actually 85 was WrestleMania 1. 92, I think it's already well done by that point. I think it's well done by that point. You know, I would even make an argument that it's 90 or 91, where it's really losing its steam. So, you know, but whatever, we'll say it's 8 years. So if Gunther's 38 now, and we think he can go to 45, 46, that would be 7-8 years. We could have Gunther Mania. This is why when people are like, why are we putting over this old guy? It's like, you don't get this, do you? You haven't thought this through. I don't think you've actually applied logic to what you're saying, because we've still got plenty of time with Gunther. So I think that, yeah, for me, you know, I don't want to keep banging on about it, but this is the right person. I think with Randy's a big star. He's, you know, what is it, 13, 14-time world champion, been a former WWE champion, main evented WrestleMania. I mean, what has Randy not done? You know, I sort of feel like Randy has done everything. I don't know what Randy gains by beating John. He's done it all. What has Randy not done? So, you know, Randy will come back. You could bring Randy back at the Rumble and he'll get a monster pop. You could put him in main event night 2. No one would bat an eyelid of WrestleMania. You could do him Cody, and actually people would love that. Randy turning heel, taking on Cody Rhodes. People would love that. So I don't know, if you're thinking about the future, that wouldn't have been the way to go, of course. If you're not thinking about the future and you're just thinking about literally this match tonight and you just wanted that, then I can understand that. It's not what I would have done. I would have done what we're doing. But, yeah, you know, there's people out there that aren't bothered about that. They just want to focus on tonight and just want to, you know, have it be Edge or Jericho or Randy, or have like one of those big, massive sort of dream matches, which I can understand. But I think this year was meant to be about those. You know, this year we did 2 Cody matches. We did Randy Orton. We did another AJ Styles match. We did CM Punk. You know, this year, the whole year, we were trying to get in those big matches. And now it's the time to pass that torch over. Ajikar, hello, said, do we think that Dragon Lee deserves an Intercontinental title show? An Intercontinental title, like, match? You can do it. I don't think it's particularly been built up. I think that Dragon Lee is someone actually that's really struggling to connect, and I can't quite put my finger on why, other than he doesn't really get too many singles matches consistently. I sort of feel like we've not given him the opportunity yet. I don't know why. He's someone that kind of is around factions and groups, and now he's in a tag team with AJ Styles, but it's not like for, you know, 10, 12 weeks, we just had him on Raw doing a singles match, like getting wins, climbing that mountain. So I don't know. I don't know why we didn't do that. Maybe it's just that, you know, we needed him for AAA, or we needed him for something else, or, you know, to be honest, I don't think he's ever been truly focused on. I think what's happened is he's fallen into that trap of being, okay, we need someone for that. Let's use Dragon Lee. We need NXT needs someone, give them Dragon Lee. AAA needs someone, give them Dragon Lee. We need someone for this match, put in Dragon Lee. We need a mystery opponent here, use Dragon Lee for that week. He's shove him wherever is needed kind of a guy, rather than what's the plan for Dragon Lee Like, how are we going to build up this guy? It's like, shove him there, which sucks for him. Really sucks. So, you know, if you're a Dragon Lee fan, that's what I think you'll be hoping for, is that he actually gets the focus. He actually gets the spotlight. And who knows, it could be that this team between him and AJ leads to a feuds. It could be that they lose the titles, Dragon Lee turns on AJ Styles, and we do AJ Styles versus heel Dragon Lee. And then Dragon Lee gets that spotlight, gets that momentum, and we can move forward. If that's the plan, then brilliant. Put me down for that. I'm totally fine with that. I actually think a heel Dragon Lee would be a great direction to go. I mean, I'm not a big fan of those wings he has when he comes out. They seem a little bit like baby dragon. Sort of, they're quite small. And just, I look at him and go, oh. Oh, look at him. Oh. So I sort of feel like there's definitely things to work on with Dragon Lee. So does he deserve an Intercontinental Championship shot? You can give him one if you want to. I can't say that he particularly deserves it. I don't know what he's done to deserve it, but you know, when it comes to things like that, who's done anything to deserve an Intercontinental? Can we name anyone that's earned one, to be honest? Is there anyone that's got any momentum at the moment? Stringing wins together. Yeah? I don't know. So, yeah, I mean, that whole thing just feels a bit dead, doesn't it? We haven't really done a great deal with the IC title this year. It's been on Dominic, and it's been a bit flat. It's been a bit rubbish. We've had Penta around it for ages. And it's just sort of, you know, ain't done nothing with it. And then he lost it to John. Then John lost it back to Dominic. Now Dominic's got it, and we still ain't doing anything. Sucks, doesn't it, really? So, yeah, that whole scene needs work. Right. Mr. Full D, where are we? Okay. We've got an hour and 15 until the countdown show begins. If you are joining us, hello, welcome. Leave a like if you've not left a like. It really makes a difference. I have no idea where we are with likes, so I can't say, but it would be good to get as many as possible. It feels like this is going to be a big show tonight. We're talking about John. We're talking about wrestling. We always do that. We love doing that here. Hopefully you guys enjoy sharing your thoughts along in the chat. Got a bit of a bigger chat today, which is nice as well. You can get your votes in. We've actually had over 2,500 votes, which is amazing. So who will win, right? 76%. This is really fluctuating as well. It was about 60-40. It's gone to 76-24. So 76% of you think John Cena. 24% of you think that it's going to be Gunther that's going to get the win tonight. There might be some hopium in that, right? But I don't blame you. John Cena fans should absolutely want John Cena to win tonight. And, you know, that's all part of the fun. You know, hoping and rooting that John can get a victory in that final match. So, yeah. Oh, yeah, and that's fun as well. I don't know if you've seen this. Here we go. Yeah. Will it do it for me? Might not do it for me. Oh, it's not doing it. The flip. Oh, there it is. There it is. There it is. He's gone. That's Google. If you go on Google, type in John Cena, press the little hand at the bottom, hand comes up, goes, "You can't see me," and the whole screen fades away. I said I wasn't going to cry. How amazing is that? How amazing is that? Search John Cena at the bottom. Get a little hand thing, which might not appear now because I've literally just done it. and you click on it, the hand comes up, does that. You have to click on... Well, I don't even know if you have to click on the hand, actually. Don't even know if you have to do that. Can I search it again? There it is. Press it. Ah! How awesome is that? That's Google. All you have to do is just search John Cena. And it does it. Amazing. Amazing. Mr. Fall D said it's crazy that Gunther gets to retire. Another big name. Well, they've got high hopes for him. And to be honest, I think the Goldberg thing didn't really do much. I'm not sure that the Goldberg retirement really meant much. If he had to choose, I'm pretty sure it would be tonight he would be more interested in than the Goldberg one. But flipping out, we had to try and rebuild him after the Jey Uso burial that we gave him, which I'll never understand. I've already had my rant on that. You know, it's one thing to have Gunther lose to Jey. It's completely another thing to have Jey tap out Gunther. I mean, to be honest, I would love for Triple H to honestly answer the question, do you regret that now? Because the honest answer has got to be yes. But, you know, I'd imagine he'll give one of those answers where he goes, listen, I don't dwell on regrets. I don't dwell on regrets. You know, if you get caught up on regrets, then you're really wasting your life. You know, you should be looking to the future. You shouldn't be worrying about, like, regrets and all of that, any mistakes that might have been made. Like, whatever, you regret it. Shut up. You shouldn't have done it. I mean, I'm all right with Jey winning, but, like, flipping tapping out Gunther. You know, now he's got to try and rebuild his aura after that. Thanks. And, you know, this is why, you know, him retiring Goldberg, him choking Pat within an inch of his life, and getting that world championship back, main event in night one of SummerSlam, all of that was to try and get him out of the pit that he found himself in after they had him flipping tap out to Jey at WrestleMania. You know, not some little show that no one's going to bother with again. Flipping WrestleMania. So you do all of that, and then he ends up losing at SummerSlam again. You're like, oh my God. Can you guys, please? What are you doing? So now here he is with this, you know, Cena moment. And a lot of people are thinking, myself included, that he'll go on and face Brock at some point next year and probably get the win. So, I mean, if you are someone that struggles with Gunther, I think that is something that will... I feel good that that'll happen at some point next year. Right. I'm happy it's not on network TV because they cut off Goldberg, said Nathan. So I'm happy. Yeah, I think a lot of people feel that way. Liam said, do you think Oba will get the win tonight? I think he could. I would love to see Oba win. I think we should give him the Kevin Owens treatment. That would give him a huge boost. Really put him on the map. Well, look, if he wins tonight, it'll be a big shock. It'll be a big statement. And I don't know. I sort of feel like Cody, the top guy, the top champ, probably is not going to lose to the NXT champ, right? I'm thinking odds are he won't lose. But if Drew gets involved, there is absolutely a chance. So I don't expect it to be clean. But if Drew gets involved, then I do expect it to be a possibility. So, yeah, interesting. We'll have to see. I think it's a very interesting match. And I think it's going to be a really great match as well. Anyone know how many hours until Saturday night's main event, said Chris? Yeah, we're just over an hour away from the Countdown show. Countdown show is going to be 2 hours. Going to have loads of video packages and people sharing thoughts, memories, all that stuff, you know. So, yeah, it's going to be a mosh. So, you know, the Countdown show should be pretty good this time. But, yeah, I'm quite happy sitting here chatting with you guys. We're an hour from the Countdown show, 2 hours of Countdown show, and then I think we've got about an hour that we need to get through with those matches, those NXT matches, Cena match. You know, a good few hours away at this stage, but we will soon get to it. We've already been live for nearly 2 hours as it is. Booker T has just put a little tribute out. Let's see what Booker T's got to say. Booker T said, tonight, we pay tribute to one of the greatest performers ever inside the ring and one of the biggest superstars that this business has ever seen outside of it. Tonight, we celebrate hustle, loyalty, and respect. We salute a man whose legacy defines an era and whose impact will last forever. One of the very best to ever lace up a pair of boots. John Cena. I salute you. Class. Little bit of a class message there from Booker. Yeah, really good. Really, really nice message. It makes me think, about how people don't have to say nice things. If you don't have nice things to say about John, you can just say nothing, right? Or you could come out and say how you really feel. But no one's making you say nice things. And I think the amount of people that are coming out saying nice things just shows how much of a great guy he is, right? Booker T does not have to send that tweet out. But that says to me there's no issue with Booker and Cena, right? And, the same is true with Undertaker. The same is true with Shawn Michaels. The same is true with Kurt Angle. The same is true with all of these legends that are attending, that are posting lovely messages. Michael Cole, sent that video out. I mean, it's just, there's so much love and appreciation for John. It's just really nice to know that the image that we see is not a fake image. It's not a false image. It's not a phony image. It's a reflection of the man. And so, WWE loses an in-ring performer, but thankfully retains a really great guy who has signed a contract where he's going to be an ambassador for the next 5 years. And I'm sure he'll sign another deal after that as well. And what that means is that he is going to represent WWE. So, we can still make figures, merch of John. It's kind of like a Legends deal. I'd imagine that where possible, he'll be at WWE Worlds, where possible. He'll make appearances where possible. He'll be promoting positively WWE when asked, if he's on like talk shows or whatever, and they speak about the wrestling, he's going to be speaking in a positive way. To be honest, not that I would expect him to say anything else. I don't really think that's why they've given him the contract. But I think part of it is, making sure that like AEW don't get him. But again, I don't think he would go there. I think he's very loyal. I think that this is, his company and whatever. So I think there's a few reasons for it. But he stays in the family even after tonight. Tonight is just the end of his in-ring, but it's not the end of John and WWE, right? It's not like that's it. You won't be able to get his merch anymore. Or, you might see him at a WrestleMania in the future. He just won't be wrestling. So he might come down and read out the attendance, Might get into a bit of a promo exchange with someone. And I've said, I would love for him to get into a promo exchange with Austin Theory, because he buried Theory a few years ago in a promo exchange. And I don't think Theory's ever recovered. I genuinely don't think he's ever recovered. I think Cena exposed Theory in that promo exchange, and I don't think Theory has ever quite found his feet afterwards. And I think that Theory, they've got some hopes for him, seemingly. They've got some hopes. I mean, word on the street is that he is one of the mystery men, right, that we're seeing. And so it seems to me like they've got some plans. I think that if he is going to be in the vision and if he is going to do some big stuff, when the opportunity comes across for him to confront John, he needs to take that opportunity and he needs to show John that he has improved and that he can now stand toe-to-toe with one of the best that we've seen on the microphone. I mean, John Cena went toe-to-toe with The Rock and came out of it looking pretty good. They both got their shots. It's debatable as to who won, But I think Cena came out of it looking really good. That moment where he goes off on The Rock for having his promo written on his wrist, on his hands. I mean, that is such a kill shot from Cena to The Rock. That was an amazing moment. Do you know, actually, talking of amazing moments, do you remember the moment that I was thinking of earlier? And I was like, no way. And it just popped into my head. Do you remember arguably the greatest retirement moment, right? That never was. And that's Mark Henry. Mark Henry in the salmon suit, retiring, you know, baby, I'm coming home, kind of thanking the fans. Some of you won't know the story, but Mark Henry sent some tweets out saying, I've got a real important message I want to share with you. Please tune in tonight to Raw. And so people were like, is this retirement? What's going on? And when Mark came out, he was wearing this salmon-coloured jacket and he had his boots. He brought his boot. I can't remember if he left them on the entranceway or in the ring, but he had his wrestling boots. He put them down. He got the microphone. And at this point, everyone's like, you know, please don't go and that kind of stuff. And he's like, come on, guys, you're going to make me cry and all this. And he's really hamming it up, man. And everyone bought it. Hook, line, and sinker. Everyone bought it. Cena was in the ring at the time. And Mark was like, John, please stay. I want you to hear this, John. You've been a big part of my career. I just want you to stay and hear these words. And so he announces he's retiring. John gets in the ring, holds up Mark Henry's arm. Crowd are like, you know, can't believe it. And as soon as Cena goes to walk away, he gets laid out, slammed down. Mark Henry's like, you think it's that easy? You think I'm just going to walk away? It doesn't work that way, John. And it was all a ruse, right? It's a brilliant segment, fantastic segment. But I don't know why, I woke up and in my head I was like, damn, Cena was part of that. That is like one of the great moments in WWE history. Like one of those kind of infamous under the radar-y type moments, actually. You know, it's not like the biggest thing. It's not Hogan Andre, right? Or Hogan Rock. But it's one of those moments that wrestling fans know and love. And it had John involved, and it was a retirement angle. And now here we are with John actually retiring. Oh, my God. That connection was made in my head. I was like, that's crazy. That's crazy. We saw a fake Mark Henry retirement angle, and tonight we actually see John Cena retire. Hey, should we see what these fans are saying? There better not be any copyright music.
He means the world to us. Yeah. He's our hero.
Okay, there is copyright music. It took all of a second for me to go, is that Shatter? God damn it. Why have they done that, the stupid boomers? So, oh, that's good. Oh, that's him with oh, that's really good. So that's like one of those brawling buddies, but they've actually done it with the last shirt. The shirt is wearing tonight. Oh, did you see as well? I did Unseen. This is why everyone should be watching Unseen. I did Unseen, and you can order a special John Cena limited edition figure from Mattel Creations. If you go to Mattel Creations, you can order it. It'll guarantee you one, but they are limited to just those people that order. I wonder if I can show it you, actually. And it is John wearing his final shirt and his gear from tonight. So this is... I don't know if it's going to work for me because I'm in the UK. I might have to... Yeah. I might have to VPN. Yeah, it's not going to work for me. So, I wonder if I can find it on... where was it? Was it Wrestling Figure News? Wrestling Fig News. Because some people might be interested in this. Some people, maybe not everyone, but some might be interested. Oh my God, they're releasing a Coco Beware. Let's go. Flipping, look at this, Coco Beware. Yeah. And Tito Santana, El Matador, with a cape. Oh my God. Amazing. But this is it here. Let's take this out. This is the figure. So Mattel is bringing this new Ultimate, not sponsored, but I just thought some of you might be interested. Mattel is bringing this new Ultimate Edition figure to commemorate John Cena's historic final match. This limited made-to-order pre-sale begins tomorrow, Friday the 12th, so that was yesterday. It goes through to the 31st of December at Mattel Creations. Don't miss out. Now, I'm in the UK, so I don't think it's available for me. But I listen, I've got ways. But this is the shirt he's going to be wearing. And there we go. That is a glimpse at the figure that they're going to be making. I can't believe that they're not going to make this widely available for everyone in shops. I mean, this is such an important John Cena. This is his last match, you know? How is this not going to be widely available? I have no idea. But, I mean, if you're a Cena fan, I've got to think this is high on your wish list. Because this is it. This is the last match. It looks good as well. I mean, it's an Ultimate Edition. You get the cap, you get the shirt, you get the towel, you get all that extra articulation, and swappable hands, swappable heads, all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, this is from one of the guys that works at Mattel, and they got posted the other day. It was in Unseen, but I know that not many of you or all of you got a chance to see Unseen because, you know, you've probably woke up, been at work, done whatever today, and now, boom, here we are. I'm literally about to go into this massive show. Right, let's go down. I saw a couple of super chats that I need to just get to. Right, Daniel, shout out to you. Said, do you think John Cena will come back if he wins tonight? I don't, unfortunately, bud. I don't. I really genuinely believe this is it. I know that people are really hoping that it's going to carry on past tonight, but I really do believe this is it tonight. If it turns out not to be, they absolutely got me. They absolutely got me. I will hold my hands up. I will absolutely say, hook, line, and sinker. I fell for it. No defense. Make all the fun in the world that you want out of me. Honestly, there's just not a single fiber in my body that believes he goes past tonight. I do think that John is someone that is all about hustle, loyalty, respect. And I think part of that is when John says, this is it. This is it, you know? I mean, I would question, where's the respect? If you've lied to me, where's the respect? Where's the loyalty, John? You know, if you've been so adamant in all of these interviews that this is it, and the graphic says John Cena's final match, and you know it's clear that this is the end of the road. Cena can go out on his terms, you know. I know some people might say, yeah, well, do you remember WrestleMania 28? That was once in a lifetime, and then they did it again at 29. But like, that's out of Cena's control. Cena was not retiring. You know, he had a contract and he had to do what he was being asked to do. This is where Cena has been able to call his shots. Cena has said, I'm done in December, and that's it. And so Cena, you know, can absolutely ride into the sunset. Cena does not have to stick around and do another match. That would be his choice. So this is a different situation to, you know, anything we've had before. Cena has said from the very beginning he's done in December. He's done in December. So it's hard to know how many people I'm speaking to when we're talking about this, because I don't know if it's just like a tiny vocal minority or if there is actually a sizable chunk of people out there that really think that he's going to go past tonight. I genuinely don't know. It's so hard for me to gauge. Obviously, I keep getting asked it, which is why we keep having the conversation. But no, I mean, look, I'll hold my hands up. If this goes past tonight, he's got me. He's fooled me. I did not see that coming. I did not expect it. I think this is it. I just like John, I don't know how I can kind of be any clearer. Daniel said, I'm watching AEW Collision. Daniel, I'm so sorry. Is your remote broken or something? Can you not change? You can't get off the channel. The Death Riders are fighting tonight. Yeah, Daniel, I don't know, but try turning. You might have to get up and actually turn it off at the plug, and then see if you can turn it back on again. Sometimes if my remote gets stuck and like I can't change the channel, then sometimes it's just like there's the TV. These smart TVs, you know, they can have their issues. So it might be if you turn it off at the plug, turn it back on again, then you will be able to change over the channel. And to be honest, I don't know where you are, but you know, for John Cena's countdown, I don't know if they're showing that on Peacock or if it's only on YouTube. So you might need to press the home button or the button that brings up the apps. So try and find that and then go over to YouTube, WWE's YouTube channel, and then you can watch the countdown. So please, no one needs to watch Collision. Yeah, even if your remote doesn't work, you can always turn it off at the source. You can even call up your cable company and just say, please, just cut my feed. Yeah, whoever provides your TV, just give them a call and go, listen, something terrible has happened. I appear to have some awful wrestling on my TV. Some awful wrestling companies on my TV. There seems to be a man going around hugging everyone. Can you please just stop providing me TV right now? Right? And that might work as well. So, Daniel, I hope that helps, my friends. Thank you, buds. PJ, shout out to you. PJ said, John Cena was a big part of my childhood. I remember dressing up as him, having matches, doing Cena moves on my trampoline. Oh, that's cool. In the garden with my brothers. I would be lying if I said tonight I won't shed a tear or two. PJ9339, shout out to you. I hope that's not your PIN number. But if it is, guys, track down PJ because you can get access to his bank account now. That number again, 9339. But yeah, PJ, shout out to you. I love hearing those stories, genuinely, because I think if you're a wrestling fan, it's so relatable, isn't it? I think about wrestling my brother in my bedroom. You know, I remember having brawling buddies. I remember having a Warrior and a Hogan. You know, sadly, I am a little bit before when Cena first arrived. So for me, when I was growing up, it was Hogan, it was Warrior, it was Jake the Snake. It was those kinds of people. And I've said before that, you know, we didn't have money. We still don't have lots of money. But, you know, when I was young, I couldn't afford to get stuff brand new. So, you know, I wasn't going to the shop getting VHS tapes and just, Mother, I would like that toy, and that toy. That was not happening. So I would get a lot of my stuff from car boot sales, which is like on a Sunday. And it was so good. I wouldn't change it for the world. Because on a Sunday, what we would do is, you know, my parents would give me a couple of pounds and we would go to the car boot sale. And I would just go like to the different stalls and as people were selling stuff, right? I mean, I don't think you have them in America. We do get onto this subject a few times, but I don't think you do them. We have them a lot here in the UK in the summer, April through to like September time. Every weekend you can find numerous car boot sales in the UK. And I'm sure you've seen videos of them. It's where like people drive to a field and they just park up, open up their boot, get a table out, like, you know, a pasting table that you do your wallpaper stuff with, and they just put stuff they want to sell on it. Now, of course, it's a different world. A lot of people are selling stuff eBay now. I mean, eBay is like a digital car boot sale. So, yeah, but when I was a kid, there was no eBay. So I would just go on a Sunday and I would just run up and down trying to see, excuse me, mate, have you got any WWF? Have you got any WWF stuff? No, I haven't, mate. Okay, thank you. And like, you know, you'd see a box of figures. You'd be like, oh, I've got that one. I've got that one. You know, and you'd be looking for magazines. You'd be looking for figures. You'd be looking videotapes. I mean, God, if I found a videotape I didn't have, that was my flipping month made, you know? Because now I've got all new matches I can watch and I can find out a bit more of what's happened And like, yeah, I managed to get all the WrestleManias and the SummerSlams and VHS tapes, 20p, 30p, 50p for like a videotape, as people were just like selling. Oh my God, it was the best. So I love those stories, genuinely hearing about people growing up and their experiences with wrestling. I think it'd make a really good opinions video, actually. We do have a second channel where we do that kind of stuff, where I asked the question the other day, what do you think about LA Knight? And we did a whole video on like what people thought about LA Knight. Is he being mistreated? Do you rate him? Do you not rate him? Do you think he's overrated, underrated, whatever, right? I'd like to do more of those in 2026. But stuff like that I really like as well. Like, give me your memories of like growing up with wrestling. I bet there's some brilliant stories. Brilliant story. So wrestling with your brothers on a trampoline, classic. Really, really cool. So yeah, PJ, I bet there's a lot of people that remember growing up and pretending to be John Cena, and or acting like they're John or their brother's John or whatever. So yeah, that's great. PJ, thank you. I really appreciate the support, my friends. Darwin said, Daze, what a ride it's been. Cena is living proof that through all the battles and struggles, whether people love him or hate him, he's achieved everything in his career. Now he's facing arguably the best wrestler in this generation. So, Darwin, shout out to you, my friends. Again, really appreciate the support. Yeah, I think the topic of Gunther being the final opponent is a very explosive, very, divisive one. It's one that people are obviously understandably very passionate about. I'm quite passionate about it, but there's, a lot of people that feel different as well, that really are against this. And that's fine. I mean, with wrestling, opinions are welcome. Honest opinions, like how you truly feel, is welcome and should be encouraged. I actually think it's one of the great things about wrestling. Is the fact that we can all have these opinions and we can debate them and chuck them around, I mean, we get loads of opinions here, and it's interesting to see all the different perspectives. So if you like it or you don't like it, all the opinions are welcome, right? I can't promise I'm going to agree, though, right? With the opinions that I don't agree with. I know how I feel and why I feel that way. But it's still really interesting to hear honest opinions. I think those ones that you kind of see where people are saying stuff just to cause outrage, that kind of rage bait stuff. I'm not here for that. There's no, I'm not interested in that. There's nothing constructive in that. Or there's lots of people pretending they like something because they don't want to offend people. I'm not here for that either. And actually to my own detriment, because there's quite a few times where I'll give an honest opinion that I didn't like something, and I know that I'm in the minority. But, I mean, if we ain't got honest opinions, what have we got? So, yeah, I think that it's a divisive one, but it's one that, it's happening, right? This is the match. It's going down tonight. Hopefully people can just get enjoyment out of it. And I really think it's going to bang. I mean, I really think one of the big reasons why they've gone that way is because they've got confidence the match is going to deliver. So, yeah, let's just keep our fingers crossed that this goes as well as we all want it to go. We all want the best match possible. I can't imagine there's too many people hoping that this just crashes and burns. I don't even think, honestly, AEW are hoping for that, all jokes aside. I think, like, one thing I will say about Tony Khan is that I genuinely believe is a massive, massive wrestling fan. I could have said anything there, but I think he is a genuine, massive wrestling fan. I don't think he would wish anything but the best for John tonight. I think that he would very much be like, yeah, I really hope it goes well. He seems like such a great guy. I've never had the pleasure of meeting him, but, he seems like such a great guy. I hope he has a fantastic night tonight. I genuinely think that's what Tony Khan would say. I don't think anyone would be hoping or rooting that this thing's a disaster. So, yeah, the eyes of the wrestling world are going to be very much on this show tonight. And it's so exciting, isn't it? When you kind of feel that and it's in the air. I can feel it. It's in the air, that kind of special feeling of like something historic, something significant, something truly memorable, a point in time that we will go back to and refer to, something that will be referenced in the future, is going to go down tonight. Whatever happens will go down tonight as being one of those moments. And that's why there's so many people around. That's why there's so much excitement. So yes, Delwyn, thank you. Makes the man 838232 said, I think it's very surface level. Even the heel turn felt surface level, which is why I think there's something in the works, something with more substance, said Make the man. Well, I mean, all I can say is that I think John has given everything he can give. I think that WWE this year have tried to give the fans matches that they would enjoy. And, you know, there's 36 dates. There's 18 matches. I think that's substance. 18 matches from John is a hell of a commitment. 36 dates when apparently John was ready to do 200. But we don't do 200. LA Knight has had the most matches this year. And he's done 64. Like, that's the person that's done the most matches. So that is the person that's worked the most shows, you know, in the company. 64. You know, back in the day, that would have been 150, 180. John was ready to do 200 dates. But they were like, yeah, no, we don't need you for that. We actually don't need you for that. So, you know, John's ended up doing 18 matches, right? And I think that's understandable that he's not going to be doing house shows. You know, I think it's understandable that they're going to want John just doing TV matches. So is that a little below what we would have liked? Yeah, I think it is. I think we would have liked 25 or something like that, you know, 30. But if you take the non-TV matches away from LA Knight, I bet he goes down to about 30. So, you know, John doing 18 is not bad, all things considered. And I think at the start of the year, he also had a bit of a film project that he tried to fit in, because you might remember he didn't make many appearances in February. And so, you know, he's done Mania, he's done Rumble, he's done SummerSlam, he's done Survivor Series. He's faced Randy Orton, he's faced CM Punk. He's, you know, if you look on paper, he's done Cody Rhodes twice. He's tried the heel turn, but it didn't work. So they abandoned it. But, you know, they gave it a go. So, I don't know. If we're talking about a lack of substance, I'd be like, well, he's done 18 matches. He's done 36 dates. He's worked all the major PLEs and some of the B shows. He's faced a lot of his former opponents. You know, he's put over some younger talent. He's worked with the likes of Logan. He's worked with the likes of Dominic. Tonight he works with Gunther as well. So we've kind of mixed in your Ortons, your Punks, your AJ Styles, your Cody Rhodes, with some of that, and your Brock Lesnar's, with some of that younger talent that we've kind of mixed in as well. We've done a big tournament to figure out who should be this final opponent. Because as John said, I want my last opponent to be someone that earns it, doesn't get given it. I want them to earn it. So we've just done this massive tournament where we've counted down the weeks, eliminated people, got down to, is it going to be LA Knight? Is it going to be Gunther? The prize being, you are going to be John Cena's final opponent. I think there's a lot of substance there. I don't think it's the substance that's missing. I think it's the fact that we got it wrong. Honestly, I think this final year, we got it wrong, or they got it wrong. I think the heel turn was a massive mistake. A huge mistake. It is unfathomable to me. Absolutely unfathomable how anyone would look at this year where John is going to go around to places for the final time. You know, even back earlier this year, he was going to places for the final time. It's unfathomable to me that you think that people are going to want to buy tickets to see John one last time and boo him. I mean, forget anything else. Forget any other booking. Forget any feud that he's involved in. why the hell would people like that kid in Belgium, who's one of the faces of this year, who went along to Belgium, a place that I don't think John has wrestled in that many times, but we've gone there, and John has gone back there for clearly what was going to be the final time this year. He's gone back there as a heel. This kid has been like, oh, well, I'm still going to buy his shirt. I'm still going to buy his merch. I know that he's kind of off with us at the moment, but I still believe in John. And it's like, who thought this was a good idea? Who thought that it was right for those people to go and see John for the final time and expect them to boo? I mean, I remember like saying when it came up earlier this year, will John turn heel? I was like, I don't think so. Because why would you want to have him heel, and why would you want people booing him? And then they flipping did it, didn't they? And I was like, well, let's see how this goes. And it went about as well as I expected. So for me, like, we ballsed it up. I mean, that's the simple truth. We absolutely ballsed it up. I think Triple H wanted to do something significant. I think he wanted to do something of substance. I think he wanted to do something that, you know, we could get our teeth into. And I think the biggest thing that was out there was you could have created a story, done a big feud, and done something really interesting. But I think one of the biggest things the fans always wondered is, what's a heel Cena like, this version of Cena? We obviously had heel Cena back in the day, but this, you know, we haven't seen it for like 20 odd years. So what's this Cena like being a heel? And so they set about answering that question. So I think that for me is them trying to give you substance, trying to give you something of significance. But unfortunately, it didn't work. And I never expected it to work. And I think it was flipping stupid that they tried. Again, the answer you're going to get is the answer that John gives, which is, let's not worry about what could have been. And let's not worry about, you know, what happened. Like, let's you know, just celebrate what we did get. And that's the kind of political answer you get. That's the kind of, you know, John can't really come out and go, yeah, it sucked. He can't, that's not John, because John, I think, is always wanting to be Mr. Nice. And I think John is always going to want to put the best positive spin on things that he can. You know, John chooses positivity over negativity. Oh, I do respect him for that. But the only problem is that you don't feel like you're always being told the truth. Sometimes you feel like, you know, when he gets back to the hotel room and the door's closed and no one's around, he's probably like, Jesus Christ, what the hell is that? What the hell were we doing tonight? You do wonder if the truth comes out then, you know? Because it can't be all happy and smiley 24/7. There's got to be frustrations. There's got to be regrets. But if he chooses to not share those or engage in those in interviews, respect. Yeah, okay. And that's what he chooses to do, is to not engage with those regrets and not engage with those frustrations. And genuinely, maybe there's a lesson there for us to learn. You know, maybe I should do the same. Perhaps the frustrations I feel with WWE, I shouldn't rant about them as much. I shouldn't go on about them as much. Perhaps I should lock them away a little bit. Perhaps like I should subdue those a little bit and try and celebrate the things that are more positive. Because to be honest with you, in 2025, I think we're all guilty of falling into a pit of depression and struggling to find a way out. It is so easy to wallow in, this isn't good, this sucks, this is rubbish. It's very easy to fall into that and then struggle to get back out of it again. And I wonder if that's a lesson that John has learned, that it's better for me to stay positive, think positive, move forward, not dwell on the past, make tomorrow better than today. And I genuinely think there's a lot in what I'm saying there of how John operates. So, did we make mistakes? Yeah, definitely. Are there regrets? I'm sure there are. John doesn't seem to want to engage with those in interviews, maybe for healthy reasons. Yeah, maybe he's not trying to be deceptive or anything. He's just, positive mental attitude, all of that stuff. And so, he wants to just move forwards. But yeah, I think that they did try some stuff. I think that there is substance that's there this year. It's just if it came across as not being very deep, not being very engaging, not being well thought through or something like that, I've got to be honest with you. I think that's more a reflection of where we are creatively right now with WWE than it is anything to do with John having another match past this point. I think that the creative teams, if I'm going to speak honestly and openly, are not right. I think the personnel they've got in there is not right. I think that those teams need to be seriously looked at. I think that WWE has had a difficult year this year with ratings, but also decline in ticket sales and just general engagement, I think, has suffered. You know, it was the other year they were smashing records. They had something exceptional with the Bloodline. That was always going to be hard to replace, but that's the challenge. The challenge is that you get something hot, you ride it, and you then replace it with something else that's hot. They have not replaced it. The Vision does not replace the Bloodline. Cody's title run does not replace the Bloodline. John Cena's retirement year was good, but I mean, it ends. And I think it was good for ratings whenever he was on, but, you know, that obviously does not replace the Bloodline because it ends tonight. So I think that, you know, that creative team needs shaking up, really, needs seriously looking at. If I'm Triple H, I seriously have got questions about those creative teams. If I'm Triple H, that is my number one focus. I am not worried about the talent in the company. You know, I think WWE does a good job with its recruitment. I think it genuinely gets, or at least tries to get, the very best that is out there. And if they can't get it, they try and make it with next in line. Like, they bring in these athletes and they try and make the very best stars, you know? From, like, people that maybe didn't work out in the NFL, people that didn't work out with basketball. Some of the best athletes, like Bianca Belair, like Tiffany Stratton, you know, they didn't want to be wrestlers, but we went to them and went, hey, have you considered this? Have you thought about being a wrestler? Brought them in, trained them up. Here they are now, you know, on the main roster. So we're either getting the best that's out there or trying to, if AEW doesn't get them, or we are making our own. There's not much more that you can do with that. I think we are genuinely getting the best we can talent-wise. But creatively, I don't know, man. I think it strikes me as very unoriginal. I think they are definitely struggling to come up with, like, OMG moments. I think they're really struggling to come up with some really compelling stories. I think there is some stuff that we've had this year. I'm not going to say everything's been a disaster, but the general consensus is 2025 is one of the weaker years post-pandemic, and we want 2026 to be better. So, yeah, it's a really interesting one, that, Max Demand. Really interesting, because I think where you see a lack of substance and you see maybe a John Cena run that didn't have the depth you were looking for, and so you think, we're going to carry on as a result. I see a broken creative team that has consistently shown that they underdeliver throughout 2025, and I would credit it to that more so than Cena carries on past tonight. But, well, we ain't got long to find out, have we? You know? We start our countdown show in 30 minutes, 29 minutes. Big countdown show. Obviously, we're going to be having that on whilst that's going. And then, of course, we've got the 2-hour Saturday night's main event coming up as well. So we've got about 4.5 hours until I'm expecting this stream to end. And, yeah, so much coming up. I'm trying to keep an eye whilst I'm talking on, like, all the stuff that's coming through as well. So, you know, I think Collision is on right now because I'm getting lots of AEW stuff coming through. So I don't know if that's earlier than usual, but by the time Saturday night's main event starts, I think very much the eyes of the wrestling world will be switching to that. It looks like, as I said, Collision looks like it's on right now. I'm getting lots of stuff coming through in my feed. Right, Andrew said, I was sad when I woke up because it's John Cena's last day. Bubba Joe said, hi, buds. Hi, Bubba. Hope you're well. I just wanted to ask, if you had to choose, would you have Omos return as a face or a heel with a mask? Something like Kruger or Kane? If I had Omos come back, what would I choose? Honest answer, I would want to know how good he is in the ring right now, because I don't know. Haven't seen much of him. I mean, I think the last time I saw him, he was in a Battle Royal in AAA, and then the time before that, he was in Noah. But I genuinely don't know how good of a wrestler he is. So the reason why I say that is because if he can work, if he can actually do some stuff in the ring, and we can actually get some out of him, I think you could have him as a face. People seem to have warmed towards him, certainly in our community. The Homo sapiens have risen, right? There's a lot of excitement around Omos because I think what they've done a brilliant job of making him an attraction. He's someone that just comes in once in a while. He's kind of like a superstar that we know is out there, but you just don't see him very often. So when he comes in, it feels special. And of course, he's so big and, as a result, dominant. There is a bit of a weird air of mystery around him. There is a weird, we've got this guy, but we don't really use him, which is really strange. It's a little bit like Apollo Crews. It's just that with Omos, he's obviously got the size, and you sort of know that if we got going with him, like, we could have something special. I'm trying to think, have we ever really had a big guy, tall guy, that has ever really been able to work? Because Giant Gonzalez couldn't, and Great Khali couldn't. You'd have to be looking at someone like Big Show, who was obviously very tall. I don't think he's Great Khali or Giant Gonzalez level. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm trying to think back to all the really tall guys, and I think a lot of them really struggled. Andre the Giant was not really known for his great in-ring work. Certainly in the early days, yes, but not when we saw him. Not in the 80s. Maybe when he was younger, when he was doing drop kicks and stuff in the 70s, but not in the 80s, and certainly not at WrestleMania 3, when he's got a back brace hidden underneath his singlet because he's struggling to flip and walk and move. I mean, if you're judging Andre at WrestleMania 3 or after, his body's shot. Absolutely shot. So, the Andre we get then is certainly not being scored on in-ring. So, I don't know. I sort of feel like if Omos could do some stuff in the ring, clotheslines, interact with the crowd, grab someone, throw in some big shots in the corner, pick them up, scream out, press them up, drop them down, flex, go over, berate someone in the front row, go back, grab them, punching them in the face, chucking them around. Do you know what I mean? Energy. Just really bring in something where it's like, just showing off, just like really, like, oh my God, this guy's a monster. This guy is just unleashed. If he was going to be able to bring that, then I would be saying, I feel like babyface we could do, because I feel like he would be able to hold his own against a heel, and he'd be able to get in there and he'd be able to like mix it up. If he is going to be more limited, then maybe a heel where, he doesn't have to do a great deal. In fact, what he does is slow the pace down, grab a hold, grab a headlock, grind it in. Yeah. Do like those kind of moves where he can slow that pace down and actually, like maybe even like, sleeper hold and pick the opponent up and their legs are dangling. He's like laughing his head off kind of a thing. All of those kind of moves where he is like really wearing the opponent down and just being a heel. And it's the baby face that comes back. It's the baby face that provides, the energy and the explosion and everything. So I feel like probably heel. Yeah, probably. I don't know that he's been, I don't know what he's been doing. I don't know if he's been hitting the performance center all the time and they've been working with him. But yeah, I think probably a heel for people to try and overcome. But I don't know, man. He would be great as a mystery partner, or if there was a heel like Seth that was like, I'll face anyone, some cocky heel that's like bring whoever you want down, and then they bring down Omos. and he gets in there, but he can work. You know, I think you can use him potentially either way, but a lot of that will be dictated by just how good he is in the ring. Because if he can't do much, I think you're going to struggle to have him as a face. If he can't do a great deal, it's probably better to just have him slow the pace down and use him as a heel. That would be my thought process, but I'm not sure that you're going to get much out of him, to be honest. I don't know how much they work with him and train him. I don't know what their expectations are for him. And so I expect him to be in the Rumble. And he might be in the Andre Battle Royal, but I'm not sure I see him being in any WrestleMania match or in any sort of feud. So, Bubba Joe, shout out to you. Omos questions always welcome because he is this great mystery in WWE where he's got this wonderful size and he seems to have got this little bit of a groundswell of support, but they just, I don't think, believe in his abilities. And as a result, they just can't really find the TV time for him. But because of his size, he's someone that they like to have on the books because he's great to send to Mexico. He's great to send to Japan. He's great to use in a battle royal. He's great to use as a mystery opponent. He's got his purposes. And, you know, there's lots of different ways they can use him. But I'm not sure they're really looking to use him as, like, you know, a key cog in the machine. Michael, shout out to you. Said, I've heard rumors of the Animal returning, maybe. Yeah, I think Batista could be there tonight. I don't think he returns to the ring. And actually, you know, he's doing films and he's looking quite thin at the moment, to be honest. You know, I saw him in an interview recently and, yeah, I think he's looking very thin. He's not someone, though, that I think is really trying to bulk up. Oh, you'll like this. You'll like this. A message from The Rock. So anyway, could Batista be there tonight to pay his respect? Yes. Do I think he comes back to the ring? No.
All right, this message is for the one and only, my friend, my brother, John Cena.
All right, guys, it's not for us. Sorry, it turns out that's actually for John Cena, so we can't listen to it. That's a shame. I think he probably meant to DM it, but what he's accidentally done is he's posted it to everyone in the world. This is to my friend John Cena. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought this was for all of us. Sorry. Guys, don't tell him, but we'll watch the rest of it.
John, Saturday, December 13th. The time has come. You are wrestling your final match in your unbelievably blessed and historic career. And I want to share a few things with you, man, before you go out and you, as we say in wrestling, tear the house down with Gunther. I want to say thank you. Thank you so much for your contributions, all of your accomplishments, your passion, your commitment to this wild and crazy world that's unpredictable and all the things that it is of professional wrestling that we love. And I want to thank you for that because I feel like, you know, you and I have this wild and crazy history. And yes, we have spilled blood together in our matches. Literally, we have torn tendons, literally in our matches. We've broken records. And man, that has been incredible. And I'll always be proud of that, what you and I were able to accomplish together as a team, along with the rest of the rosters back at during those days. And it was awesome. And that was rare air that we were able to breathe, and I will always be grateful for that. But the thing that I want to share with you, the most important thing that I realized over the years about our relationship and our bond and our friendship, the thing that I discovered about you that I love the most is your jorts. I'm only kidding. I love the jorts. The thing I love the most about you is that you're a good human being. And man, that matters. And you know what? The more I go down the road of life, the more we go down the road of life, you realize just how important being a good human being is and being kind to people and treating people nice and being nice to people. It's nice to be important, but it's more important to be nice. You epitomize that quote. So, brother, I want to thank you for everything you've done for our entire business, the WWE, this world of pro wrestling. And I also want to take a moment to acknowledge your family, the entire Cena family, because I know personally, I grew up in this crazy world of professional wrestling. And I have experienced, like you, like all of us as wrestlers, We have experienced the challenges of wrestling. And when you become a wrestler, it becomes a family affair because everybody sacrifices in the family. So Cena family, thank you for your sacrifices as well. I know you're very proud of John, as I am as well. Last thing for you tonight, when you go out, right before your music hits, I want you to remember the thing that you and I always talk about before we go out through the curtain and before you and I have done our dance in many arenas and stadiums across the country. Do you remember that thing that we say to each other? Not that part about, hey, let's have some tequila and moonshine after the match. No, the other part. Have fun. Go have fun. John Cena, you are the GOAT. Go have fucking fun and tear that house down, man.
Well, I'd just like to apologise for the bad language there. This is a guest that is never welcome back on the Wrestling Daze channel. The Rock is officially banned from being on this channel due to the bad language that you've just heard there. I would deeply like to apologise. That is not a reflection of me. That is not a reflection of this channel. He went rogue, and as we said, he will never be welcome back on this channel ever again. But there we go. That is The Rock sharing a few words with and to John Cena. And we've also got some other footage here coming through. We'll get to the chat, but this is outside, apparently. Oh my God, why are you so determined to have copyrighted music? There we go. So this is the countdown. All the crowds right by the countdown. That countdown starts in 16 minutes. And here we've got the countdown. So that is, well, I said it's 16 minutes. So this footage was filmed 15 minutes ago. 15 minutes ago that was filmed, because I just saw the countdown clock saying 2 hours 31. I've got 2 hours 16 right now. So 15 minutes ago, that was live. How cool is that? That's so cool. Do you know, it's so cool because I remember being a kid and, you know, being excited to watch a show. And, you know, the internet wasn't around, of course. And so, you know, you'd tune in late at night. The idea that we can get glimpses of the fans getting ready for the countdown show, for whatever's coming up. It's so cool. It's not lost on me at all just how crazy it is to have, like, you know, all these kind of scenes that we can look at. So, yeah, very good. Very good. We're getting the taste now, aren't we? We're getting the taste. We're getting the flavour of what's going to be going down in a little bit. Let me just make sure I've got that rock moment. Yes. Nice. Right, Trader Chris said, I'm nervous. I wonder how WWE will feel to me after tonight. Cena was the reason why 2025 was fun for me. Not much else was. I'm just being honest. No, Trader Chris, I welcome honesty. We all do. I think that this is a place where you can be honest and you can share your thoughts. And again, I've said, you don't have to agree with me. I don't have to agree with you. But we can at least hopefully understand where people are coming from and why they are thinking the way they are thinking. I think, you know, what I hopefully, you know, we have here is WWE fans being honest about WWE. That's what we look for. You know, online, sometimes people will say stuff and you don't know if they're not actually, I don't know, AEW fans that are just saying stuff for tribalism, right? We're not looking for that here. You know, I'm not interested in AEW, not interested in, you know, we all want WWE hopefully to succeed. I certainly do. So every criticism that I give is not because I'm trying to tear the company down. It's because I'm trying to identify why things aren't good, where they can be improved, what the frustrations are. Because to be honest, when I was young, I wouldn't have been able to have done that. When I was young, I couldn't have told you if it was good or bad because I wasn't really thinking about it. I was just watching it. I wasn't really thinking about, like, this is good or this is bad. It just was what it was. You know, I would get a videotape and I would watch it and I would just see who wins and what's next and where's it going. And that was wrestling. This idea of, is it good? Is it bad? How many people are watching? Oh my God. At no point when I was a kid did I ever think about ratings. At no point when I was a kid did I ever think about match scores. At no point when I was a kid did I ever notice a botch. Never noticed one. Never noticed one. It was a match. And if someone fell over, it was just, well, that happens in life. He fell over. I didn't dwell on it. It never registered in my brain. He wasn't meant to do that. That never registered. Botches did not exist. They happened. In retrospect, I can go back and see some. So they happened. But as a kid, you never noticed or called them out, or I certainly didn't. Never scored a match, never cared about ratings. None of that stuff. So the way that we watch wrestling now is so drastically different. I think there are pros and cons to both. I do miss the innocence of just being able to get lost in the show and not worry about, like, you know, all of that nonsense. Like, you know, just enjoy the show. And I think WWE wishes that its fans were able to do that. But unfortunately, in this world, it's not possible. There's too much conversation. There's too much information. There's too much stuff that leaks out. There's too much information that's published. You know, ticket sales, ticket prices, ratings. This is all stuff I never cared about or thought about. I never thought about the attendance or if it had sold out or how much a ticket was. I never thought about that as a kid. How we consume wrestling and talk about wrestling now is so drastically different to how I watched it as a kid. It's night and day. So for me, I sort of look at people now being honest about where the product is and how they're feeling about it. And, you know, I think that's good information to get with people sharing their frustrations. So if you say, I wonder how WWE is going to be for you after tonight, I respect that. I understand that. The only point I would come back with is that John hasn't been around much in recent years. So if you was watching during the pandemic and after the pandemic, 2019, 2020, 2021, 22, 23, 24, I don't think there's loads of John there. I think there's the odd match each year, but really, you know, it's not going to be too hard for us to know how wrestling is going to be going forwards, because you couldn't really rely much on John in recent years. You know, he was off doing Hollywood. He would come back and do a match or two. You know, in 2020, he has the Firefly Funhouse match. You know, he has a match on SmackDown, I think 2022, a little tag match. He does a match with Roman at SummerSlam that he gets in. He does a match with Austin Theory at WrestleMania. You know, these are the matches John has in recent years. But to be honest with you, outside of those, he's not. So understanding what wrestling's going to be like going forward, I think it's quite comfortable, easy to do, because we've sort of been there in recent years. John will still make appearances, but he just won't wrestle. But yeah, you know, it's Cody, it's Punk, it's Gunther, it's Roman, it's Jay potentially turning heel, it's the women, it's Io, it's Rhea, it's Oba, it's Trick, it's Javon. You know, it's all of this talent that we've got. That's the future of WWE. And I think the future's pretty bright, to be honest. I mean, I think people are genuinely excited about Jacob. I think Jacob had some great aura, and we can easily get back to that. I think people are pretty excited for Oba. I mean, you saw him face-to-face with Cody last night. That feels pretty good. Trick Williams, I really love, really rate. I think he's going to be good when he comes to the main roster. Javon, very exciting. Like Sol Ruca. We're in a good place. Things are going to be okay. It's just the talent doesn't worry me. It's creatively, can we find the stories? So that's the big question. Creatively, can they put the pieces in the right places? So we're going to have to wait and see on that one. So I hear you. I understand it. I don't think you're alone. I think a lot of people are going to be feeling the same, concerned about the future. But I think that concern is there with or without John, to be honest. I think there's just concern naturally at the moment because 2025 has been a little bit mid. J. Ville, shout out to you, said, Daze, I've not watched wrestling for the past 6 months, but I had to hop in for this. Well, Bud, shout out to you. The wrestling world has continued. It's had some good bits. It's had some not so good bits. You know, it's been a bit of a mixed bag, as you can imagine. I think we're all ready for 2025 to come to a close and move into 2026. New start, new beginning, freshen things up. You know, this is a year of sort of saying goodbye. And actually, word on the street is next year might have a fair few goodbyes. Potentially, we say goodbye to Brock Lesnar. Potentially, we say goodbye to AJ Styles. Potentially, we bring Jericho back so that we can say goodbye. So even next year might have its goodbyes. But this was a big one, you know? John Cena is arguably the GOAT. And so this was a pretty big one that we were saying goodbye to. We do that tonight. We move forwards. And we have high hopes that next year can absolutely deliver a bit more than what we got this year. JP Ville said also, it seems like nothing has changed in WWE. Well, I don't know. You can answer that one for me. If you've stepped away and then come back, that would be kind of interesting to know if you think things have changed or not. If it seems to you like things haven't, I'm certainly not going to sit here and argue. I'm certainly not going to sit here and defend the 2025 creative. So, yeah, that's interesting if you've come back and it feels like everything's pretty much the same. You absolutely could be correct on that, my friend. So, JP Ville, shout out to you. Shout out to everyone that's joining us. Let's, how long we got? We got 6 minutes. Let's get a few thoughts. Daryl said, what's your top 3 matches of Cena? What do you think's like the most overrated and underrated best feuds of all time? I'm not sure we'll be able to get to all of that in 6 minutes, but what was the first bit? Top 3 matches. I think him and CM Punk, Money in the Bank, is the one that kind of tops the tree for me. I just love the story. I love the feuds. I think it's such an important moment. You know, Vince coming down, not wanting CM Punk to leave with the title. It's in Chicago. Punk jumping in the crowd after he wins it. Vince livid, and love all of that. One actually that I'm going to mention that doesn't probably come to people's mind too much, but John Cena did feature, is Survivor Series 2014. Where it was Sting's arrival. That was actually Team Cena versus Team Authority. And John Cena was the captain of a team that were trying to bring the Authority down. And it is one of my all-time favorite WWE matches because it's traditional Survivor Series, a 5-on-5 elimination. It is so good. It is absolutely incredible. Like the drama, because the stipulation was if Team Cena won, then Team Authority or the Authority would be fired. They would be out. Whereas if Team Authority won, then all of Team Cena would be fired. So someone was losing their jobs, basically. And it's really dramatic. It gets down to the final throws of the match. And of course, at that point when you're like, how can this get any better? It is so dramatic. It is so good. How can this get any better? It's just so good. Flipping lights go out. And all of a sudden, a light on screen just swings across. This like light that's swinging on screen swings. And you just see a glimpse of Sting's face. And it's like, what the... And then Sting makes his debut, his arrival in WWE, and you're like, it's stunning. If you've never seen it, it is stunning. I'm going to count that because that was Team Cena and Cena was in that match, so I'm having it. And honestly, I know that like you could go The Rock and all of that. I think that match, those matches are good, but I think the AJ match in ring is like incredible. I don't know which one I'd go with. I've got a real soft spot for the Rumble one in 2017. I think it's absolutely incredible. But I love this year's one as well. I think this year's 5 stars. Him and AJ Styles, I think it got 4.75 from Dave Meltzer. But for me, I'm like, I think you know a 5-star match when you see one because you don't question it. You just go, that's 5 stars. That's 5 stars. And honestly, I think that for me this year, I was like, that's 5-star match. I know the criticism of the match is, oh, anyone can do moves and just spam moves. But I think it's a bit more nuanced than that. I think it's a little bit deeper than that. I think that, yeah, anyone can just do finishing moves. But Cena is doing moves of people that he's faced in his career out of respect. He's not just spamming moves. There is a purpose to those moves. There's a reason why those moves. It is him saying thank you and paying respect. And actually, you know, it's him and AJ doing it. And AJ Styles is someone that's had a hell of a career. So I would really lift up. I think the Cody match is the first real banger that Cena has this year at SummerSlam. I think the AJ match this year absolutely stands alongside his best matches. I love the match that he has, as we said, at Money in the Bank. I love his match with AJ at the Rumble in 2017. I love that one from Survivor Series in 2014. I also love the ECW match, which I've praised quite a bit, where he comes down and he faces Rob Van Dam. And he comes through the crowd and it's an ECW crowd that hate him. And that's the one that's got, if Cena wins, we riot. You know, amazing. Just amazing. But there's so many. I mean, his match with, like, Shawn Michaels was so good. And I should say matches, because he has a banger with Shawn on Raw as well, as facing him at WrestleMania. But John has had such an amazing career. You could sit here and list like 20 off the top of your head quite comfortably, like that are seriously amazing matches. I mean, you can sit here and list some awful ones like him against John Laurinaitis, which a lot of people regard as one of the worst main events in the history of WWE to a PLE. So, you know, there's some awful ones as well. But, yeah, what a career, man. Right, we've got a little... How long we got? I think it's like a minute away. A minute away. Wow, we're at nearly 5,000 votes. Keep your votes coming in. Who do you think is going to win? John Cena or Gunther? John Cena or Gunther? Who picks up the victory tonight? Right, KD said, the thing that makes WWE not as big for me as it was in the past is predictability. It used to be where you just never knew what to expect. I remember Santa having a story on one episode of Raw. Yes, I understand that. I do think WWE are very bad these days of doing anything out the norm. It feels like they like to be very comfortable. They like to be very safe. They like to be just pretty, you know, belts and buckles. They are very much, to me, a company that need to take some gambles, take some risks. They are a company that need to think a bit outside of the box. I don't think that is Triple H's strength. I think that responsibility falls on the creative team to think outside of the box. And I don't think Triple H has really got that in him to do. Honestly, I don't think he's a very good out-of-the-box thinker. He's all about promos and matches and maybe conversations in the corridor backstage. But, like, having Santa on the show and stuff like this, that's not really Triple H's forte. We've sort of learnt that. So I agree with you. I think that there is some need. Wow, look at that giant inflatable John Cena. That is so good. We've got a giant inflatable John Cena. There is Johnny and Sean. So there was this giant inflatable, like John Cena sort of brawling buddy. There's another little video that's being played right now. Just says GOAT. GOAT. Triple H just sharing a few words about John. This video has already done the rounds online. I love that giant inflatable John. I really want to chuck that in a folder. Let's have a look and see if anyone's got a picture of it. Who's going to win out of Cena Gunther? Well, they'll both win, said Memeing. This match, an opportunity is a blessing, but I think there will be some outside interference, but I hope not. Gregorio said last year to date run with Cena was bad. WWE will give him the win tonight. Brody said, how much time is it till the pay-per-view starts? We've got just under 2 hours. It's a big countdown show that we've got right now, which, you know, is just going to focus on John's career and is, you know, I think it's going to be fine. I don't expect there to be anything too explosive on the countdown show because there normally isn't. But, you know, this is just going to be, if you're a John Cena fan, this is going to be, you know, lots of John memories and moments and people talking about John. But, yeah, you know, then, of course, the show will start. We'll have, obviously, the undercard, which looks to be very good tonight. And then, of course, we'll get to the match. So we're probably around 3 hours away, I would say, from John making that final walk. But still plenty to look forward to and enjoy before then. Daze, here's a question, said Bishop. Is this the biggest match of Gunther's career, says Bishop. Yes, I would say so. I feel like the alternative would be him competing for the World Heavyweight Championship. But I believe the first time he won that was in a match against, was it Damian Priest? So I feel like him winning the World Championship for the first time would be the alternative. But you're going to win many championships. I know the first one is special. And I know that, like, you know, reaching the mountaintop is something that many people don't do. Like, Sammy's not done it. Rowdy Roddy Piper never won a world championship in WWE. There is Gunther arriving. Smile on his face as he walks past the welcome to D Cena sign. There's Cody as well. So, yes, to answer your question, I think there are many big matches that he's had. I would think winning the World Championship for the first time is the biggest so far. But there's only one time that you're going to get a chance to retire someone that people refer to as the GOAT. So here's Triple H arriving. Mark Henry arriving. So, yes, I do believe this is Gunther's biggest match of his career. So far, I mean, if he goes on to main event night 2 of WrestleMania where he's competing for the WWE Championship, that'll run it close. But, because, you know, main event in Mania and winning a WWE Championship. But look at all the people that are there. Look at all the hype and the promotion that's gone into this. That giant inflatable John Cena, I flipping love it. That is so good. We got Wade Barrett, we got Big E, we've got Joe. They are all in attendance. Wade Barrett said, I've got grey hair. That means I'm out. But we do have someone that is going to be facing John tonight. Okay, JP says, to me, it feels a bit 2016, 2018, where nothing ever happens. Yeah, I mean, look, WWE can't afford for it to feel like that time. They definitely need to kind of shake things up a little bit next year. I think they know that. I think, you know, this year the focus was on John's retirement year. This year, I think, the focus was on setting some things up. And I'm going to say something a little bit controversial, right? I'm going to say something that people aren't going to enjoy. I think they were right to do and try a lot of the things they tried. Not everything, but a lot of the things they tried, right? Were the stories good enough? No. But were they right to try and set up the vision? I think they were. I don't think they executed it correctly, but I think they were right to try and elevate Bron Breakker. I think they were right to try and elevate Bronson Reed. I think they were right to try and get as much out of Tiffany as they could, right? Did it work? No, I don't think it did. I think actually it outstayed its welcome. But I think they were right to try and present her as big a deal as possible. I think they're right to try and get some out of Bron, try and get some out of Bronson. I think anywhere that they've tried to invest in Dominic has been a positive. I think anywhere that they've tried to invest in, say, Stephanie and Julia, I'm okay with. I think it was a bit quick, to be honest. And again, I would say all of these have not been executed correctly. There's a big difference between trying to identify and invest in young talent and doing it, then actually doing it correctly. And I think the bit that's failed has been actually trying to execute it correctly. I think that's the bit that they've failed with. But the reason why I say they've been right is because they signed new TV deals recently. They don't have to worry for the next few years about the ratings. They need to make sure they don't drop off a cliff. They need to keep them at a certain level. But really, their bigger problem is when it's time to renegotiate, have they got the ratings popping? Are the ratings looking good in a few years' time? Not now, in a few years' time. If this is a bit of a slump because we're going to build back up again, right? For when it's time to renegotiate the TV deal, that's when you want to be cooking. You want to be at your peak. You want to be popping when you're going into that boardroom saying, right, how much are you going to give us to keep SmackDown? How much are you going to give us to keep Raw? How much are you going to give us to keep the premium live events? Ideally, you keep it hot all the time, but we know that's not possible. That's never been possible in the history of wrestling. You know, the Attitude Era died down. Ruthless Aggression became the PG era. Hulkamania went away in the early 90s, right? All these hot periods come to an end. You're not going to be able to keep it hot all the time. Right? It's never happened in the history of WWE. So why would it happen now? So I think we have to understand that they have been hot, surprisingly, around the time it was that they were negotiating new deals. 23, 24, the company's doing really well. Yeah? Just as they're negotiating new TV deals. Then as soon as they get those deals, the company takes a bit of a step down. And all of a sudden things go a little bit colder, right? I don't think that's a coincidence. I don't think that's a coincidence at all. And if they've used this year to invest in some stars, build some stars, so that in a few years' time, when it's time to renegotiate, we're going to be cooking, oh, I don't disagree with it, honestly. I just think the execution of it was completely wrong. I'm ready to put the boot into plenty of stuff about 2025. But I think I understand what's happening. I think I understand where we're going. And that's why I do have confidence for the future. And I do think that we will be fine in a few years' time. My hope is next year is better than this year. I don't think next year is going to be incredible, mind-blowing, but I think it'll be better. And I think 2027, 2028, that's when, you know, we should be really cooking. So, and that's where, you know, Bron Breakker, Jacob, you know, Ober, that's where they're really going to come into their own. So, yeah, interesting. That's WWE aren't going to massively want this to be a 2016, 2018 period. They certainly aren't going to want next year to be as bad as this year. So they need to make sure that things improve. But I'm not going into next year thinking it's going to be peak Bloodline, right? Who Review said, I think the Masked Man could be Santos Escobar. Who Review, thank you, buds. Could be. I'm very confident I know who one is. I think it's Theory. If there are two, then, yeah, Escobar absolutely could be a person. I still don't know if there is two. There could be two. I still stand by that WWE, I would not put it past them. I really wouldn't. If there's only meant to be one masked person and they didn't have Theory, and so they just grabbed someone that was the same height, made them put on the costume. And so we've all gone, oh my God, there's two people. And WWE are like, Okay. If you think there's two, fine. Actually, we're only going to reveal Theory. So, I don't know. I'm still not off the idea that there's only one. WWE have been so incompetent in 2025 that would you be shocked if it turned out that they just said to Theory, don't bother coming in just to get covered up, right? We'll just use such and such because he's the same height as you anyway. So we'll just get them. And of course, everyone's gone, oh my God, that person's much thinner. It's a different person. And WWE might be like, well, if it's muddied the waters and people now don't know who's going to get revealed, good. You know? So I sort of feel like there could still just be one person and one gets revealed. There absolutely could be two. I'm very confident one would be Theory. If there is two, I think Santos is a perfectly great shout. I think Montez is still an option, even though the streets are saying he wasn't the person that was dressed up the other day. It doesn't have to be that person. The person that's going to get revealed doesn't have to be the person that's dressing up right now. They don't have to fly these people in just to cover them up in black for this angle. They can, WWE will just grab someone backstage. So, yeah, I'm interested in the masked man situation, but unfortunately, there's not much information as to what the direction of travel is. I'm very confident at least one is going to be revealed to be Austin Theory. So, who reviewed? Thank you. I hear your Santos Escobar. I can see the logic. Delwyn said, win, lose, or draw. This is a massive moment for Femi. Just like with Sol Ruca, Javon Evans and Leon Slater, everyone's going to be watching. All eyes on the future. All eyes on the now. Cena is going to love this show. Delwyn, thank you. I agree. Massive opportunity. I mean, the views and the eyes. You could imagine the nerves that are going to be people are going to have, There's going to be plenty of nerves backstage in regards to this show. And I think that this definitely is a great showcase, a great opportunity. I just hope that talent can really take it because they really deserve to take it. They really deserve to take it. There's some talent there that I think really is talent that is going to be around for a long time and is going to form the foundation of WWE in the future, most notably Femi. But even Javon, maybe even Sol Ruca. I mean, honestly, they've chosen really well with who to showcase. Okay, right now we're backstage. We got Chelsea Green. Chelsea Green. Chelsea said she doesn't take advice from just anyone, but she will take advice for the one, the only John Cena. Cena rules, said Musa. Vash said, where can I find this on Netflix? It's not on Netflix. It's on YouTube, my friend. We've got an interview with Shawn Michaels. You've got a front row seat to all that up-and-coming talent. Hey, Sean, how has John Cena impacted the next generation? He's like, no, I'm only joking. Anytime I've ever asked him for something, he's always done it, says Sean. It comes down to work ethic. John is the hardest working guy anyone will ever meet. Sean says, if you put the time, the effort, and the work into it, you will get the payoff in the end. John Cena represents serious work ethic. Sean said, I know there's some detractors out there of John. I'm sure there are, but I am not one of them. We've got a picture here of Lyra and Bayley at the show tonight. I think this is one that people are being told to attend to. Unless Lyra's going to come down to the ring with Bayley later. But there we go. They're posing in front of that sign, saluting. That was quite good. I like that from Sean. What do you think the impact John's had on the younger generation is? Jesse the Body Ventura is coming. Yeah, Jesse the Body looking fly, looking good. There we go. Jesse the Body has arrived on the Countdown show. Okay, Daze, I love how we use NXT talent to book a decent undercard. You could make the argument that the casual fans might be confused, but everyone was confused when Cena walked down to face Angle. It's full circle, said Wrestling Little Rye. I completely agree, buds. Completely agree. I think that's why Cena wanted to do it, wasn't it? You know, he had that opportunity and he wanted to give the opportunity to someone else. Do we think Cena is going to tap out tonight? Would that make Gunther look... How strong would that make Gunther look, says Brody? I think if they do it, I think it's a bit of a mistake. I think that it gets a lot of heat on Gunther. I mean, if you do it, that is the ultimate gift. I'm not sure I like it though, honestly, because I sort of feel like John is all about never give up. And I know what people are going to say. He's tapped out before in his career, but not many times. And I think that was a mistake as well. A mistake. I'm quite happy to sit here and say he should never have tapped out, because I think for someone that's all about never giving up, you know, he never should have given up. And I think that is something that he should have retired with. A fun fact, did you know John Cena in his career never gave up? I think we would all have really appreciated that being intact. So I think that was a mistake, but just because we've made mistakes in the past doesn't mean we have to make a mistake tonight. You know, Gunther has said, I'm going to make you do something that you said you would never do. I'm going to make you give up. I'm going to make you tap out. And I think that if it happens, I think it's a mistake, because I think you are bringing into question, you know, John's whole catchphrase, you know, the whole never give up thing. You know, was it just a lie because Cena gave up in his last match? And I don't like it. It doesn't taste right to me. It's not what I would do. I think it's one thing to have Gunther get the victory, and I think that is, you know, a great thing for Gunther. I think it's another thing to give him the tap out as well. So, honestly, there's a lot of people that are struggling with the idea that Cena loses tonight. I think they would go nuclear if they also had Cena tap out. I think you're asking too much. What I will say is this: if it happens, it's only happened because Cena wants it to happen. Yeah? It's only going to have happened because Cena has okayed it and said that he wants to do it. So if it happens, it's in my mind, it's going to be a Cena call. So if it turns out that it happens and it wasn't Cena's call, I will not be impressed. I don't think it's the right thing to do. I think you bring into question the whole never giving up thing and what John stands for. All of a sudden, then you're starting to question his character, and I'm like, I wouldn't go down that road. So, yeah, I don't know. Not the direction I would go. I think the win is enough for Gunther. Brett Nathan said, it's been a while since I've seen Crown Jewel. If Cena loses and leaves me, I'm officially gone. Well, Cena is leaving, so I think we know that's happening. So, yeah, he is leaving. But I am very much ready for it. That's how I feel, actually. That's the best way of wording it. I feel ready for it. I feel like I'm in a position where this is happening, and I know there's many people that are sad and struggling with the idea that he's done, but we've been talking about this so much. We've been counting this down so much. I actually am sat here right now. I feel ready for this moment. I feel ready to watch this. I feel ready to honor him and say goodbye. You know, we don't want it to happen, but age catches up with everyone. Cena's been very clear. His body just can't do it anymore. And actually, the way he looks at this year, I know there's been a lot of complaints about this year, but he says just getting through this year, just getting his body through this year has been a big, big achievement for him. He said he's done every trick in the book to get through this year. Anything he could do to get through his matches, he's done it. And that has been just, you know, his mindset. How do I get through the year? And as well, injury-free. I mean, don't forget, this is a 48-year-old guy that's not been as active as much recently. And then you're asking his body to do 18 matches in 2025. How great that he's even made it. So, you know, there's lots of different ways to look at it, isn't there? You can look at it as this year was a disappointment. It's not the final year we wanted. Or you can look at it as, do you know what? We got some moments and matches as a bonus in 2025 that definitely add to the Cena story. The heel turn moment definitely is a moment, right? A lot of people said the best heel turn ever, right? There's the Kurt Angle footage of that. We saw that being shot earlier. So that was a moment. The match with Cody at SummerSlam, the match with AJ as well. The fact he wins the Intercontinental Championship, becomes a Grand Slam champion. The fact he wins the 17th World Championship, becomes the outright record holder. All of that achieved in 2025. So you can be down on the run, but there are definitely things that have contributed to the legacy this year. And it's all led to this, where we say goodbye. I could see Cena doing big things in Hollywood, says the man from Time Forgotten. I hope you has a beautiful Hollywood career, Broche. What's that? Bruthret? Yeah, I could see him doing some stuff. I think that he gets lots of opportunity, and I think he'll continue to get opportunity. He's in that new TV show that's directed by or created by the maker of Breaking Bad. He's actually in that, makes a little cameo in that. It's meant to be a really good show, Plebeius or something like this. It's on Apple TV. It's meant to be really good. I keep meaning to check it out. So, yeah. He's apparently makes a little cameo in that. So he keeps popping up in these little things. But he said that this retirement, I think he was talking on, was it Chris Van Vliet's show? He said this retirement tour's been like a couple of years in the making. And the reason for that is because he always knows what he's doing a year in advance. So, you know, he was in 2023 looking at the fact 2023 was fully booked. 2024 was fully booked. And he's like, if I'm going to retire and do it properly, I need to not take anything in 2025. So everything got put on hold in 2025. Any opportunities got either moved or turned down. And, you know, this is why for John it works. Because 2025, he's been able to keep it free. And then, you know, 2026, bang, we're off again. I can take bookings now. So, you know, yeah, it's he'll get lots of opportunities. He'll continue to get a lot of opportunities. Joe, shout out to you. Said, is anyone having issues with Peacock? It's not live. Joe, I don't know. Has anyone got any issues with Peacock? I can tell you it's live on YouTube. I don't know if the countdown is on Peacock. I could imagine it is. I'd imagine Peacock would want you to tune in there. There's over 100,000 people watching the countdown right now. The numbers for the countdown are going to be crazy. The numbers for this show are going to be crazy. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. I don't know if we can get to 1,000. It's not. We haven't really been asking for it, but it begins. Obviously indicates that this has got a lot of interest, which we knew it would. So, get your votes in, share your thoughts. I'm going to try and get through as many comments as I can. They're actually moving to the undercard. So that kind of means that I feel I don't need to pay as much attention now. I was just keeping an eye out. Just need to keep an eye out for like anything Cena related. There was a little message from Stu, the cameraman, as well. I don't know how to repay the man. I'm going to miss him immensely. So, little message from Stu, the cameraman, was just shown on the show. Lots of little tributes. Sheamus had a few words as well. Rob Van Dam had a few words. This is going to be emotional, said Hello Sydney. Countdown looks like it's only on YouTube, said Steve. Ginny said, is it me that thinks that this, but it seems to me that they give Cody the bigger guys to wrestle, like Brock and now Ober. Well, I think they're giving him everyone, really. He's had Drew, he's faced Kevin Owens. He's been in, obviously, a feud with Seth Rollins as well. He's, I think, just anyone they've got that they can kind of feed over to him. Yeah, I mean, I think the Ober one's interesting. I really thought, though, it was going to be Ricky Saints. I mean, Ricky and Cody are really good friends. So you can put on a banger, but just shows how excited WWE are about Ober. It just shows how much they believe in the ruler. And, he's got, a bright future. But then a lot of them in NXT do. I think there's some great talent in NXT. Nightbird Beastman said Cena started as the prototype of face. John Cena, face. Dr. Thugonomics, heel. The FU, the rapping, the Cena attitude adjustment, the name change, and now this 2025 run, says Nightbird Beastman. Who was asking about streaming on Peacock. It's not live for another 90 minutes. So a lot of people saying it looks like it's only YouTube that you can watch this at the moment. I'm surprised it's not on like Facebook Live or anything. I don't even know if that's really a thing anymore, though. Edward said pre-show is on the YouTube. Saturday night's main event will be on Peacock, Netflix, everywhere else. I think it's YouTube, actually, everywhere else, internationally. They've got it set up on YouTube for the actual show. And there is a post-show. We will try and do the breakdown. We will try and do a breakdown afterwards. So, we've got trying to spin a lot of plates. Patrick said it was 3 years in the making. The retirement announcement, what we got at Money in the Bank. Cena said that on Chris Van Vliet, says Patrick. Netforce says, Daze, howdy. How long do you think WWE will drag out the Mystery Man story? Hopefully not until WrestleMania 50. No, I think... honestly, they might drag it out until Braun gets that match in early January, and the Mystery Man might make a presence there, might make his presence known. I honestly don't know how that's going to go. I mean, is it a bit too soon to put the belt on Braun? Is that right to take the belt off CM Punk and just give him like a couple of boring months? I mean, to be honest, he was involved at Survivor Series, so he didn't have to defend the belt. There isn't a PLE in December, so are you just going to take the belt off Punk in early January? I mean, that would suck, to be honest. But what a statement. New year, new beginnings, and you put the belt on Bron Breakker and, go in that direction. I don't know. Or do you find a way of Punk just getting through, surviving Bronson and Heyman and the Mystery Man and all of that, So I think there's a chance that we get through to that with the Mystery Man's identity not revealed. And it could be revealed on that show. I don't think it's going to be dragged out like all the way to WrestleMania or anything like that. I think still a good few weeks potentially. But they could reveal it before. It could get revealed in December. Isn't WWE streaming the match on their official YouTube channel, said JK. Depends where you are. I mean, I'm of the understanding they are internationally, but in America, it's on Peacock only, I believe. Peacock have got the rights to Saturday night's main event, and so they are showing it. They are showing it on Peacock, of course. Internationally, it's not on Peacock, it's on YouTube. I believe they tried to get it on Netflix, but I don't think they managed to get it sorted onto Netflix. So it's all set up as being on YouTube. Guys, if you got any thoughts or any questions that you really want us to read out, I really do want to try and get to as many as we can before this show starts. You've got my attention as well as the show. I'm trying to split my attention so I don't miss anything there. In the US, you can change your location and then you can use a VPN and watch it on YouTube for free. Yeah, that's true. I mean, you'd have to have a VPN to do that, of course. But yes, that is true. What do we think about Randy and Edge not being able to make it for the last match? Would you like it if they could? Yeah, definitely. Definitely. I think that Randy is a real disappointment. WWE chose who to take and send to Saudi Arabia for this Beast Games, right? And they chose to take Randy. I think that's a real mistake. I don't know if Randy was aware when this was booked or if WWE were aware when this was booked, but Randy definitely feels like someone that should be at this event. So I think that's really disappointing. But, you know, it's not like he's sat at home and he's just chose not to come. Like, he has got another engagement. So it is what it is. In regards to Edge, well, I mean, look, that's always the risk if you leave the company. Edge could have stayed with WWE, but they weren't going to be able to give him full time. You know, they weren't going to be able to... we're just seeing the entranceway right now with Michael Cole. It screams again, actually. Very reminiscent of Survivor Series. This seems to be maybe a new direction the company's going in. So we've actually got some, like a tunnel with screens. Michael Cole said he's honored and he is excited. So this little, like, tunnel backstage with screens on. Yeah, okay. So what they've done is they haven't got like a big stage. They've got the entranceway and they've sort of decorated that with screens and lights. It's quite reminiscent of like Survivor Series when they had that sort of entranceway. Okay, they're just throwing over to the Tom Rinaldi interview, which has obviously been doing the rounds. Interesting. Okay. I forget what we were saying. Yeah, okay, so Edge had the chance to stay, but they only offered him part-time. So he wanted full-time, and so that's why he ended up going to AEW. I don't blame him for that decision, but if you make that decision, you have to know you're going to miss out on WrestleMania, Royal Rumbles, and potential moments like this, like someone like John retiring that you're not going to be a part of. So, yeah, I think it's a big, big shame that those kind of people are not going to be in attendance. But we've still got lots of legends that are, you know. I don't think we can really expect everyone from Cena's past to be able to make it for one reason or another. But there's going to be lots of people that are, and John's going to get the best send-off possible. Triple A said, where can international viewers watch? I live in the US, but I am abroad. I'm going to cry. I went to WrestleMania 41 for Cena. I love him. He is my childhood. I hope he wins, but they won't let him. Triple A, shout out to you. I believe it's on YouTube. WWE's YouTube. If you go to WWE's YouTube, you should be able to find the event on there. If for whatever reason you cannot find it, check Netflix. Check Netflix wherever you are. I'm sat in the UK. I am currently watching WWE's YouTube channel. I can tell you there's over 120,000 people that are tuning in live for the countdown. There's still an hour and 20-odd minutes to go. Crazy numbers, fantastic numbers, 120-odd thousand watching live. And then, of course, everyone will head over to the other stream, which I believe is also on their channel. If he misses out, I'm sure he's already spoke with Cena in private at one time or another and wished him well, said IFAL. Corey said, I was in the military for the bulk of Cena's career, so him leaving doesn't mean much to me, but I do appreciate how many he touched. I got a lot of respect for John. Yeah, I think that's a really interesting point you made there, because I didn't think about that angle. But Cena did a lot with like tribute to the troops and was like really involved with that side. So, I mean, famously, it's Cena that came out and told everyone that we've got him and announced that Osama bin Laden had been dealt with, you know, and actually at an event spoke to the crowd and actually told the crowd, you might not have heard the news, but we got him. Kind of crazy to think that they did that, to be honest, that they had John Cena announce that, but it was such a big deal. So, yeah, I think about tribute to the troops and kind of... and John was in the military. John was a military man. So, yeah, it's hard to find an angle where you lose respect for John, to be honest. You kind of look at what he's done for Make-A-Wish and you look at the support he's shown the military. It's hard to find any holes in there, really. Last week, I got a What's on TV book, and it was advertised Saturday night's main event for Netflix, even though it's definitely on YouTube, said David. I think they were trying to get it onto Netflix. I think Netflix wanted it. For one reason or another, the deal never came together. I think WWE definitely wanted money for it because it's outside of the agreement. It's outside of the contract. It's a bonus. But, yeah. I think that, you know, it doesn't really matter. If it went on to Netflix, then loads of people could watch it. If it goes on YouTube, loads of people can watch it. I think what's great is it's not really behind much of a paywall. If it's going to go on a streaming platform like Netflix, Netflix is the one I'd say most people will have got anyway. So YouTube's probably the best, isn't it? Internationally, John Cena's final match is going on a platform that's free to watch. It's going on YouTube. You can't really ask for much better than that. I mean, it's great. We've got Kurt Angle, who's posted a little message here. Who the hell are you? I'm John Cena. From his unforgettable moments in the ring to his inspiring presence outside of it, John Cena has truly left an indelible mark on the world of sports entertainment. I am proud to have been part of his journey, and what a ride it has been for him. His dedication, resilience, and passion have inspired countless fans and peers alike. As he embarks on his well-deserved retirement, I wish him all the best for the next chapter in his life. Enjoy your last ride, John. A legend forever. Welcome to retirement, my friend. Hashtag John Cena, hashtag legend, hashtag WWE, hashtag retirement, hashtag respect. That is Kurt Angle with a few words. And Trish has arrived. Trish Stratus has arrived. So we know that Kurt's there. We know that Trish has arrived. These words embody why John Cena is so loved. I don't care who gets the credit as long as the work gets done. Oof. Linda McMahon there sharing some thoughts an hour ago. So there we go. I wonder if Linda will actually be there. I don't know if she's going to be there or not. Obviously, we're in Washington, and there is a belief that a lot of people are going to be in attendance. Shane McMahon went and saw John, I believe, at his final Raw. So, you know, there could be there will be a McMahon presence tonight. If nothing else, we're going to get Stephanie. Right, do we think Batista will be in town? It's in his hometown. Tonight is probably the biggest night for TNA since WrestleMania, says Robbie. Will Batista be there? There's a good chance. I don't know if he's filming though, because I saw him promoting a film the other day. So I think he's like got projects and things that are going on. So yeah, he is. Oh, look at this! Look at this, kids in tears. Oh. Honestly, it's so easy, isn't it, to talk about the lives that he's touched, and it's just a throwaway comment. It's just a comment that you don't really like. It's not that you don't think about it, but it's hard to visualize it or care about it, or do you know what I mean? He's touched so many lives. It's just such a flippant comment. But then you see an example of a kid in tears with John, spending some time with them, giving them a moment, making it like, you know, a real moment that they'll never forget. And you're just like, blimey now, mate. Blimey now. Amazing. Those Make-A-Wishes, over 650 odd Make-A-Wishes. I mean, just think about what they meant to each of those kids. And that's not even, you know, that's the tip of the iceberg. Just kids in general that he's meant so much to. Like, it's so hard to put into words the impact that he has had on like how many people around the world. Like, it's crazy, isn't it? He is like a real life superhero to many people. I know not everyone's on board or cares. I understand he's got his detractors, but I think you're going to have to excuse tonight where, you know, this is a night of celebration for John Cena. This is a night to honor John Cena, and I'm certainly not going to be regretful for doing that, you know. Nothing but respect. Right. What are the surprises tonight going to be, says Mark. You might get Drew interfering. You might get Zarya and do something with Sol. I think in regards to John, I'm not sure you're going to get anyone coming down. I think, you know, I did mention some, I can't remember if it was this stream or yesterday. It might have been yesterday, where I was like, there have been surprises mentioned. And so I think if we're going to do outside interference, we need to be quite careful with it, because I don't know about you, but I'm not really looking for like I'm not really looking for WrestleMania 40, where you get The Rock and you get, you know, or Undertaker and all these people coming out, right? I sort of feel like this is John's moment. I sort of feel like this is where John's retiring and the spotlight's on him rather than all these other people coming down, getting involved. If that's what John wants to do, then fair play. You know, that's John's choice. But I don't know. I'm looking for a banger. John, Gunther. I'd keep it clean. I wouldn't have anyone getting involved. I would just really keep it clean. I mean, if John Cena's final match is not enough for you, then, well, I mean, you know, that's on you, innit? I'm sorry, but if John Cena wrestling for the final time is, like, boring to you, then maybe wrestling ain't for you. I don't think we need all these bells and whistles all the time. Like, it can be OTT. Like, this is John Cena saying goodbye, having his final match. Let's just do that. So I think you're going to get the locker room coming out after. If you do want outside interference, I hope it's done in a sort of minimal way. I really like the idea of like someone coming out and John stopping them, and it being somewhat very similar to Money in the Bank when Vince came out and he was going to get involved, and John was like, no, I ain't winning that way. I ain't winning that way, right? Let me deal with this. And that's what he said to Vince, because it was John against Punk. And if Punk won, he was leaving with the belt. And Vince came out to stop that. He was going to cheat. He was going to ensure that Punk did not leave with that belt. John went straight up to Vince in the entranceway and was like, not that way. We do it my way. And then John got in the ring and lost. That was John's way to lose. So I sort of feel like maybe a callback to that could be pretty cool, could be pretty fun. I'd keep it somewhat along those lines. Everyone would book it different. Some people just want the chaos and just would chuck loads of names in and don't give a flip. I sort of feel like I'm I'd be so careful to not take the spotlight off John. This is John's moment, John's last match. Spotlight on John. John. Yeah, that is front and center of my thought process. If I work in creative, I am constantly thinking John first. How am I presenting John? What does that mean for John? This is all about John. So, you know, The Rock coming down, this person getting involved, that person getting involved. Are you just taking too much spotlight away from the man we should be focused on? So I think keep it simple. Simple is normally most effective. And I don't know that you get loads of like moments of people coming down or stuff like that. I sort of feel like the surprises are going to be more the people in attendance. I sort of feel like this, you know, could we see Donald Trump? Is Vince going to be there? I don't think Vince is shown, but is he going to be there? You know, is Stephanie going to be there? You know, are there legends that we've not seen yet that are going to pop up? Is The Rock there? You know? These are the kind of things I think they're referring to. On the undercard, I think there's some potential, but I don't think they're going to want to go too crazy with anything because, again, first and foremost, the focus should be on John. Do we potentially see Zarya turning on Sol Ruca? She could. She could. Again, that's a potential for, you know, if that happens, it's not like a massive talking point that's going to overshadow the evening. So, I mean, yeah, it could. She could, you know, make her way down and turn. And this could be an interesting way. I mean, what an advert for NXT. This could be an interesting way where if you like what you see and you're interested in the betrayal that you've just seen, maybe you tune in on Tuesday to NXT. We do watch-alongs on Tuesday for NXT, by the way. So, yeah, if you are around, we do NXT streams every Tuesday. Raw on a Monday, NXT on a Tuesday, SmackDown on a Friday. We even do Evolve on a Wednesday. And that is about as far down the WWE tree you can go. Evolve is the talent trying to get ready for NXT. So, I mean, we've pretty much got WWE boxed off, right? We've pretty much watched everything they've put out this year in regards to shows. I still haven't seen LFG. That's, I think, the only thing I've not seen, which is like a bit of a show where they're trying to get people ready for NXT. But, yeah, I mean, main roster stuff, we've boxed it all off, and it's been a mixed bag. Let's put it that way, 2025. Right, I don't think they'll make Cena give up in his last match, said Extraordinario. With so many guests and a packed arena applauding him, that would make Gunther the new Muhammad Hassan. We don't need that. He'd get an enormous amount of hate, said Extraordinario. Please, no pervs like Trump or Vince, said Maggie. Well, Maggie, joke's on you, because I'd say at least 80% of this community is made up of pervs. So careful, you know. If it's pervs you're trying to avoid, I think you've stumbled into the wrong watch-along. Benny said it's huge tonight. I have got a juicy tenderloin. I've got a butternut squash. I've got some gummy clusters and a classic American pie. Sadie Alvarez said, my brother is there tonight and he has made a sign, but someone threw up on it. What? Someone threw up what was on the sign? What was on the sign? Someone threw up on it. He has got floor seats. He's a huge Cena fan. Since a little kid. Let's go, Cena. Sadie, shout out to you. That's crazy. Finding out that someone took a sign and he got thrown up on in the crowds. Breaking news. I wish I had a breaking news thing. Breaking news. Guys, that is breaking news. Right. I want to see, here's Triple H. He's going to join the countdown show. I want to see a 20-minute classic. I want it to be a banger. I know it could be. Gunther is probably going to go over. He's probably going to make Cena tap like he claims, says Alan. Well, I am personally looking for, a 20-minute classic. A match that can really stand alongside Shawn Michaels, Ric Flair, WrestleMania 24. I mean, that to me is the gold standard of retirement matches So that to me is what we're looking at as being the benchmark. And, I said yesterday, what if Gunther has got John and he's like, tap out John, give up John. And John's like, never give up, and he's being squeezed. And just as he's fading, like Gunther says some lovely words, just like, thank you for everything, John. Something like that, yeah? Maybe even if it's under the breath. Maybe even if it's not out loud and it's not something that you can audibly quite pick up. But it's one of those where they put it out after. It's like, he just said something. What did he say? And you go back and, thank you for everything, John. And he puts him out. And that's it. Gone. The fight is gone. Oh, my God. Come on. John Cena out. That moment. Jesus. That moment. However it goes, man. However it goes. However it ends. I mean, even if it's 1, 2, 3. And as I said earlier, like every pinfall that they go for, every pinfall, certainly once, a little bit of time has gone by, every pinfall is going to be like, is this it? 1, 2, come on, John. I kicked out. Do you know what I mean? We're carrying on. It's not over yet. I mean, you can feel it, can't you? It's going to be so good, mate. The table is set for an absolute banger. The table is set for an absolute banger. Should we have a look, see what Triple H is saying? Hopefully it's an apology for this year. He is... The crowd flows through John, says Triple H. He really... Yeah, that connection with the crowd and being able to listen and react... Triple H is like, that connection with people is so strong. He's not talking to you, he's listening to you. Triple H said he's got this incredible connection, not just with fans, but with people. I think this is going to be pretty standard. John's amazing. What a talent. What a contributor. I think it's just going to be a lot of that, to be honest. I'm not sure Triple H can really give us much more. We'll keep an ear on it, though. Right. They have sold. Here we go. Saturday night's main event. Available tickets, 98. Set up for 19,200. Tickets sold, 19,176. There are just 98 tickets left. No idea. I mean, it's basically sold out, innit? If you've sold over 19,000 and you got 98 left, I mean, it's pretty much sold out. They might be in people's baskets or God only knows. I'd imagine if you went up to the window and said, have you got a ticket? I'd imagine they'd say no. So we were here on the 14th of February earlier this year. We did 12,007. And here we are again, December, notoriously not a great time of the year, but because of what it is, over 19,000. It's set up for 19,200. I mean, yeah, cheapest ticket is $223, which ain't bad, honestly. I know you'll be in the nosebleeds for that, but just being there, getting in the room, couple of $100. People pay that for, like, I don't know, seeing Taylor Swift or Beyonce or, probably going to like a sports team that they love or whatever. So, I don't think that is too bad of a price. I mean, it is the cheapest ticket. I mean, don't get me wrong. You're going to have to do that as the roof is going to be about here, I'd imagine. Go on, John! Like that. Have you got the binoculars? Yeah, I can see him. I think that's him anyway. I'm not sure. Is it? Well, I don't know. We'll watch it on TV when we get back. Go on, John! That's what 200 gets you, $200, but... Well, it gets you in the room, doesn't it, eh? Flipping gets you in the room. Right. I swear, if I don't hear you think you know me, I'm going to be livid, said WWE by figures. Is it true that The Weeknd is supposed to come in perform? Oh, I've not heard that, bud. Maybe there is a bit of a surprise of a musical artist, but I've not heard any specifics. I've certainly not heard anything about The Weeknd. Neo Suj 9. Shout out to you, my friend. Daze, if I'm booking Cena's last match, I'd have you sing the UK national anthem. I think that would go down very well. Very well. In Washington, D.C. Trini, hello, said the mobs keep reporting, but we keep on ignoring. Oh, we got a bit of drama, have we? I think it's to be expected, honestly. This is a big show. It's going to be a lot of people that don't normally join us on these streams. And welcome. We're always doing live streams for WWE. We're here on a Monday, a Tuesday, a Wednesday, a Friday, pretty much every Saturday as well. So we're back again on Monday. There'll be some videos that go up tonight and tomorrow, but we'll be back on Monday for Raw. And it's going to be a bit strange, isn't it? You know? Monday's going to be really weird because Monday is the start of, obviously, non-John Cena WWE, but it's kind of like this has been the big focus. This John Cena's final match, this Saturday night's main event. We've really been focused on this. And once we're past it, like the next big show is, well, they're trying to make that Raw in early January big. That'll be a big show. But the next one after that, I think I'm right in saying, is the Rumble. I don't think there's a Saturday night's main event in January. There could be. I think it's Rumble after that. But that's like end of January. So we kind of go into this weird Christmas period with tape shows and just kind of getting through. So I don't think there can be too much expectation for the rest of December. But I do expect that show in early January to be bang, let's go. You know, big statement made, new year, new beginnings. I do think that show, that Raw, I think it's January 5th, is it? I think that could be something that you definitely want to make sure you're tuning in for. I'm not sure there'll be much before that, though, to be honest. Ronnie said, hello, Ronnie. Said, Daze, imagine if WWE tells Cena that he has got unlimited time. Cena thanks everyone in every language, which I believe is, well, he can speak, is it Mandarin? So I know that he has got some other languages in the toolbox. I'm sure that, I mean, look, John is probably going to get told that he can have as long as he wants. I mean, Triple H might say to him, just as an idea or just as a guide, you know, we're going to give you 20 minutes. So the plan might be that we start the hype for the start of the second hour. We'll start your entrance 10 minutes in. We'll do Gunther's entrance first. We'll, you know, build up the anticipation. 10 minutes into the second hour, we will bring you out. We're going to give 10 minutes to your entrance. We would like to start the match, and the match is going to be about 20 minutes. We'd like to start that match at 20 past. That'll take us to about 22, like the end of the hour. At that point, you've got 20 minutes basically to do your promo. 20 minutes to say what you want to say. I don't think there's ad interruptions on Peacock or YouTube. I don't think there are. So you've got basically at that point 20 minutes. Now, John, if you want 25, if you want 30, that is no problem whatsoever. Yeah? Ideally, we would like to keep it within that time frame. And John Cena is such a professional. He really prides himself on that. The yes, boss, no problem is what John Cena will say to that. So I don't think John's going to get the microphone and go an hour or anything. I think WWE are going to give him some sort of structure, but the message is always and also going to be, you do what you need to do. This is the time we've got, and this is the time, you know, that we can overrun, but this is what we're operating to. As a rough ballpark, I'm thinking it's something like that. I mean, the other 3 matches you can do in hour 1. You can easily fit those 3 in hour 1. And, you know, normally we do a 2-hour show for Saturday night's main event. It's got 5 matches. This time it's got 4. So clearly they're giving time extra to entrances and a bit of a speech afterwards. So, yeah, there's no concerns on that front. I'm not worried about John not getting time or getting cut off, or, you know, there's no concerns in that regard. But I just hope this whole thing goes as well as, you know, what people are hoping for. I've got a friend who's working the event. He's taken his 4-year-old daughter. She got to meet Bianca Belair, so she's definitely there, says Tony. Tony, shout out to you, buds. That's cool. Grand Prairie Cobra said, Daze, acknowledge me. Grand Prairie Cobra, shout out to you, buds. You've been acknowledged. You've been acknowledged. Right, Iron Sentinel said, do you think Cena opens or closes? Definitely closes. He was on, I think, Jimmy Kimmel, and told us he is closing the show. So definitely closes. Rumble 04 said, submitted my UEFA B coach license yesterday. Oh, Rumble 04, that's fun. I like that. So getting your coaching license, that's fun. So, Rumble 04, shout out to you, my friends. And Curtis said, going to be an emotional one today. Much love, Daze. Yeah, shout out to you, buds. It's going to be flipping crazy, isn't it? Just think of all those Laps fans. Think of all those fans that normally, you know, watched throughout the years, that, you know, grew up loving John, that hopefully have heard the message that he is stepping away, and actually they are going to tune in to watch this. I think, you know, we've sensed that in the chat, that there are people here now that are doing that. I think that there's going to be quite a few, actually, lapsed fans that, you know, normally just watch WrestleMania or something like that, that are going to tune in and watch this because their childhood hero is stepping away, you know. There might even be the odd fan that doesn't normally watch wrestling but just wants to tune in for John because they like John. You know, he's a very likable person. He does the talk show circuit. And there might even be the odd person that tunes in for that reason. So, I don't know. It's going to be really interesting to see the views on this, and obviously we'll be able to tune in and see what the views were for the show internationally. We can compare that to other Saturday night's main events because they've obviously aired on YouTube internationally as well. We'll be able to see actually how much bigger this was compared to a normal one internationally. We will get that data. It's going to take a little while for the numbers to come through. I stream all the time, and I know that as soon as you end a stream, it kind of has to collaborate all the numbers and work it all out. It doesn't just give you the answer. So you might need to give it a couple of hours, come back, and then you'll see the updated number. But yeah, internationally, we should get a good idea as to how this show has been received. You know, is it 20% more than a normal Saturday night's main event, 30% more, 50% more, 100% more? Who knows? What I can tell you, there's over 180,000 people that are watching the Countdown show right now. And yeah, I mean, it's definitely, you can feel it. The energy is definitely there for tonight to be a monster night, a really big night. I said this felt to me like it was going to be WrestleMania-esque. And actually, I have not changed my mind on that. I still really feel like this is positioning itself to be a show that's going to deliver numbers of that sort of magnitude. So he's just so special, isn't he? He's just so loved. It's really not a surprise. I'm tuning in because it's John effing Cena, said Big C-A-S-E. Goldberg's just lucky they even gave him a match, says Tony. William said he's passed the torch to Dom. Dom is going to be the next world champion. I think he will be a future world champion. I don't know if he'll be the next world champion, but I think he will be a future world champion. William said we've got 686 likes on the stream. We need to get to 1,000. We need to get to 5,000. William, thank you, my friend. I didn't realize we had had such a boost. We've still got an hour to go until the show starts. So that's in a really good place, actually. That's in a really good place. So if you are watching and you've not left a like, hit that thumbs up. It really helps the stream. It really seems to make a difference. We always see if we can get to 1,000 likes for our UFC streams. And actually, we've really struggled with that in 2025. But we did get to it the other week. We did manage to hit it. I feel like we should be trying to get to it here, shouldn't we? John Cena's last ever match. One of the biggest streams of the year. We should hopefully try and get to that. So everyone's support greatly appreciated. Yeah, that's actually quite good, honestly, for this time. That's actually quite good. So a big thank you to everyone that's done that. Big thank you to everyone that's voted as well. We're nearly at 6,000 votes. I will read that first, and then we'll have a look and see how people are voting. Right, Jay, shout out to you, Jay Tuma1. Shout out to you. Said Daze, thank you for sharing this historic evening. I'm not a big Cena fan, but he has earned my respect. Yeah, Jay, I think, honestly, so well worded. I am very open to people that have got a big issue with John, that really want to rant about John, that are very much Cena sucks. I'm here to listen to that because I think that was a big part of his career. And I think that John himself has said that he really appreciates the energy. Whether they cheer you or boo you, they are doing something. They are involved. They are invested. They are making their voices heard. They have paid their money and they are expressing their opinion. They are involved in the show. The worst thing would be to pay your money, go to a show, sit there and be bored and not care and not feel anything. So whether you felt love or you felt hate, you felt something. And so that's John Cena's attitude, is that he thanks everyone for being involved. And I think that is really such a great way to look at it, which is why we shouldn't really, be down on anyone that wants to come in and say, I always hated Cena. I was never a fan. It's like, because those people exist. Those people are out there. Those people felt that. And that was a big part of his career. I think, though, obviously we're going to have a lot more love for John in the chat tonight. Obviously, this is a historic night. And obviously, this is going to be a very positive John Cena stream. I mean, I'm a pretty positive John Cena person anyway. I mean, I really rate him as a person. I mean, how can you not with all those Make-A-Wishes that he did? So I'm really pro Cena, but I would never claim to be his biggest fan. I think that many of you out there rightfully can claim to be bigger John Cena fans than me. There are some serious John Cena fans out there that just John Cena is their everything. And, this is for those people. It's for all of us, but, this is really for those people. And I don't need to try and pretend to take the spotlight away from those people. This is a big evening. It's a pleasure to be here with you. I agree. He's massively earned my respect as well. It is a sad day when someone that is so important steps away. You think about the last time that you would see Hogan wrestle in WWE. You think about the last time Bruno Sammartino wrestled in WWE. You think about the last time Bret Hart or Shawn Michaels or Ric Flair's amazing send-off or Triple H or whoever it is. These names, Stone Cold, Rock, that are so synonymous with the history of wrestling and WWE. It's just such a big moment. But you don't need me to tell you that. You know that. And it's, so cool that we get to hang out and just kind of enjoy it together. I mean, it's so crazy to me when I think about how I was watching wrestling back in the day on my own. There wasn't really anyone that was that interested. So, you know, I'd just get the videotapes and I'd just watch them on my own. So it's just great to be able to sit here, talk about this, and just enjoy this with people and get different perspectives and different thoughts. And is this good? Is this not good? And it's so good. We're so blessed. So fortunate. I'm really appreciative. So, and you know, that's a really great way to look at it, isn't it? John Cena, I think, kind of teaches us that. Really appreciate what you've got. You know, don't dwell on what you haven't got. Don't dwell on the past. Don't dwell on regrets. Move forward. Make tomorrow better than today. This is all the sort of stuff that John Cena very much preaches. So if you can find some positivity out of this evening, if you can find something that's going to help you moving forward in your life, if you can find that extra bit of willpower, that extra bit of energy, that extra bit of positivity, I think that's a hell of a gift that Cena can give to us all tonight, you know? A little reminder that it's easy to get down and get into the dumps and find it hard to get out. But if you can just find a little bit of joy, a bit of positivity, a bit of forward momentum as we go into 2026, what an amazing parting gift that would be. Right now, we got R-Truth in the crowds. People over there, what's up? R-Truth rapping away. Yeah, he's doing his track. Is in the crowds. We got a bit of R-Truth. I'm guessing he's going to be making his way to the countdown panel. But right now they've got him in the crowds doing a bit of rapping. This is it. Your farewell tour. All your dedication made us love you more. What's up? What's up? That's a good line, that is. There, what's up? Oh, man, we're still going. We're just going to do this for the next hour. What's up? Crowd of hyped. What's up? What's up? I think he's just going until someone cuts him off, honestly. We just got the same line going round again. I love you, my dog. I love you, my dog. Well, there we go. R-Truth. I mean, it's a special evening if R-Truth is out in the crowd with the fans. Rapping away. Let's go. Delwyn, my friends. Oh, my God, Delwyn. You don't have to keep firing in these super chats, my friends. I really appreciate all the support, though. Look at that, Delwyn. Single-handedly helping to keep the lights on around here. Thank you, my friends. Delwyn says, I truly believe that Cena's final run had significant moments. Turning heel is still one of the biggest moments from 2025. Cody saved it, wrestling John and beating him at SummerSlam for the championship. That match was fantastic, and it was a passing of the torch, and it was beautiful. I agree with you, Delwyn, and not just because of your generosity, but we were talking earlier about, did this year have substance? And as we said, I think this year definitely did provide moments, key moments. That heel turn might have led to a bit of a flat heel run, but at the time, people were saying it was the best heel turn ever, right? I didn't feel that. I still think Hogan is the best heel turn ever, but that was the conversation, that John Cena might have been the best heel turn ever. The reaction was so big. And do you remember Triple H coming out at the press conference after? And he was like, does it feel like WrestleMania now? Does it feel like WrestleMania season now? Like that. And everyone was like, yeah! He had it up his sleeve all this time. Go on, Triple H. You show him, buddy. Yeah! Does it feel like WrestleMania season now? Yes! Here we go. The good times are coming. And then, you know, the rest of 2025 happened and it was nowhere near as good. But for that moment, we believed, didn't we? We all became Joe Hendry. Yeah, we all became Joe Hendry. In that moment, we believed 2025 was saved. And, like, you know, okay, well, I haven't after sucked. But I agree with you that was a really well-received moment. And then, you know, you've only got to look at, like, the community scores or look at, like, Cage Match and all that sort of stuff to see how SummerSlam kind of was received, you know, with John and Cody putting on a banger. For me, that was John's best match of the year up to that point by a country mile. I thought the stuff he had done with Orton was okay and the stuff he had done with Punk was okay. And there was moments in there that you could be like, okay, yeah, I'll take that. That's fine. But actually, as a whole match, that you can say that's the good stuff. Cody, Cena, SummerSlam, that was what we needed. Actually, this run looked like it was going to be a bit of a disaster until I would say we got to SummerSlam. It kind of felt like it was really flat and really lacking. And really, I go back to that comment earlier because I thought it was such a good comment, really interesting, about how this run lacks substance and it felt very one-dimensional. I would say that was true up until SummerSlam. And then I think at SummerSlam, we do get something of substance and we do get a match that is universally well-received. And then after that, you know, the AJ Styles match, also very well-received. John winning the Intercontinental Championship, becoming a Grand Slam champ, working with Dominic, which is what a lot of people wanted. I think a lot of people did want him, Gunther. Maybe not everyone wanted it as the last match, but I do think this is a match that at the start of the year, if you used to write a list of like people you'd like to see him face, I think Gunther would definitely be on there for most people. He'd be on there for me. So, you know, I think tonight is obviously another one of those moments that we remember when we talk about John's career. It's just like with Ric Flair. If you're going to talk about Ric Flair's career, you're probably going to mention WrestleMania 24. You know, I know he carried on after that, but that was his last WWE match. So I agree with you, Delwyn, that this year it's going to be a weird one, honestly, because the thing with wrestling is that, you know, there's so much of it, it's hard to remember everything. I mean, it's hard to remember everything that's happened on Raw and SmackDown throughout the years. What a lot of people remember are obviously the big PLEs, right? They tend to stick in the memory, or the big feuds, big moments, right? And so as time goes by, this year will, I think, largely be not forgotten, but will sort of, parts of it will fade and, you know, parts of it will sort of stick in the memory. And I think that, unfortunately, I think WrestleMania will be remembered as being flat. But I think the match at SummerSlam will be remembered. The heel turn will be remembered. Hopefully the AJ Styles match is remembered. Tonight will be remembered. But there will be other matches and things and promos that fade into the background. So what is seen as probably a bit of a disappointing final year compared to what we were hoping for, will largely fade as time goes by. I think, you know, in the future we'll be like, well, you know, it wasn't great, but it gave us moments. And I genuinely believe that's how this year will be remembered. You know, they tried the heel run, it didn't work. There was definitely moments that they missed, but wow, they did give us this, they did give us that, and my God, that final match, how incredible. What an amazing send-off that was. And I expect that is the conversation we will have when we look back on the end of John's career. And obviously there'll be others that are like, no, it was all perfect. There'll be John Cena fans that loved it all. And there'll be people that hated it all. But I think the general consensus will be that it's had its moments. I agree with you. I think he won 17. He broke that record. If nothing else, he gave us that. So, Darwin, thank you for the support. And I agree that passing of the torch, that moment where Cody is standing behind Cena, salutes him before he's about to put him away, you know, that definitely felt like a moment. That definitely felt like a passing of the torch. And you could say that it happened a few times, but I'd say that definitely was one. And I don't know, perhaps we get another one tonight. with him taking on Gunther. Brian, shout out to you, my friend. Here are my 2 predictions. Here we go. My 2 predictions. Number 1, many grown men are going to cry tonight. And number 2, Cena gives his final towel to Stu. Keep up the great work, Daze. Brian, thank you, my friend. I think that's so interesting. I think that's really interesting. I really love those predictions, to be honest. I really love those. I really love those kind of things because we have got a match to predict, but there's lots of other things that can happen. And as you said, what happens to that final towel? Some people have thought that it will actually not be given to someone in the crowd. It will just be dropped because it will end up going into the Hall of Fame. That is John Cena's towel from the last show. But him giving it to Stu, I think, is a very real possibility. If Triple H has said, I want that towel to be kept in that, then I think, he won't give it away. But if no one's told him, then, yeah, I agree. I think there's a chance he could give it to Stu. And it's those little moments that are going to be so interesting to observe and see kind of how they play out. Even his entrance is going to be unmissable. I mean, it's unmissable anyway. But those little things are just going to add to it, aren't they? We are seeing inside the arena right now. So we know there's no entrance stage. It is just an entrance way. And as you kind of walk down that entrance way, we have got like all the screens set up either side. So there we go. And now they're just thrown over to a video package. So R-Truth doing his rap in the crowds. And mixing up the lyrics. And that's obviously got people talking online at the moment. Let me pop that in the... I need to just move that folder, actually. We are just 35 minutes away. We are so close. Closer than close. Let's get close. I'm crying right now, said Hanban. He could tap, but he's not tapped in years. But it should be an I Quit match where if Cena wins, he never quits, which could submit his legacy. Yeah, I don't think he should quit personally. I think that you're bringing into question him and everything he stood for. And I think that is a little bit dangerous. I sort of feel like it's okay for him to lose. There's an honor to that. There's a dignity to that I don't think people quite recognize. But genuinely, you lose your last match is kind of, it's unwritten. It's an unwritten rule that you lose your last match. And if you do that, you're sort of going out the way you should, the way that's honorable, yeah? It's a little bit like if you go into battle, you go into war, do you run and hide? Or do you just take on the enemy? Do you know what I mean? And there's kind of honor in doing that. And I sort of feel like John going to battle one final time and losing, there's honor in that, there's dignity in that, there's respect in that. It kind of, it's what he represents. If he wins, well, it's not a problem. It's not really what I'd be looking for. It's okay. It just doesn't do much for Gunther. And I don't know. I don't think that's what John would want to do. I don't think that's what John would want. I think John would want to do this the right way and put someone over on his way out. I really, really expect John to lose. But I think there is a big difference between losing, however it happens, and tapping. Because the one, is honourable. The other one, you could argue, isn't. Tapping and giving up, you could argue, is not an honourable thing to do. So that's where it starts to get a bit messy. So I personally have absolutely zero issue with John losing. I think it's the right thing, actually. But the tapping does not quite sit right. Right. We just saw inside the arena. I was wondering if there was going to be an image, but there is no image online at the moment. Or no image on my feed. Otherwise, I would show you what the arena looks like. Let me see if I can find one. Saturday night's main event. Let's have a look, see what is on the latest. No. No, there is no image at the moment. There will be when the show starts, and the show starts in about 20 minutes' time. But it's just an arena. I was just going to show you what the entranceway looked like for those that aren't watching. Again, there's no stage. It's literally just a flipping entranceway. It's got screens down the sides like that. So as he walks out, there will be screens either side, maybe a screen at the back. It's not like this massive stage. I think, though, to be honest, the reason they've done that is because they want to get in as many people as they can. This thing is sold out. There is like 19,000 plus that's in attendance. If you put a big stage in there, some of them people ain't getting in. So this is about maximizing and getting as many bodies in as possible. And that's right in my mind. You know, John Cena is definitely someone that can sell out arenas. He's been doing it his whole career. I think a lot of people are quite surprised this wasn't a stadium. I don't actually know the reason why it wasn't a stadium. The only thing I can think is that Washington won the vote. And so because we went to Washington, perhaps they don't have a stadium that's got a roof on, because obviously it's December, that's not got a roof on that's available. Otherwise, surely we would have. I mean, they've sold 19,000 tickets. Make those tickets a little bit cheaper. You could have done 40, 50,000. Can't see that being a problem. A lot of people would have loved to have gone to this event. So, yeah, don't know. It is what it is anyway. Wrestler Andy, hello, said crazy that Tatanka was on the roster at the time, the same time as John Cena. Yeah, all of those, yeah, that's true. And all of those moments are kind of crazy. I mean, we had a few like honky tonk man around the flipping Attitude Era with Rockabilly, you know, and as you said, Tatanka, Mr. Perfect, coming back with the singlet and everything. I mean, there was a few occasions where these wrestlers from a completely different generation kind of found their way in to the promotion, and it just felt so strange, so jarring that, yeah, I completely agree. Like, weird. Daze, will WWE induct Cena in this year's Hall of Fame or next year, says William. Well, there's no word on that. Haven't heard any word that they are going to... Oh, she's having a word with Stu. She's having a word with Stu. Stu. So, Stu's being spoken to right now. Let's see what he's going to say. Let me ask you. What separates John from other superstars? He's a good man. You gotta love the man. He's a great guy. What can you say? He's getting distracted with people in the truck talking to him. He's a good man. Stu says John is a good man. That's breaking news. Yeah, you put that headset back on, Stu. Oh, special guest. Sounds like Jackie's losing her voice a little bit. Stephanie comes out. Kingdom, but the queen bound down. Here's Stephanie. We knew there would be a McMahon presence at this event. I don't think anyone's surprised to see Stephanie there. I think she said, actually, she was going to be helping to host. So I believe she will be hosting the event along with Joe. Michael Cole, of course, will be on commentary. Okay, so Stephanie has come down. She's going to just share a few words. We've got about 30 odd minutes to go. So, in regards to Hall of Fame, could he go in the Hall of Fame? He'll definitely go in the Hall of Fame. Will it be next year? It could be. I mean, honestly, they could come out and announce that he's going in. I wouldn't be surprised if they did that. I'm only going to repeat what I said earlier, and that is, I don't think we need to rush, personally. I feel like John going in the Hall of Fame is something which is a big honor. I sort of feel like we've spent all year celebrating John. We're celebrating John tonight. I don't know that we need to move that quickly with continuing to celebrate John, you know? It might be good to just go, take a breath, yeah? Tonight's going to be emotional and, you know, just give it a little bit of space until we then, you know, celebrate John again, which I'm more than happy to do. So for me personally, again, if I worked for WWE, I would just delay that. I think that, of course, he goes in and of course he headlines. But there's lots of people that we need to put in the Hall of Fame. There's lots of people that have not gone in. So there's not like this mad rush. So yeah, for me, I think we honor John tonight. I don't think we need the Hall of Fame thing. If they do it, they do it, and you'll get no complaints out of me. It's not what I would do, but WWE, pretty much every show does things that I wouldn't do. Some work, some don't work. So, yeah, whatever. We'll see what we get. I think there is a chance. I don't know that it's guaranteed, though. Here's Ric Flair. We got Ric Flair sharing a few words. John Cena, you have represented the WWE, our business, our brand. Congratulations on a phenomenal retirement. Good luck tonight, man. I will make sure the world is watching. Oh, how's he going to do that? He is going to make sure the world is watching. Yeah. Well, at least in Tampa. Okay, right. That makes more sense. He's got good pull there, to be honest. Please know that you are one of a kind, and it will be light years before anyone replaces you. Even though Vince put an end to us hanging out on the road. He did. John has told that story. Vince said to John, you can't hang out with Rick. Because Rick likes to have a drink and have a good time. And, you know, they needed John to be professional and not get bad influences. And that is a true story. Even though Vince put an end to us hanging out together on the road, you will be a hero to a lot of us forever. Kick ass and never look back. Woo! Do you know, I mean, it's crazy, isn't it? Ric Flair is like a god in professional wrestling. You can sort of go up to any wrestling historian and, you know, mention about Ric Flair, and you know they're going to respect you and they're going to talk to you about Ric Flair, and they're going to have lots of matches and moments and memories, and you know he's kind of like a wrestling fan's wrestler, you know. So for him to say those words about how you're a hero and all this kind of stuff to John Cena, it's just another perspective. I mean, it's one thing for the youngsters that have been inspired by John. It's one thing for them to look up to John because he's been their life. It's another thing for someone like Ric Flair, who was around decades before John. You know, Ric Flair's styling and profiling in the 70s and certainly the 80s, which in my mind was his real decade. But, you know, in the 90s as well, Ric Flair doing lots of great stuff. But here he is with some really kind words for someone that made their debut 02, 03. Crazy, isn't it? You're a hero to a lot of us. It just shows the impact. Again, from a very different perspective, just shows the impact that John Cena had on so many different generations. Right. 25 minutes. That's what we've got, kids. That is what we've got. A million things make John Cena special, says Stephanie. A million things. She's not going to name any of them, but there we go. Right. Right. People are talking about dogs. Love that. Robbie said, Daze, how is Triple H going to be front and center tonight? Oh, he'll open the show, but I think, Robbie, what he'll do is he'll open the show, and at the very end of the show, he'll come down, he'll raise John's arm, and he'll be like, John, do you want to walk off? I tell you what, John, leave me in the ring on my own. We'll make it quite symbolic of you leaving WWE. So we'll have John walk through the thing, wave, go to the back, and then we can cut back to the ring where Triple H is there alone. And the show can end on Triple H. We can open with Triple H. We can end with Triple H. And I'm sure we can find a way of getting some more Triple H backstage exclusives as well. It is crazy. I don't know how Triple H doesn't see that he is overexposing himself with like constantly opening WrestleMania or constantly be. I mean, do you remember the Netflix premiere where there was that big curtain and we were like, oh, who's going to be behind the curtain? What are they going to do? Is it going to be all the legends? Or no, came down. There was Triple H. Are you ready? It's like, of course it is. Blimey now. Of course, it was either Triple H or Stephanie McMahon, or maybe both of them, but it was going to be one of those combinations. So I'm sure he'll find a way, buds. I'm sure. I'm sure he'll find a way. Maybe Triple H is going to announce a new era. Yes. Well, this has been the Triple H era, the Paul Levesque era. Perhaps he's going to announce the Stephanie McMahon era. Perhaps he's going to announce the Hunter Hearst Helmsley era. We're going to go from the Triple H era to the Hunter Hearst Helmsley era to the Paul Levesque era and then the Stephanie McMahon era. That's the next 30 years mapped out. Metal Mama said, check out the post that I've tagged you in. There's pictures of the hands on the wall from the kids waving. You can't see me when going through radiation. Okay, I don't quite understand, but let's have a look. I'm getting tagged in a lot. There's a lot that's coming through that I'll have to sort through for unseen. Metal Mama, I don't know that I am going to find this. Let me show you what I'm seeing. You can see these are my notifications, right? That was an hour ago. Did you just send it? Silverback, Shaquem, Dark Hand, Uncle Revel, Logan's B, Elite Pro Wrestling Forum, Ratchet, Psychosia, Johnny. This is all stuff I go through for unseen. And I mean, you can see how long it takes. We've only gone back an hour. We've only got... Why does Unseen always come out so late? Oh, I don't know. Perhaps because I get tagged in loads of stuff. How about that? How about because it takes flipping ages to actually flipping get through everything? How about that? What's going on? What's happened here? Why is all the lights out? I've had a power cut. What the hell's going on? There's been a botch. What was that? All the lights went out. Jesus Christ. Now, Mama, I don't know where I'm going. Flower. I can't find anything. I think you've lied to me. I think what this is you're pranking me. Booker T backstage. I don't know what that botch was. There's Rob Van Dam. One of a kind. Rob Van Dam backstage. Rob Van Dam. There's Jesse the Body. We just had a video package about the charity work and that Cena has done. Honestly, this is the kind of thing I thought they would do, like maybe in the first hour and then have John Cena on the second hour. I think this probably works better, actually, where they've done 2 hours of this on the countdown show, and then we go to those NXT matches, And then we go to, obviously, the John Cena stuff. Matt Mama said, no, I've not even sent it on Twitter. I've sent it in the messages. Oh, well, yeah, brilliant. I'll check through all that as well, shall I? Blimey now, Metal Mama. Why not send it as an email? Why not send it on Instagram? Why not send it through flipping carrier pigeon? Yeah, I'll just keep on top of everything, shall I? Oh, I've sent it to you on TikTok. Oh, good. Good for you. Daze, you would be an excellent WWE presenter. Well, I could certainly talk. I know that much. Daze, we need more John Cenas in this world, says Nathan. Well, we do need more John Cenas in this world. That is true. Guys, let's get to this Metal Mama post because, you know, otherwise she'll kick off. She'll bully me. Farewell glow up of my OG neon green Cena tee neckline wanted me out, but we stay in the fight for the goats. What is that? Is that official merch? Giving my Cena tee a farewell glow up. Is that official? I don't even know what that is. Okay, let's read this. So, I need to share a memory of Cena during lockdown. After third spinal surgery for a recurrent tumor, I had to go into radiation appointments alone. Lockdown rules. No one could come in. Living in a new state. I was scared and already living with chronic conditions from my first bad surgery. Sitting in the N-dub proton room, waiting to go to radiation, feeling really down, and then I saw it. This room today was different. It had handprints of all the colours on the walls. It made me think of Cena, the Make-A-Wish kids, and the huge impact he's had on so many lives. I hummed his intro into my head. Seeing all those kids' handprints on the walls, waving "You can't see me" back, made me smile. I stopped feeling sorry for myself, and I felt inspired instead. That is a really great story. That is a really great story, buds. I will forgive you for rudely interrupting the stream and completely derailing the momentum of everything, and then sending a picture that I'm really confused by because I don't even know what it is, of some sort of Cena shirt that I've never seen before. That is probably fake. And, do you know what I mean? We're probably encouraging piracy and bootlegging. But I'm willing to forgive all of that because your story was so good. So there we go. That was the image that Metal Mama saw of all the handprints that made her think at a time where she needed that support of John Cena. So I've retweeted that, Metal Mama. Very good. Very good. I think a lot of those kind of stories, I mean, not to that extent, but there's going to be a lot of stories out there, isn't there, about John and about, like, you know, the impact he's had on people's lives. And that's a great one, actually. That, like, it's just little things like that, isn't it? Where John's not even really involved, but at a time where you needed to think about something to distract you, you thought of John Cena and you thought of Make-A-Wish and you thought of his, and that was enough to get you through that moment. The impact that he's had on people's lives, just, it's so hard to measure for that reason alone, you know. Puppy Croc said, shout out to you, Metal Mama. Edward said, Miz is whining. Is he? Is he a whiner? Chris said, that was very nice and sweet from Metal Mama. Daze, Jesse the Body Ventura just teased one last match. Would you like to see the legend back for that? He won't have a match, mate. He can't even walk. Thank you, Daze. It's my job to drive you mad. Well, Metal Mama, you do it so well. You do it so well. You honestly, it's like your specialist subjects. But no, that was great. Right, where are we? Time-wise. Oh my God, we've got 13 minutes. How the flip has that happened? We've got 13 minutes till the show starts. Ah! Right now, we got CM Punk. He is getting interviewed, and he's certainly dressed for the occasion. So there we go. He's just saying a few words on the countdown show right now. Miz fired up about tonight as well. Guys, we got some breaking news from Sportskeeda. They are so good. They are so good. This is going to come as a real surprise to quite a few of you out there. Sportskeeda just letting us know John Cena retires in a few hours. So I'm not sure if you've heard the news, but yeah, John Cena. Apparently, I don't know if this has been confirmed by anyone, but apparently John Cena retiring, stepping away in a few hours' time. I hope that gets views. I'm going to leave a like. That definitely deserves some love for that kind of level of journalism. You love to see it, don't you? You love to see it. Excellent work there by people at Sportskeeda to get that as a scoop as well. Very impressive. You know, they say journalism is dead, but when you see the goats doing goat things, you just sort of realize, actually, no, there is hope. There is hope for humanity. So I'd like to give them a special shout out for some excellent work there. Wait, what? Says Corey. Corey, I know. It's come as a shock for all of us. It's come as a big blow, that, but I trust them, honestly. I believe. They've never led me astray. Right, hey, 1,200 of you watching Cena's farewell with us. Hit that thumbs up. Hashtag thank you, Daze. Metal Mama, shout out to you. Where are we with the... I said I was going to look at that as well, didn't I? I said I'd look at that and then I lied. John Cena, who's going to win? John Cena, 77%. So we're looking at about 3/4 of you thinking John's going to get the dub tonight, and 23% thinking it's going to be Gunther. I can tell you, actually, that Gunther was the favourite. And then I think it was last night I saw Fightful saying that John had now become the favourite. So, obviously, it's hard to know if that's people hoping or if that's people genuinely believing that they're going to give John the win, or how this is going to go. So, you know, we'll have to see how it plays out. I think both results are on the table. Listen, if John gets the win, can that happen? Of course it can, you know? Rise above hate. Never give up. Yeah? Hustle, loyalty, respect. Sending the fans home happy. Is that possible? Absolutely. I think it's going to be Gunther, but you lot feeling that John could get the job done one final time. CM Punk talking about Cena is going to make me cry. They often say you don't know what you've got till it's gone. But in this case, because John prepped us and he announced his retirement, I think what it's done is create this cathartic situation where us fans got to say goodbye to him, and in our own way and at our own pace. Tonight's the night. This is it. John is a man of his word. When he leaves the ring tonight, it's the last time you're going to see him in wrestling shoes. I just want to be able to thank him in person. I wouldn't have missed tonight for the world, no matter how busy I was. So there we go. A few words by CM Punk on the kickoff show to John Cena. And there's been lots of little moments like that, lots of little bits that have come out of this kickoff show. Lots of lovely things that have been said. Yeah, you know, this is definitely going to be emotional. How long have we got? 8 minutes. I actually did, for real, a double take then. I don't know if I've ever done that in my life. I don't know if I've actually genuinely done a double take. Right, it's almost time, says Connor. QT said, I don't think this is going to be the final match. Casey said, it's a bit of a silly question, and I do apologise. No, Casey, go. But how do you watch in the UK? Oh, it's on YouTube, but... So if you go to WWE's YouTube channel, the countdown show's on right now, but I believe it's already set up for Saturday night's main event. That will be following after this. I'm enjoying the countdown so far, says Garrett. Will there be ad breaks during Saturday night's main event? I don't think so. There was when it was on TV in America because they had to go to ads. But I don't think we're going to have them tonight for this because we're not on TV. We're actually on we're on Peacock. Now, they might put breaks in at certain points because I don't know on Peacock if there's like an ad level. I'd imagine there is. You have like a cheap version that's got adverts. But that does not need to interrupt matches. That does not need to get in the way of anything. You might be able to like do them before matches and stuff like that. So if there are adverts, then hopefully the impact of them is going to be minimal. But yeah, I'm not really expecting much in the way of adverts tonight. There used to be. Saturday night's main event used to have adverts, but it was on TV. So, I don't know. We'll have to see. I don't think it's going to be a massive... It's not like we're going to watch John Cena's match and it's going to be interrupted all the time. Let's put it that way. This ain't Raw and SmackDown. Irish Sam said it's fantastic to see someone so honoured whilst I'm alive. It's always annoying when someone passes and they get so much love that they didn't get when they were alive. This is the first, and it should be more often that someone's... That's a really great comment. Irish Sam, I think that's a brilliant comment, my friends. I agree with you. It's great to see someone get this sort of recognition. Yeah, I completely agree. More of this. Cody Ober is going to be a banger, says Connor. It's on Peacock. There's no ads, but there will be a lot of video packages, says Brony. James said, what about Netflix? I don't think it's on Netflix. You'll have to tell me if it's on Netflix. My God, there's 380. That has gone up like loads. There was at about 180 last time I checked. Now it's at 380. 380,000 people watching live right now, the countdown show, and that's only going to go up even more when this show begins. So we've got Joe, Big E, Pete Rosenberg, they're all at the desk. We're just putting the final comments in place. Of course, we've got Mega Morant there with Sam Roberts. And there's all the presenters around. Jackie is losing her voice. She did just tweet out to say, yes, I am losing my voice. She's there with Byron Saxton. So, yes, we are getting close. Okay, I'm going to wipe away my tears in my Cena merch today. Happy Cena Day, everyone. Sarthak, shout out to you, buds. Right. The usual suspects. Daze, what would you have as Cena in the all-time list? Top 5, top 10? Where would you put him? It depends what we're ranking, doesn't it? I mean, if we're talking biggest superstars in WWE history, I think he makes top 5. Certainly top 10. I think he makes top 5. Some people would have him at number 1. But, I mean, you've got to debate about his impact in relation to Hogan in the 80s, his impact in relation to Stone Cold, his impact in relation to, I don't know, maybe a Roman Reigns, maybe an Undertaker, you know. You could even make the argument Bruno Sammartino, because if Sammartino doesn't work in the 60s and the 70s, you might not make it to the 80s and the 90s. So I feel good that Cena, you could make an argument top 5. And some would say number 1. WWE call him the GOAT, of course. if it's in-ring ability, I mean, for years he was, known of like having the 5 moves of doom. The criticism was that he's only got a few moves and that he's not that great. But actually, if you look at his match quality and the big matches, like he always tended to deliver. I actually think, for how often he wrestled and how high profile those matches were, they were normally like pay-per-view main events. I've got to say, I think his match scores were consistently very, very high for that level of like, go again. I mean, he had over 2,000 matches. I mean, of course there's going to be bad ones in there. And of course there's bangers in there. So, I think that there's better in-ring performers. Yeah, there's better, a Shawn Michaels. Who's better, Shawn or John Cena when it comes to in-ring? I mean, I'm taking Shawn every day of the week. But so it depends what you're going to rate him on and rank him on. But I mean, I think if you're just talking overall package, yeah, he's absolutely up there. It's absolutely, if you're talking about Big Match John, match quality, promo, presentation, aura, impact on the business, he's one of the greats. This is undeniable that we are saying goodbye. There is no one that can make an argument to say that John Cena is not one of WWE's all-time greats. Good luck with that. Good luck making that argument. I have absolutely no idea how you could even make that argument. He is he's ticking a lot of boxes, John Cena. Lillian Garcia is singing. Yeah, that's it. That's what we want. Normally, I'm very critical of the singers. I'm not critical tonight. She killed it. Let's go, Queen. Let's go, Queen. She's absolutely killed that in the best way possible. Lillian Garcia setting us off on the right tone, on the right foot. And we go over to Saturday night's main event, John Cena's final match. And the graphic I am greeted by says commercial break in progress. Let's go. Yeah. Commercial. Do you know, we just needed like some little model planes. Little tiny plane flying over her head as she was singing that then. That would have been sick. Imagine that, spitting out a bit of red, white and blue smoke behind it. We could have done a little remote control flyby. Would have been amazing. We could have all saluted. Oh my God. She was awesome. Normally we get these singers that I've never heard of and they suck. But she genuinely did a great job there. I'm all kinds of fired up right now. Right, Jason, shout out to you. Said the last time is now. Thank you, Cena. Well, Jason, you are right because the broadcast is beginning. If you are joining us, hit the thumbs up. It's greatly appreciated as we are trying to get to 1,000. But the show is starting. We just had a 2-hour pre-show. We started 3 hours before that as well. We've been live for 5 hours. And I've never been more awake. Let's flippin' go. Everyone is outside. We're seeing all the merch that's available. There's the merch stand. There's all the fans. Everyone doing this. Welcome to D Cena. And there is this massive standee. There is Johnny and Sean earlier in the evening. So, Jason, thank you, my friend. Appreciate it. So there is Trish. We're just seeing a few things we've already seen. We've got a few matches that we need to get through first, though. This isn't all about John tonight. We've got, I'm sure there'll be lots of tributes in those matches. I'm sure there'll be some little nods to John. There is Mark Henry. It's a shame he's not wearing, he must have thought about wearing the salmon. He must have thought about it. Okay, we got lots of celebrities. Metro Boomin in attendance. Yeah, this is the guy that we blame for the spinner belt. His Impact, man. Crazy. He changed the flipping design of the belts. He introduced the spinner US. And then, of course, the spinner WWE belt. This is all John. John did this. I hate Cena. Why is he leaving me, says King Yeti. I have actually heard that it is a personal attack on you. Yeah, that is true. He just, I don't know, he just doesn't rate you. Thankfully we do though, King Yeti. So, shout out to you, my friends. Nathan said, Daze, I've got my sack ready, Christmas cookies and cocoa. I'm going to raise a glass, of cocoa, to Saturday night's main event and the GOAT. Let's go. Metro made my top listen on Spotify, said Sarthak. He is, and he always will be, the greatest of all time to me, says Jared. Will Cena leave the shoes in the ring? That's a good shout, Defcon. That is the old tradition as well, leaving the boots in the ring. I think there is a very good chance that we could see that. I don't actually know if we'll even get the footage. I mean, it could be that it ends with Cena on people's shoulders or, something like that. So, yeah, that might have to be a digital exclusive. Gunther will not be there. He's injured. They've already shown him, but Gunther is there. He had a smile on his face earlier as he arrived and he walked past that Cena sign. The Cena figure is on WWE Shop. Oh, is it? What, that last one is on WWE Shop? That's good. It's good they've done that because Mattel Creations was a little bit buried away, to be honest. So there's a pop vinyl with Cena wearing what he's wearing. Okay, Pyro is going up. Fireworks and pyro. Welcome. No sign of Triple H. This is unbelievable. Unbelievable. You're right. $44.99. Hey, that's not bad, is it? $44.99. So here it is, look. There it is. The John Cena figure that we looked at earlier that's made to order. You can now get it from WWE Shop. $44.99. It's a great figure. I mean, honestly, that looks fantastic. The face scan looks great. Cloth goods, towel, swappable heads with different expressions, swappable hands, lots of articulation. We're not sponsored by it. I'm just saying, as a fan, I think that looks great. And it's the last shirt, and I'm guessing this is exactly what he's going to wear when he comes out, the socks and everything. I'm guessing they've already sort of agreed with him this is what he'll be wearing. Looks great. Honestly, looks great. Okay, Joe is back at this podium with Stephanie. In 2003, you helped save a young John Cena. How do you describe what this means to the fans? So, Stephanie says it is electric tonight. Alfredo said, Daze, check your DMs from your boy Bonzo. Is it Twitter DMs? I don't know what DMs, buds. Oh, Got you. Bonzo said, look who came to my work party. Well, Bonzo, thank you, my friend. What better way to celebrate John Cena and John Cena's career than by Bonzo sharing this image with all of us right now? Stephanie says, are you ready? But are you ready to see what Bonzo has sent? Thank you, John. There we go. Tony, come. Tony, come. Tony, come. Na, 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 na. Bonzo, I think it's the perfect way to celebrate John Cena's career, John Cena's contribution to pro wrestling. A picture of the goat, the true goat. Yeah. Just everywhere I'm looking right now, I'm seeing goats. Hey, there's another one about to make his way down to the ring. The American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes. Let's go. Right. Let's get rid of the pre-show because that is what I like to call a lie. Not shocked that this is opening the show. This is probably the biggest match on the undercards. So it makes sense that we want to get this done, give it a bit of time. You know, the other matches are fine. Bayley against Sol Ruca. The tag titles, which I don't expect to change hands. You know, we are looking at this, I think, being the WWE champ against the NXT champ. And I think that's quite interesting. Who wins? Does Drew get involved? Do you know, we need to end our poll, unfortunately, but I don't think we're getting much movement in it anymore. So let's do a poll and see where we are. Who is picking up the sweet, sweet dub in this match? Who wins? Is it going to be the American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes? Or is it going to be Oba Femi? Who's picking up the victory? Cody Rhodes has made his way down to the ring after Stephanie asks, are you ready? Nice reaction for Cody. Okay, let's see how WWE pulls this off with both Oba and Cody. I hope they don't lose momentum. Let's go, Iron Sheik. Yep, Iron Sheik. Oba, please win, says, right, they've brought Cody out first, you know, which I think is kind of interesting. Cody Rhodes coming out first. I'm surprised. I mean, like, I suppose it's just like, bang, the show has started. Oba is now, says one of the signs in the crowds. Here we go. Yeah, the fans are already taken to the ooh. Yeah, the fans are already getting on board with that. Look at this. Camera really low as we're going up. That structure with Oba. Oh my God, look at the aura. Look at the aura. And he starts doing the walk, making his way out. Mates, get him on the main roster now. Get him on now. I swear, that sign just said, like, ABBA instead of Oba. I'm sure I just saw it say ABA instead of OBA. I might have been wrong, but there was something, it looked like ABBA. Oh, mate, I hope they've messed that up. I hope someone's typed out ABBA instead of Oba. Those graphics are fine there, but I'm sure I just saw it say ABA, but whatever, maybe I'm wrong. Here's Oba making his way down, and the aura is real. if it is ABBA, then that A stands for aura, because this guy has got it in absolute spades. Let's go, mate. Let's flippin' go. Oba making his entrance down to the ring, in the ring, kicking off this historic event. Yeah, the fans are chanting Oba. Oba chants. Yeah, I'll tell you what, he's going to be loving that. Oba. Oh, my time is now, says Oba to a young Cody Rhodes. My time is now. Oba in there then with Cody. Cody locking up with Oba, and this really is going to be a challenge. Oba is a very, very credible opponent. Looks fantastic. You know, if you need some optimism for the future, if you need a reason to believe that WWE is going to be okay without John Cena, Oba Femi is a pretty good reason. The crowd start getting behind Cody. Cody Rhodes. Okay, we're underway with Cody. His ring gear looks a little bit different tonight. It's black and blue. It's black and blue for Cody tonight. Round the back there, Cody grabbing a side headlock of Oba. So at the moment, we've had a few votes coming in. We've had 500 votes coming in. 62% of you say Cody's going to win. 38% of you think that it's going to be Oba Femi. Look at that. Femi grabbing a hold of Cody. He's looking to pick him up. And, oh, mates. Backbreaker there by Oba. Cody goes back over to the corner. Oba coming in. Big shots coming into the midsection. Oh, my God. The aura, the presence, everything's off the scale. Guys, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. It's like a shot from a film, isn't it? I mean, that could be the arrival of, like, a hero. That could be the arrival of Batman in Gotham City. Look at that. Blummin' hell. Cody Rhodes going hard into the corner. Oba on his feet, going over to Cody. Shot coming in there by Cody, and again. Big knee to the midsection there by Oba. Cody stumbles back to the corner. Oba with Cody, hurling him over across the ring. We're 15 minutes into the show already. Yeah, online is so excited. Online is so pumped. What a brilliant way to start this show. Over in the corner, Cody jumps over. He's trying to grab the big man, looking for a power slam. Can't quite get it, can't quite find it. Oba reverses, picks up and slams Cody down. Going for the pin, 2. No joy. No joy. Oba digging deep. God, the only thing I would say is I really wish this match was going to get time. I don't think it's going to be able to get too much time. Big forearm shot coming in there by Oba. But hopefully it just gives you a taste of wanting more Oba. Shot coming in there by Cody. This should definitely be a showcase win for Oba. A good solid match and show the WWE Universe what NXT viewers know, that Oba is one of a handful of people that is ready for the main roster. Well said, Sean. Another backbreaker there by Oba, but that was a little bit more gentle. Kick out there by Cody. Cody definitely going through it right now. Definitely going through it right now. So, Wade Barrett said this has been a walk in the park so far for Oba. Right now, Oba with Cody. Big blow to the back of the head as Cody goes down. Smiley face plays, said he's so good.
Extraordinario said Oba and the Masters of the Universe. Magma said Oba would do really well against Brock. Look at the strength. So awesome, said Dr. Luchalala. Well, thank you, my friend. I have been doing a little bit of working out ready for this stream, so yeah, I really appreciate that. They do say hard work doesn't go unnoticed. Shot coming in there by Cody. Loopy Girl, hello. Glad to watch Cena's last match with y'all. Thanks, Daze. Loopy Girl, shout out to you. I hope you're doing well. Shout out to everyone that's joining us as we are seeing Cody Rhodes get back into this. Going over against the rope. Cody Cutter connects. Cody Cutter connects. 1, 2. Kick out by Oba. Brandon said, Oba feminists rise. Wow, mate. I think they've all risen. Your leader, your ruler has been doing very well. Alfredo said, to be fair, I sent it a few days ago. Okay. Alfredo, shout out to you, buds. Cody going over against the ropes. He's going for a suicide dive, but he gets caught there by Oba. Oba, bang, connecting. Cody going down. Yeah, to be honest, my ex DMs are just not something I really keep on top of. It's always best to like tag me in like a notification, like in an actual tweet. I have to keep on that for unseen. I don't really have a choice. So I have to keep on top of those. Suicide dive there by Cody. Down goes Oba. Tell you what, lovely pace to this match. Really excellent start to this show. Cody getting back in the ring. Oba getting in after him. Oba picking up Spinebuster. Gets it. 1, 2. It's going to take more than that, mate. It's going to take more than that. You ain't putting Cody Rhodes away with a Spinebuster. It was a pretty damn good Spinebuster, though, to be honest. Yeah, really good match. Guys, this low-key is going to be one of the best WWE shows of the year. And it's not going to even be close. Oba standing over Cody. Going over to Cody. Grabbing Cody. Watch this match. We're going to be asking for your thoughts. How you score it afterwards. I think this is in line to get a great rating at the moment. Going over against the ropes. Big clothesline. To the outsides. Oba. What's the big man going to do? I think he's going to go to the outside. I thought he was going to go like suicide dive or something, which is not very Oba. He collides into Cody. They go over the commentary table. They go crashing down to the outsides. Jeez Louise. Cody's got his hand all over some buttons, and I don't know what those buttons do. There appears to be some buttons right there for the commentators. Probably like the mute button and stuff like that. That would have been such a good troll job. Imagine if Cody just hit the mute button. Switch Michael Cole off. Okay, here we go. Oh my God, there's blood. Blood coming out of, is it the mouth or the ear? We've got some blood on Cody. Seems like Cody got busted open with that commentary table spot. Oba proving that, look at that, there's blood. Yeah, it's the ear. Oh my God, he's busted him open. Cody Rhodes is struggling right now. Oba in control. John Cena's last match is 3 matches away. We're not even counting down with days. We're counting down matches. Cody on his feet. Cody going up. Cody Cutter gets it. Gets it. 1, 2. Kick out by Oba. Crowd are so invested. Crowd are so invested. Crowd are really enjoying the action. Brilliant work there by Cody. Right now, we've got someone coming through the crowds. It's Drew McIntyre. Drew McIntyre. Do you know what? The referee has spotted it. It's going to be a DQ. Cody Rhodes is going to win by DQ. Honestly, though, we have no idea who would have won this match. Oh, Oba is getting into it with Drew. Look at this. Look at this. Oba is livid. Oh my God, just get him up to the main roster now. There are so many stories. He pushes Drew. Drew goes down. Oba is livid right now. We've got it happening. Cody Cutter connects. This match has already ended, unfortunately. But Oba wants a little bit more of Drew. Bang. I did wonder if Drew was going to get involved and maybe that would result in Oba winning. Sadly, Drew gets involved and it's a DQ. But look at Oba staring at Cody, just sort of letting him know this is not over. This is not finished. Cody with blood coming down the side of his head. This was certainly not a friendly. You know, in football, we have like friendly matches, and so this was not a friendly. This was not a fun little showcase. This was war, right? That's what we just got served. We just got served war. Cody coming over. He raises Oba's hands. And listen, message sent. Is Oba ready for the main roster? Yes. Has Oba just pushed the WWE champ to his limit? Yes. Are people going to want to see more of Oba? Yes. Might not be the result that people want, but it still achieved everything that WWE will have wanted. Oba goes over, lifts up the arm of Cody. There we go. Let's get people's thoughts on how that went down. Amazing action. Really, really fun. Match scores. Smile said, I hate that Oba didn't get the dub. Oba is great, said Pillskim. Okay. I knew that Drew would interfere, said Suzanne. Okay, is it Bayley next? I think it might be Bayley next. Yeah, really good. I think Cody getting busted open. There we go. There's still no sign of John. They have not shown John arriving or anything. They're keeping it all a big mystery. Normally when you got a big, like, boxing fight or something, you see the person arrive and all that. They haven't done that. Or at least I don't believe they have. Okay, awesome. Till Drew showed up, said B-Ball Brox. They should have had Cody barely win and just keep Oba looking strong, but instead they've put on a bad match, thanks to book him. Oh, you think that was a bad match? I can understand people being down on the way that it finished. I get that. But I think, did it achieve what it needed to achieve? I think when they were wrestling, it was really good. We did a spot on the outside. Cody's busted open. Oba looks more than ready for that level. The aura is off the charts. I think there's a lot of boxes being ticked. And actually, all it's done is make me want to see more. I mean, I'm just like, people not getting called up for NXT is okay, because I always think, don't do it unless you're ready. But what I have just seen, you've got to do it. If you're not ready, that is on you. He needs to come up. That is the breath of fresh air that the main roster really needs. We need Oba Femi. We need that aura. We need him on the main roster. If John Cena wanted to show you a glimpse of the future, you just saw it. So, you know, my feelings on them not bringing up Oba have slightly shifted following that match. Before, I was quite happy to be patient. It's okay. He'll come up. You know, they've got to get ready for him. But after what I've just seen and how good that is, you've got to move now. You've got to get him up now. We need him. That we are missing that kind of aura. So I think as a match to achieve that is amazing. You can't ask for much more, but I understand that people are going to be down on the finish. So we have gone to commercial break. We don't need to worry about it interrupting in the matches, but it seems like there are still going to be commercial interruptions. But yeah, this I think we're off to a pretty strong start. Half an hour into the show, we've got an hour and a half left. And of course, there is a post-show as well. Yeah, serious aura. People are saying he's just a different beast. He's just a different beast. Sean Ross Sapp's like, okay then. As soon as Drew interfered, he's like, okay. But then we did get Oba kind of stepping up to Drew. And that was obviously really interesting. Oba dropping Drew was obviously really interesting. I mean, you could do a triple threat with them three, and it would not look out of place at all, would it? It would not look out of place at all. Right. I thought Oba was a heel, but he lifted Cody's arm. That's not very heelish, said Liam. In 5 years' time, I can see Oba versus Braun at Mania for the WWE title. Oba is just sort of out for himself, really. I mean, he is someone that cares about him and cares about himself. And actually, I think Oba would have respected that he just went to war with Cody, and it was mano a mano. It was no messing around. I think he knows that Drew has just not got involved because Cody asked him to. So I think he knows that we were having a war. It was a proper respect, us going up against each other. And if it hadn't been for that clown, then we could have, you know, found out who the better man was. So I think Oba was just showing respect there to Cody, like, fair play. I don't blame you for how that's just ended. And listen, it just makes me want to see it again. It just makes me want to see it again. It just makes me want to see. I mean, imagine Oba against Jacob. Imagine Oba against Drew. Like, the amount of matches that you can do are so tantalizing. So, yes. Anyway, there we go. Where are we on score? So, at the moment, Great in the lead. So at the moment, we're looking at Great 59, but that can shift a little bit more. Edward said, I've been out all day enjoying myself, just trying to take my mind off crying. It's worked, but now I'm home for the show and I'm looking forward to it. Edward, shout out to you, buds. Well, the countdown has very much begun. Wrestle Andy said Oba looks like he could be legit WWE chance right away. What, he could go for like the title straight away? Yeah, do you know, it's really interesting how you have to like build up people. You have to build up their aura. You have to kind of really find a way of getting them to connect with the audience. The great thing about Oba and his presentation and his entrance and his size and just everything about him, the music, the entrance, his look, the way he carries himself, the walk that he's got already that people are going to copy when he comes down. The fact that you can go, in between like his entrance, so you can join in, right, with his entrance. The fact that he's got that aura straight out of the gate. Yeah. You can move a lot quicker as a result. Definitely. We ain't got to find it. We ain't got to look for it. It's there. It's ready-made, you know? Sometimes when you go to, the shops or whatever, or, you're picking bananas, they might still be a little bit green and they need a little bit more ripening. But you can absolutely go to the shops and just get one that's like ready to go, And that's what Oba is. He's ready to go. There are some people, quite a lot actually, the majority that come up and they're still a little bit green. And they still need a little bit more ripening. But then you do get this little gem once in a while, like an Femi, like a Brock Lesnar, that are just ready to go straight out the gates. There's not much. I mean, look, can his promos get a bit better? Sure. Can his match quality get a bit better? Sure. There's definitely things that can get a little bit better over time. But is he in a really good place right now? Yeah. Yeah, he is. He absolutely is. We can absolutely get going with him quite quickly. So I agree with you, buds. I agree. I feel like a lot of people are going to feel that after seeing what they've just seen. Let's change this over because our next match is coming up soon. We are back from the commercial break. Half an hour has gone. Half an hour has gone. Okay. They're just having a look at some of the numbers that John has put up in his career. Okay, Bayley against Sol Ruca. Sol Ruca is someone that is I mean, she's going to hit the Soul Snatcher. I have no idea why you would want to put her on this show and not show that move. What a move it is. The Soul Snatcher by Sol Ruca is so impressive. I think they will show you that, and she'll show that. Will she get the win as a result? Okay. Let me make sure we're on top of everything. Grand Prairie said Oba has got the rockets strapped to his boots. I agree, buds. Okay, Tyrese Halliburton is in the crowds. Brandon said, Daze, I would like to see Oba Roman rivalry ruler against Tribal Chief Brandon. Let's go, mate. I'm so here for that. I am so here for that. Chuck Zito, an actor and a stuntman in the crowds. Yes, I would like to see that as well. I think there are so many matches that you can do with Oba. I think he's really got the excitement kind of going. I think there's going to be a lot of people really like, oh my God. Don't forget as well, we're excited and we watch him every week in NXT. There's going to be plenty of people that have never seen him before. Okay, Lyra is coming down with Bayley. Lyra making her way down to the ring. So they did say tonight was going to have surprises. I wonder if that Drew McIntyre moment is one of them. Let's get the poll ended. Bayley goes over, gives Trish a hug. Okay, it was a great rating. You lot scored it great. 58. Great. 58. Can these two put on a match that's going to also get a great rating? It would be so good if every match tonight could get a great rating. I feel like the tag match will, because Javon, Leon Slater, they're going to cut, man. I think of all the matches that have been announced, this is the one that you're like, I think it will, but there's also a chance that it might not click. I think it will, though. I think it will. Bayley in the ring. We're waiting for Sol Ruca to make her way down. Daze, who would probably like to see facing Oba? Maybe Braun, Bronson, Drew, Brock, Jacob. Mate, all of them. The great thing about Oba is, as we've just seen, he can come down and be a monster, but equally he can be a babyface. I mean, right now he just feels like he's kind of out for himself a little bit. But, I mean, he showed respect to Cody afterwards. I think that was quite important, actually, to show there's no hard feelings. To sort of show, like, I don't blame you for, you know, this match ending the way that it did. I can tell you that Zarya has come out with Sol Ruca. That's kind of important because these two have really had a hot and cold relationship. I think we're all expecting the turn to happen, and it looked like it happened the other day. But then they sort of apologized and got back on the same page. There's every chance we did that because we want to pull the trigger here instead. So all eyes on Zarya and Sol Ruca, and if that friendship is going to come to an end. Bayley has got some armbands on. It says, never give up. So, Sol Ruca against Bayley. Let's get a poll up, shall we? See who you lot think's going to get the victory here. I don't think this is going to get loads of time. I think they're just going to have to go in there and do the best they can with what they've got. Bayley, Sol Ruca. Right now, we've got Sol Ruca down. Also, there's no rush, though. I mean, we can go as long as we want. Right now, Sol Ruca in there with Bayley as Bayley takes over Sol Ruca. Just a one count. You really can't lose if you're Sol Ruca, says Wade. I suppose it is true. I mean, you know, just like we saw with Oba there, what an opportunity this is. No sign of Jesse on the show, by the way. We've used him on the Countdown show, but I don't know that we're going to see him during this event. He might reappear. Look at that, Sol. Going over. Lovely. Taking Bayley over. So, Sol Ruca just breaking out some of the moves that she's got. Some of the gymnastics. Her gymnastic backgrounds coming into effect. So locking up there with Bayley. I feel like it just feels like this has settled down just a touch, just a whisper. Going over against the rope. Sol goes over, lands on her feet. Bang! Bayley goes down. Face first. And she flops outside the ring. Sol Ruca back on her feet. Legacy, I've been watching for 18 years and I love it. I've been watching New Daze for a few years. I'm a big fan of what you do for the wrestling community. Well, thank you, Legacy Writer. I really appreciate it, my friends. I think that, you know, I love talking about wrestling, probably too much. But I just think about all the wrestling I watched in my life where I didn't have anyone around to talk to. So to have like good, honest, in-depth conversations about what's going on, like, oh, so I'm so here for that. So yeah, hopefully if you guys feel the same, then hopefully we can be of use. So yeah, appreciate it, but 18 years watching wrestling, that's good. That's really good. I think a lot of people get into wrestling, step away for a bit, come back. I think there's a lot of people that have probably done that are watching tonight as Bayley tried to get Sol Ruca on her shoulders. Little bit of a botch, nothing bad. She tried to get her up on her shoulders, but her leg kind of buckled. Apparently, Cody Rhodes over Femi lasted 9 minutes. Felt a little longer than that to me, actually. 9 minutes is what that clocked in at. Sol Ruca showing out tonight. Again, showing some more of her agility as Bayley goes to the outside. Sol Ruca trying to get everyone on board. She's going over against the ropes. Cartwheel, backflip to the outside. That's highlight reel stuff. Yeah. I mean, that stuff is eye-catching, and it looks really good. Look at that. Bang, bang. I mean, it's so impressive. Goes over the top and comes down on Bayley. I'm glad she made a good connection on Bayley as well. My big criticism is when you do all of that and then the end result is, like, not very impactful. But she got plenty of that, and it looked really good. Bayley in control. 2 matches away now. We got the countdown showing as Bayley goes over Sol Ruca into the corner. I had a break, said Kieran. I've been a wrestling fan since 74, said Leon. And the wrestling today is different than it was in this. Oh, massively. Night and day in it, but night and day. I feel back then, though, you still had kayfabe. So, you know, a lot of what you was getting back then was, you know, two people really grinding out a win. It wasn't flashy. It wasn't meant to be flashy. You know, I mean, people got nosebleeds if they would go up to the top rope and go up in the top turnbuckle. But, you know, it's a myth that matches were bad back then. They were still engaging. You know, people loved wrestling back then. But it was just completely different because people believed a lot more in what they were watching. Not everyone. Some people knew that, you know, it wasn't legit, but, you know, you still wanted to watch to see who was going to win, where the story was going, and, you know, what was going to be next. Whereas, you know, now it's just completely different. Now there's a lot put on the in-ring quality. There's a lot put on match quality. There's a lot put on, like, okay, we know that this is predetermined, but the whole quality of the work is, look at that. Bang. So with a cartwheel on the top rope into a DDT. Who even thinks to cartwheel on a top rope? Yeah. Sol Ruca continuing to do Sol Ruca things, but it's that Soul Snatcher, which I thought we might have got there, that everyone's waiting for. Bayley to belly. Shoulder up. Shoulder up there by Sol Ruca. Zarya on the outside, watching on. Oba doesn't need SmackDown. SmackDown needs Oba, said James. I agree. I have never stepped away from wrestling. I've watched since 1990, said Hugh Review. Fantastic, buds. I think it is normal for people to do that, though. I think it is normal for, like, people that got in as kids and watched when they were young to sort of just step away momentarily, you know, as they got a bit older and, you know, going out and all that stuff kind of comes in. So I think that's, like, normal, but, yeah, if that was not your journey, then, you know, respect. Sol Ruca upside down in the corner as Bayley comes up, delivers an elbow there by Bayley. So Bayley with an elbow. I knew about kayfabe when I was in 79. Before then, people just trusted everything they saw on TV, said Joseph. Zarya watching on. They're giving this match time as well, actually. Sol Ruca going over to the corner. Bayley on her knees. Ruca. That is what Ruca has got to deal with. Ruca. Backslide there by Sol Ruca, but she didn't get it. Right now, we got Bayley going over. One, two, kick out by Bayley. Kick out by Bayley. Right now, we've got, here we go. Ah, she went for the Soul Snatcher, but she didn't get it. Rose plants. Connects there by Bayley. She did go for that Soul Snatcher. Feet on the rope. Feet on the rope. Okay, they're doing some cooking. They're doing some cooking. Shots coming in there by Bayley. Bayley throwing in these shots. Bang! Sol Ruca goes down. Bayley with Sol Ruca. Bayley going over to the outsides. She's looking to climb up. Bayley is going all the way up to the top. Sol Ruca down as Bayley delivers an elbow. Here we go. No, I thought she was going to hit that Soul Snatcher. Roll up, no joy. Here we go. Soul Snatcher! Connects! Connects! Bayley, though, almost gets out the ring. Yeah, here we go. Dragging her in. No, reversed. 1, 2. Ah! 1, 2. Soul gets it. Soul wins. Wow. Sol Ruca beats Bayley. The biggest win of her career. Absolutely. Wow. I tell you what, though, all eyes on Zarya right now. I don't know if they're going to do the turn, but Zarya and Sol Ruca have had their issues. Oh, they're just going to show a replay of that Soul Snatcher. Look at that, the rose plants. Couldn't do it. Yeah, and she just gets her feet on the ropes. I'm not sure we're going to get the turn yet. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. Blimey now. What a move. Okay, Lyra is consoling Bayley. Bayley looking frustrated. Sol puts her hand out. And there we go. Okay, look there. Zarya gets her hand raised. Sol gets her hand raised. Lyra gets her hand raised. Sol, Zarya saluting. I'm still just waiting and watching as they embrace. No. I did wonder. That split is coming. It's just not now. Brilliant, though. Brilliant. What an ending. Okay, let's get a poll, shall we? Don't forget, if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. As we are continue, we've got 2 matches left. There's 2 matches left, guys. John Cena against the Ring General. Guys, there's 2 matches left. I knew she'd win, says Garrett. I'm fine with Sol winning, but I still hate when they act shocked when they win, said Dad Stuff. There's only one John Cena, says RVD. You could say he's one of a kind. Days with the match, WWE has progressed Bayley's split personality with a loss, further doubting herself. Losing to a rookie and giving Sol a big win. All 3 NXT stars go up after, says Sean. Well, Zarya and Sol. So, just got a video package where we're hearing from lots of different people. Thanks for the house. Okay, tag match coming up next. This is our co-main event. Co-main event. So it is going to be the tag match. AJ Styles, Dragon Lee against Leon Slater and Javon Evans. This is going to be a banger, said Smiley Face Plays. We are halfway done, says Andrew. We are pretty much halfway done, yeah. We got 9 minutes and we'll be an hour into this show. Daze, have you ever heard of a fainting goat? If not, look it up. It's pretty funny. If a goat freezes and falls over. Oh, not actually like freezes. The young OG and the youngest in charge are going to absolutely cook, says Robbie. I am not ready, says Blake. 1 hour already. Cena only getting 30 minutes. Nah, we can. We've got 9 minutes. We'll do entrances, and it's going a little later than I thought they would go, but we can go over. I don't think it's going to massively go over, but, you know, I mean, it can go over 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Is really not a problem. Okay, the show has gone to commercial break. That's going to allow us just to get a breath for a second. I meant Sol, Javon, Ober is my guess. They'll go up. Maybe Tatum, Trick, and Ethan, says Sean. I think Brock and Roman are going to come out at the end to send Cena off, says AB. If it goes over, we have the post show too, but it shouldn't matter, said Dr. Luchalala. I've been a fan of John since I was 16, says Sir Curbington, with my dad, and I've raised my son to be a Cena fan. I'm 39 now, and my dad is unfortunately not with us anymore. So tonight, me and my boy are watching for him. I bet there's a lot of people in that boat, isn't there? I bet there's a lot of people that watched with their dad. No, I didn't even think about that. A lot of people that watched with their dads, and, you know, people are maybe no longer with us. And yeah, wow. That's a great story, buds. It reminds me a lot of that meme, the one that's got like a young Homer sat in front of the TV, and then you've got an older Homer that's kind of sat there watching. You know, and it's kind of like, you know, as the years have gone by. It does feel that way tonight. It has got like shades of that tonight, of course. If you are joining us, Sol Ruca picking up the victory, getting the win thanks to the Soul Snatcher. Respect shown afterwards. Okay, we are at commercial break. Days, I just worked 14 straight days. I never get a day off in retail. My favorite Cena moment was Mania 26 when he wrestled Dave Batista. I was actually there and it was epic. A.V. Jobson, thank you, my friends. Yeah, listen, I know retail, buds. I am totally with you on that. Totally with you on that. Certainly at this time of year as well, with it being Christmas and just constantly busy. And yeah, I completely sympathize with you, my friend. I hope it's going well, and you should be through it, the worst of it, fairly soon. For in straight days is crazy, said Smiley Face Plays. Is it over? Well, the second match is over. We're just going over to the tag match next. So tag match coming up next. I watched with my mom until she passed away in 2019, said Draco. She was a big Cena fan. Chris said, thank you, Draco. Chris said, do we think The Rock will show up? Even though he posted a video, he could still show up. I'm not sure that he's going to, but he could be there as a little surprise. I don't think he's going to do the whole sell me your soul and all that sort of stuff. I don't think this is going to WrestleMania or anything like that. But could he be there? Yeah. I mean, when they all come out to applaud, you know, The Rock could be a little surprise. I expect to see The Undertaker. He actually did his One Dead Man show last night in Washington. And so he is there. They've not shown him yet, but he is going to be there. We know that Kurt Angle's there. And you've got to think all these people have been invited. Yes, of course, to have a word with John backstage, but they're going to bring them out. They're going to have everyone on the entranceway applauding, aren't they? You know? I think when it ends and John is standing in the middle of the ring, the lights will go off. Undertaker comes out. Lights come on and Taker's in full ring gear and says, "It's time," said Darren. I'm disappointed. I didn't see any other big celebrity appearances in the audience apart from John Berthel. I don't even know who that is. Oh, there's The Undertaker. So we're actually hearing from The Undertaker video package-wise, but I just want to thank you for helping WWE achieve the levels it might not have achieved if it wasn't for John Cena. Okay, and a few words by The Rock. Anyone tired of hearing the same song over and over during the breaks? It was really annoying hearing Finn over and over during WrestleMania, said Smiley Face Plays. Oh, I take my headset off, to be honest. I don't listen. I remember when Cena fought Undertaker, said Troot. Rock is suffering with bipolar syndrome, said The Ribs. There is Mrs. Taker. Michelle McCall, one of the greatest podcasters of our generation. And there is Mark Henry as well. Kurt Angle getting a massive pop. Eve Torres. Oh, I wondered who Bayley had embraced, but I didn't know who it was. I didn't see. But it was Eve Torres. And there is Trish. So we have got legends. There's Rob Van Dam. But he still looks great, doesn't he? There's Sami. Sami Zayn. Oh, is that Sami's son, is it? Okay, there we go. We've got all these fans backstage. Oh, yeah, those Superstar, they're great. I don't need... Oh, look at the kid, man. You can't see me and shaved in the back of his head. Very cool. Michael just wants to thank those that have sat next to Michael. Over Taz. Taz gets a shout out. Okay, so Michael just taking a second just to thank all the different partners he's had over the years. Jim Ross gets a shout. Wow. That's classy, isn't it? That is really classy. That is classy. That is really good. I really like that. Right. I love that Taz is getting his flowers. Well, do you know, they actually asked Michael, who would you say is your best partner? And he said Taz. So he has actually really given Taz his flowers. In an interview, he was like, I think Taz was the best partner I ever had. Which was, honestly, I thought that was like crazy to hear. It's not the person I expected him to say. Is Cole retiring too? Said David. No, there's been no announcement of that, but you know, that'll be sad when he goes. I mean, I think Michael Cole gets a really bad rap. I think that, you know, he is someone that goes all the way back to the Attitude Era. He is someone that's been ever present, like prides himself on only missing a couple of shows over the, you know, the decades. I mean, he is the voice of WWE for so many people. But it's just that, you know, they had him do some really cringy stuff and, you know, all the stuff he has to do with, like, reading out the ad reads and, you know, all the thankless stuff that I think he gets blamed for. That's not really his fault. You know, he had Vince in his ear saying, you know, read that again or say this, do that. And I think actually a lot of people have said he's been a lot better since Vince left. They find him more palatable. It just goes to show, you know, maybe the stuff you didn't like wasn't really Michael's fault. So I got a lot of respect for him, an absolute bona fide Hall of Famer. The voice of WWE for many people. He's still no Gorilla Monsoon. He's still no Bobby the Brain Heenan. No, but he's good. I like him. Here's Javon. This should be a banger, said Scott. Daze, everyone, I'm going to defend anything that The Rock touches related to WWE. I'll die defending anything that he touches that will almost end up badly, said Joy Maurice. Joy Maurice, shout out to you. PG Ace said, once Cole was unrestricted, he became goated. Yeah, I agree. I think he does a really good job. I think you could replace him with someone, and I think that a lot of the criticisms would be exactly the same. Zarya has just tweeted out, "What a time to be alone." What does that mean? What does that mean? What a time to be alone. What does that mean? Leon Slater coming out. TNA being represented. Mate, I don't remember if I'd seen him before, but the first time I saw him was at, like, I think Slammiversary in a match against, I want to say, Moose. And it was an absolute banger. And then AJ Styles came out and did a thing with him after. Like, you're the future. I'm so excited to, you know, see you develop. And from that moment, he's been on the radar. And, yeah, I mean, he had a match with Javon that was incredible. And then flipping Dark State got involved and messed it up. And then we've had a few more appearances out of Leon, and he's continued to be great. But him and Javon are so good together. You're going to see, I mean, I don't want to tell you what you're going to see. I mean, what I can say is you're going to see some amazing stuff out of these two. What you just saw out of Sol Ruca, Javon and Leon can absolutely do and deliver. But I know many of you are very educated wrestling fans. Maybe even join us for a lot of those streams. Wade Barrett said, you can't have enough Englishmen on this show. Welcome aboard. Do you know, I don't even ever think about that. I never even think about the fact that he's English. Never crosses my mind. They weren't even born when John Cena debuted, says Wade. That's a pretty cool entrance for Leon. Do we think there's a chance we could get Rock and Kurt presenting Cena with some sort of lifetime title tonight? Yeah, Simply Simon, there's maybe a chance of that. I think it would be Triple H that would want to do that, though. Anything that involves a spotlight, Triple H is going to be there, yeah? So I think it's going to be... here's AJ. Yeah, there could be something like that. I don't think it necessarily needs that. But, yeah, there could be something like that. Some people wondering if it's going to be a Hall of Fame induction or something. Again, I don't think it needs that. As I keep saying, if tonight is not enough for you, I'm not sure anything ever will be. This is John Cena's final match. There's going to be a lot of emotion. There's going to be a lot of legends. So, you know, if this isn't enough and, like, you're going to go, oh, they should have done a Hall of Fame thing, or they should have done a lifetime title, or they should have done this, they should have done... Come on, man. Come on. This is enough. This is John Cena's final match. But yes, could they? They absolutely could. But I hope people won't be disappointed if there isn't. Right, we've got AJ, we got Dragon Lee. Right, I hope WWE made good with WXW, said Robbie. Yeah, that was shady. Listen, as much as we love WWE and praise WWE, that was pretty moody. He was already booked to be elsewhere, and so... he was going to be appearing at a big show for an indie promotion, and they just pulled him out of that last minute so he could be on this, which of course is a no-brainer. Of course he's going to be on this show. Of course he is. But yeah, that was moody. Oh, look at that by Javon. Big air. I think they've said to them, you ain't got long. I think they've said that to them because, to be honest, I expected this to start at least 5-10 minutes ago. Oh, over the top. Down goes Leon. Chucking Dragon Lee in there. Javon going over the other sides. Big crossbody by Leon. Oh, that is just perfect. That is perfect. That crossbody was beyond perfect. Look at that frog splash. Mates, these are incredible. Amazing. Amazing. Look at that. Leon going over the corner, over the turnbuckle, over the ring post, to the outsides. Picture perfect crossbody. Picture perfect frog splash. Yeah, Wade Barrett's like, that's the best frog splash you'll ever see. Perfect. Perfect. Well, I need that sound. Perfect. Right now, over. Bang goes Leon into the corner. You're not going to be able to take your eyes off this. Let's get the poll ended so we don't get too many distractions. Okay, it was another great score. They did it. They managed to get another great score. So this is great 72. Oh, mate, there's no way this match ain't getting great. They're already chanting, this is awesome. Dragon Lee to the outsides. Dragon Lee in the ring, sorry. It's Javon to the outsides. I'm trying to write down the flipping scores here. Goes over, picks up Leon. Bang! You guys might have tricks, but I got a few of my own. Right now, we've got AJ on the outside. We've got Javon on the other side. Crowd are applauding away. Let's get a poll up, shall we? I mean, I believe this is actually for the tag titles. I mean, surely that means the champs retain. AJ and Dragon, or Leon and Javon. There we go. Oof. We're spinning quite a few plates here. We got polls on the go. We got Javon in there. Now we've got Leon and AJ. Bang! AJ Styles in there with Leon. Going over to the outsides. Oh, gets caught. Gets caught. Right now, Javon to the outsides. AJ grabs him. Okay. Bottom rope. Look at that. Off that bottom rope, barricades reverberating around. Right now, we've got taking him over. Ah! Oh my God, Leon in a Styles clash, but a super kick there by Javon. This is just absolutely non-stop. You can't get your breath. Absolute breakneck speeds. Oh, look at it. Look at that cutter by Javon. Massive. Sign in the crowd said that boy is bouncy. So good. Everything is so good. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome again. Right now we've got Leon splashing down. Look at this. Look at that as an image. Drop kick by Dragon Lee. Look at this image. That's a human. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. WWE are showing you a glimpse of the future, and honestly, it is nothing but fireworks. Next match is John Cena's last match. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. John Cena could not ask for a better build. This crowd are warmed up. They're excited. They're engaged. They're being entertained. Dragon Lee driving down Javon. Javon goes to the outsides. Dragon Lee going over. Look at that big air. Dragon Lee wants to show that he can deliver as well. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. We've heard it a few times tonight, to be honest. Leon Slater has got AJ Styles. AJ Styles reverses. Roll up by AJ. Styles clash. Leon trying to get out of it. And he does. He does. Opening match you said was great 58. Second match said it was great 72. And you are lapping this up like a kitten being given some milk. Here we go. Phenomenal forearm. Ah, he slipped. He slipped. I don't know if that was a botch or if it was like meant to be a sell of his leg giving out. They're saying that it's a mistake. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. The way that he grabbed his leg and his knee, it makes me wonder if it was like a sell. He's trying to get back up. Styles Clash might be coming in. He's trying to get it and he gets it. Bang! He gets it. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Styles Clash gets it. Dragon Lee comes over to check on AJ. That ended sooner than I thought, said Austin. I wonder if it was. It wasn't a botch. It was a botch. Okay, we need to ask a question. Was it a botch? We desperately need to know if it was a botch or not. Was it a botch? I'm not sure. I don't know if it was like him trying to sell his knee being injured or if it was that he genuinely slips. Styles slips whilst attempting a phenomenal forearm, but I'm telling myself it was on purpose. That botch was AI. So people online seem to be leaning towards it was a botch. People online seem to be leaning that way. You lot are leaning that way as well. 66% saying you think it was a legitimate botch. Doesn't matter. It ain't ruined nothing. Honestly, I think the earlier matches kind of overran. I think all the show was kind of, you know, I mean, we're 15 minutes in and we still have not got going with the entrances. We probably got another commercial break as well, so. There we go. No more matches, kids. No more matches. Don't go thinking there's any more matches, because there is not. Right, we have got... Let's end this. Let's get the poll. I wonder if that's going to ruin... Oh, it was so good, that match. Is the short nature and the botch going to take anything away? Let's find out. Let's find out. Okay, if you are enjoying the stream or you're excited for what's coming next, and what's coming next is history, then leave a like. Feel free to share your thoughts as well. Are the tears already flowing? Here it is. Here's the graphic. The time is up. The time is now. John Cena. We're going to write it. We're writing it. John Cena versus the Ring General, Gunther. There she is. There she is. Please, John, win for us. Don't give up, said Andrew. This is going to be so sad, said Chris. Logan's B said, do we think the crowd is going to break the record for the loudest reaction when Cena comes out? it stands a chance. I mean, everyone's there for John. I mean, when he comes out, it's going to be crazy. So, yes, I think it stands a chance. Oh, I don't know if they've got the decibel reader. They used to have that, didn't they? I mean, France is going to be what they're going to have to try and compete against. France is going to be, I think, the record, the benchmark. But, yeah, I think this stands a chance of being right up there. Kane with a bit of a... There's Kane. Thanks for all the houses. Okay. Daze, Mark Henry should have worn that salmon suit. He definitely should. He definitely should. Right, all of them saluting at the end of their match as well. And we go to commercial break. We are at commercial break. When we come back from commercial break, it is one match left to go. We've got about 40-odd minutes left. I think this can overrun, may overrun. I genuinely don't know. I'm not ready. People saying they're not ready. He's not dead. He's just retiring, said Maggie. He's had a great career life and he's made millions. Paul Heyman should come out and sing that song for him. Do, 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 do. Harry said, I told myself I wouldn't cry. Joseph said, my first wrestling match I ever saw was a John Cena match. Thank you, Cena. They will get some time, and then Cena will give a speech, says Ant. Thugonomics won last time, said Loch Ness. Well, I think we know what he's going to come out wearing. He's got his final shirt. They've done the figure on it and all of that. So I don't think he's going to come out with any surprises. I think he's going to wear exactly what the pop vinyl looks like, exactly what that figure looks like. He's got his shirt. He's going to come out wearing that. I don't expect that to be a surprise. For the sake of the internet entertainment, please let him tap, said Robbie. Just because you want to see everyone have a meltdown. Let's go. Daze, I've been watching John since I was 8, and we get closer. I am getting more sad about the end, but I am excited for his future. But my childhood is coming to an end. My childhood Superman is done, says Ronnie. Sarthak said, Daze, my uncle introduced me to WWE by gifting me cards. I lost him in COVID, and I miss him so much today. Sarthak, thank you, my friends. I think that's a lovely message, and, thoughts with all of those that we've lost. I think that's where this hits even harder. I mean, it is saying goodbye to John, but it's what John meant to you. And there's a lot of people that got into wrestling thanks to people that are no longer with us. And, John was like the introduction. So, it's all wrapped up, isn't it, in a lot of emotion. And so, I get it. I totally understand. I totally understand. Simply Simon said, can we just pause for a second? Because this is just too soon. David said, is this going to be a long match, or are we going to get a long post-match? I think this is going to get 20-odd minutes. I think we're going to get entrances. I don't think the post-match is going to be that long. I think that he will thank people. But, where we are right now, we got 40 minutes, 10 minutes for entrances, 20-minute match. That will give him 10 minutes to talk. But saying that, we've probably got to fit in some commercial break as well, if maybe a 1 or 2. Yeah, it's going to be close, actually. But we can overrun. We know we can overrun. And there's not like, oh my God, we got to do it now, There's no hard and fast rule, but it's just, I think ideally they would like to hit like the 2 hours, whatever. Okay, King Yeti said, wait, why does WWE owe the other promotion something? I don't think they owe anyone anything, do they? Grogblog said, at the top of the hour, Cena is retired. R.I.P. And David said, Cena's going to get 31 seconds to say goodbye to best Goldie, says David's. Yeah, I don't think they're going to give him the Goldberg treatment. Right. let us get the match scores down. Darwin again. Darwin, my friends. Shout out to you. Okay, that last match did deliver. You lot have scored it great. 76. Jimmy Kimmel just saying a few words. So, Darwin, thank you, my friend. Let's see what Darwin has got to say. Darwin said, I can't believe this is it now. The end of an era, the end of a legendary career, the final salute of a hero, the greatest of all time, never seen. 17, a year has never passed by so fast. My childhood hero. I am not ready, but let's enjoy this main event. Darwin, thank you, my friend. And I think your words are really echoed by a lot of people that are watching. It is a lot of people that are saying goodbye to their childhoods. It is a lot of people that are not just saying goodbye to a man, you know, and I think that's where a lot of people maybe get a bit confused about what we're watching here. They're like, you know, it's John. You know, he hasn't wrestled much recently, you know. We knew he was going to go, but it's a lot deeper than that. Certainly if people have lost loved ones or, you know, if John was their childhood hero. Like, you get it. I get it. Everyone gets it. And, yeah, I totally understand where you're coming from, Darwin. So, Darwin, thank you. I really appreciate the support. We are just looking at signs in the crowd right now. 20 years, one GOAT. As we've just got all these different signs in the crowd. Forever the champ. DC is bouncy. Nico said, thank you, Cena. And thank you, Daze. Thank you, Nico. Okay, Joe said you can start to feel the emotion. I've got fans out here asking me not to let him leave. There's a lot of people that don't want this match to happen. Not because they don't want the match, although there are those people out there, but they just don't want the match to happen because they don't want it to end. Did the match end yet? No, not yet. Daze, what was your Mount Rushmore of wrestling before tonight? Does Cena replace someone on that top four? I don't. It is hard. I mean, it's hard because what are you ranking it on? Oh, here's the Miz. The Miz is in the ring. The Miz is in the ring. The Miz is not happy about not being on this show. Okay, this is what we said. Have the Miz out there demanding to face someone, and then you bring out Femi. But we've already done that. Look at that jacket as well, I swear. That's a retro jacket, you know. Yeah. I beat him in this gear, he says. R-Truth's coming down. Oh, that is great. R-Truth's running down in his John Cena. In his John Cena gear. R-Truth comes down, confronts the Miz. Oh, okay. I didn't know what he was on about. He's talking about Nick Aldis's balls. So I'm guessing it was R-Truth's opportunity that was taken. Oh no, what does it say? Joe Hendry. It says Joe Hendry? They're going to do a Joe Hendry moment. If you say his name, he's going to appear. And that's exactly what's happened. And there he is, blimey now. What an opportunity this is for Joe Hendry. Blimey now, I was not expecting this. Okay, the crowd are really into it. That was done so well. There we go. Look, Miz is upset here. I didn't expect any of this. Oh, there we go. Joe Hendry getting into it with the Miz. Joe Hendry picks up the Miz. Mate, Joe Hendry was in the Rumble. He was at WrestleMania. And now he's appeared at Saturday night's main event in John Cena's final match. This is crazy. There we go. Well, I'll tell you who believes in Joe Hendry. WWE. That's who believes in Joe Hendry. Here we go. We got a 5-knuckle shuffle against the ropes. Boom. Very good. Very good. And it's good that The Miz is getting like a bit of a moment on this show. I'm sort of pleased for him, actually. 1, 2, 3. There we go. We sort of got another match. Wow. Well, there we go. They said there was some surprises, and John said that he wanted to put that spotlight on the kind of next generation. And there we go. Joe Hendry manages to get a moment. And the crowd love it. Okay, 19,232 people in attendance. We've got normally about half an hour left to go, so this is going to have to be like 10 minutes for entrances. It's going to have to be a 10-minute match. Then we've got commercial breaks. Probably be able to get him about 30 seconds. Bum, bum, ba-dum. Ba-dum, bum, bum. Pressure. Okay, we do have Saturday night's main event in January. So that does mean that we've got that to look forward to before the Rumble. Actually, I seem to remember now that they did announce that it was going to be before. It's the week before the Rumble, I think. Okay, Joe, and oh, yeah, it's that video. This is the video, I think, that has really resonated with people the most. This sweet disposition is the video I've seen most people talking about. If we're going to look back at this time and we're going to look back at John Cena's retirement, I think this is the video that we remember. So we went to Stephanie, we went to Joe. Now we've got the video playing. It's a great video. Right. This is a sad music video package. It's a sad day. Days, Mark Henry should have worn that salmon suit. He should have, but you're right. He absolutely should. Honestly, they have seen a speech for the post-show, said Kader. Oh, that would be a shame, actually. That would really suck. That would really suck if they make you have to go to YouTube for the post-show just to get the speech. Maybe you're right. Maybe what we're going to do is we're going to do the match. Match ends. Everyone comes out, applauds, show ends, and then the speech is after. But I think there would be a real backlash to that. I think people would be like, oh, that sucks. This is a great track. I forgot how great this song was. They could have done a better song. Oh, really? I love this song. It was pretty big back in the day, this track. It's good. Oh, God, 12 years old? I couldn't even tell you. 2014, 2015. Gunther wins is my choice, said Brooklyn. Well, let's ask, shall we? We asked earlier. Jess is in tears. Rye is in tears. Okay. Who wins? John Cena. Okay. Ring General surely coming out first, of course. That'd be pretty crazy if they had Cena out first. Yeah, loud boos. Loud boos. The party pooper is here. The party pooper is here. Bum, 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 bum. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, Gunther is making his way down to the ring. John Cena has not tapped out in over 20 years. Just go with it. Just go with it. We can't say he's never tapped out, but just go with it. Whatever. Aubrey said, thank you, Cena. May Gunther sleep you well. Okay, Gunther has made his way down. Dum, bum, bum, bum. Gunther is in the ring. The Ring General. John Cena's final match coming up. His final entrance is coming up. Feel free to get your thoughts in. Gunther in the ring right now. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It is greatly appreciated. There we go. He's in the ring. Gunther steps out the ring. We've got Cena chants. They die off as people don't want to miss a second. They don't want to miss a note. But WWE just cut into a few wide shots. This is a real goosebumps moment. This is the final John Cena entrance as an active superstar. And the Let's Go Cena chants start ringing out. This is what everyone's been waiting for. If Cena loses, we riot sign. Lights go out. Lights go out. I don't know what to expect. I don't know if they run a video or... The music hits. Here we go. Bang! The color explodes. There he is. And we've got all the images of all of the different gears throughout 2025. And massive pop by the crowd, as you can imagine. John Cena in the entranceway. Gold on the screens behind. It's going to be weird. Okay, he takes the camera from Stu. Oh, Cena puts it right on Stu. Cena films Stu. Stu asks John, are you ready? As the towel is being held up right now. Because very much The last time is now. The towel is dropped on the floor, and I think that probably makes its way to the warehouse. John Cena says we're going to go out swinging. Let's go to work. John Cena in the ring. Goosebumps, mate. Absolute flipping goosebumps. This is emotional. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. I didn't know if they were going to do like a video package or something before he came out. You just don't want to miss a second, do you? I mean, like, you just cannot take your eyes off it right now. Can't see me. My time is now. My time is now. Can't see me. My time is now. And everyone's singing every single word. I mean, you'll hear the song again, but... Ba-dum-ba. This is what it's all about, said LS Dub. LS Dub, I hope you're well, my friends. I hope you are well. My time is now. Cena jumping out the ring, going over, shakes the hand there of the legends, thanking them for coming. Goes over to Kurt. There's Mark. He's going down the line. Elias is there. Kevin Owens is there. Haku is there. Booker is there. Nick Khan is there. Sami Zayn is there. Oh my God. Mate, Haku got a moment. Elias got a moment. Time is up. My time is now. You can't see me. My time is now. It's a franchise and I'm shining now. Honestly, I see it at the moment. I'm feeling really good. And I feel like it's a celebration. And I feel like he's got a big smile on his face. And it's all really fun. And loud Cena chants. 1-4. He looks ready to retire to me. He looks ready. Boos for Gunther. The ring general, Gunther. Let's go. Imagine the heat when Gunther wins. Merk him, Gunther, says Mayor Pete. John Cena is done. He is the greatest of all time. The never seen. 17. Celebrating with each and every one of you for one final time. The last real champion, John Cena. There we go. John Cena throws his arms in the air. And we can get rid of the poll so we can see a nice big chat. Gunther in the ring. John in the ring. So you lot think John Cena wins. If he doesn't win, then we're thinking it's Gunther by making John pass out. You think the pinfall is the least likely option. John Cena goes back into the one corner. Bell sounds. We are underway. John Cena. Gunther. Here we go. They lock up, middle of the ring. don't want to miss a flipping second. Let's go Cena, of course, is the chant. These two locking up Gunther. Cena looking around at the crowds. Let's go Cena. Circling around again. They just locked up. Daze, the new Funko would look great in your collection, says Randy. The Cena one, the new Cena one, it does look very good. Gunther steps out the ring. John, come on, let's go. Let's go to work, big boy. Let's go to work. Gunther gets back in the ring, locks up there. A-hole is the chant. A-hole is the chant. As Gunther gets in control. Uppercut there by Gunther. Cena goes down. Gunther has got Cena back in the corner. F you, Gunther is the chant. F you, Gunther. F you, Gunther. Cena gets chopped. He goes down. Gunther methodically going over as Cena's in the corner. This crowd is red hot. Chop coming in there by Gunther. Cena goes down again. Crowd are booing. Gunther slowing that pace down. You know Cena's going to come back. They've got sensors properly this time. Well, the sensors had to be on that button pretty quick, didn't they? Gunther very much in control. Standing over John. You tapped out is the chant. That is something that Gunther just can't escape, innit? The whole you tapped out chants. I will never understand why we did that to the Ring General. I wonder if Triple H regrets that. Over in the corner, John, bang! Goes hard. Let's go, Cena. There is no Cena suction, nor should there be. Let's go, Cena. Chop coming in. Oh, Cena. Bang. Shot coming back. Here we go. The comeback is on. Oh, no joy. It's stomped out there. Over the other side, Cena. Bang. Lovely. Gunther goes down. And again. Gunther gets back up. Swing and a miss. 5-knuckle shuffle. He's got him. This could be it. Is this it? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oof. You can't see me. The 5-knuckle shuffle. I really felt that. I really felt that as John looked out to the crowd and said, this is it. This is the last one. Right now, he's got Gunther up. Looking for the AA, but no joy. German suplex, this match continuing. Gunther up on his feet. Blimey now. Against the ropes. Clothesline there by Gunther. Right now, we've got a choke trying to be applied there by Gunther. Yeah, he's got it in. He's got it in. He's got it in. Cena manages to get out of it, though. Right now, STF is going to go for the STF. Mate, this crowd is so desperate for John to win this. They are so desperate. There is over 600,000 people watching live on YouTube right now. Will Gunther tap out yet again? Do you know what? Having Gunther tap out earlier this year was such a mistake. It shouldn't be. Will he do it again? Right now, we've got Cena. Goes down. Bang! Nice drop kick there by Gunther. Gunther with Cena, picks him up. Powerbomb there by Gunther. Crowd boo him. Ask him. Right now, Cena's down. FU Gunther chants come back again. Respect, says Blake. Gunther back in the corner. Bang, clothesline there. Clothesline by Gunther. Yeah, Michael Cole said everything is done with malice. Let's go, Cena. Ah, mate, that clothesline was sick. That clothesline was sick. Gunther delivered a clothesline. Cena got up, and as he turned around, like, where is he? Bang! He just got caught with that clothesline. That was sick. Let's go. Cena chants breaking out. Gunther in complete control. He is at the moment. You know that Cena's going to come back into this, though. Crowd booing away again. Crowd booing. Ugh. Gunther just dribbled. Right now, Cena down. Gunther is standing over Cena. Gunther's going against the ropes. Cena up. Another big clothesline there by Gunther. Yeah, it's slow. It's methodical. Look at it. Bang. Cena still down. When do we see Kevin returning? Well, he's out injured at the moment. So, a-hole chance breaking out. A-hole chance breaking out. Here we go. Going again. Looking for another clothesline. Gets it. Ask him. He ain't going to give up from a clothesline, you absolute fool. You absolute clown. Ask it. He's delivered clotheslines. Did he say to the ref, ask him? Cena down. I tell you what, it does feel like the life is being taken out of Cena with these clotheslines, you know. Those clotheslines really are like heavy, heavy. Super Cena is the chant. Super Cena is the chant. Super Cena. Bang! Another shoulder tackle. And again. Here we go. He's going to go. He's going to go for another 5-knuckle shuffle. He's going for another one. He lied to us. Bang! Another one. Mate, I felt emotional earlier for no reason whatsoever. Right now, he's got him up. AA connects. John Cena, 1, 2. Kick out by Gunther. Kick out by Gunther. Kick out by the Ring General. King Yeti, thank you, my friends. Appreciate the support. Yeah, shoulder up there by Gunther. Oof, look at that, kids. Look at that, kids. Right now, he's saying one more time. Cena's saying one more time. Here we go, standing over Gunther. He's looking for another AA after delivering one, but Gunther goes down. Chop coming in there by Gunther. Oh, sleeper in! Okay, this could be a problem. John Cena down. The sleeper is in. I don't think he's going to put Cena away yet. John Cena, he's trying to get back up to his feet. Trying to get him back up to his feet right now. Okay, looking for that sleeper. Oh my God, look at that. Cena has got a sleeper on Gunther. I mean, there's no way that Gunther tapping ain't on my bingo cards. Dominic said, I like this slow, methodical pace. Oh, Gunther's very good at that. The great thing as well with Gunther matches is that there's a real change in pace. You know, sometimes you see things that are like a million miles an hour. They never slow down. With this, it'll have slow periods, but then it'll quicken up. And you're like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, you know, close pinfalls and all this. Like, you go on a real journey. Gunther slamming Cena on the edge of the ring. Gunther with John into the... Mate, hard into the ring steps. Hard into the ring steps. Gunther getting back in the ring. What a moment. We are witnessing history right now. Gunther to the outsides. Gunther with those ring steps. Oh, okay. We're setting some up here. Ring steps have been taken over by the commentary table. Yeah, Michael Cole says to Wade, if I was you, it might be best to get out of the way. The ring general has dragged those ring steps over by the commentary table. Gunther puts his arms out. Gunther has said, John might be the greatest sports entertainer of all time, but Gunther's the best wrestler of all time. Everyone right now on their feet. A-hole chants ringing out. A-hole chants ringing out. Right now, Gunther grabbing John. The final boss is going to come down. John Cena on those ring steps. Gunther is that dude, said 092. Well, I hope that people are enjoying it. This is John Cena's final match. Right now, we've got the commentary table being stripped. John Cena now about to go for a ride. Right now, John with Gunther. Oh my God! John's got Gunther! Hey! Boom! Commentary table explodes! Gunther goes for a ride! Dudes! Look at that. What a spot. I really thought John was going through that commentary table. Oh, mates. That was so good. That was so good. That's a big spot, man. An AA through the commentary table. Looks so good. The crowd are chanting, this is awesome. Okay, shoulder up there by Gunther. Shoulder up by Gunther. We apologize for the audio issues a moment ago. Oh my God, that was so good. It's going past 10. Classic Cena moment. It was brilliant. Wrestle Features said this could have been an epic world title match at WrestleMania this year. I think they saved it for this moment, though. Bang! Leg drop off the top. 1, 2. Kick out by Gunther. Kick out by Gunther. The crowd is so invested. Look at that. Leg drop off the top. You still got it is the chant. You still got it. What an amazing moment that is for John Cena to hear you've still got it in your last match. You still got it. Oh! Listen. This is the last one. I need to hear you. John Cena saying, this is the last one. This is it. I need to hear you. Wow. Oh, Gunther! Oh, Gunther! Gunther! Bang, German! Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Powerbomb! Gunther! 1, 2! Oh, Jesus! Oh, my God. I really thought that might have been it then. Cena talking to the fans. Gunther capitalizing. Oh, but we're carrying on. We're carrying on. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. We're going Super AA. We're going Super AA. We're going Super AA. Go on, John. Ah! Here we go. 1, 2. Oh, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. What the flip? Mates. Oh my God. I don't know if I'm watching John Cena against Gunther or if I'm watching Gordon Ramsay, because this is cooking. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. We've had you've still got it chance. We've got this is awesome chance. We've had the final 5-knuckle shuffle interrupted. I wonder if he'll go back to it again and if we'll get another chance to do it again. Okay, we've got yays and boos ringing out as these two are exchanging blows. Bang, another big shot coming in. We're running out of time, said Julian. We are running out of time. Another AA. Up on the shoulders. Oh, no joy. Powerbomb. John Crane, thank you, my friends. Really appreciate the support. Big splash connects. Gunther, 1, 2. Kick out by Cena. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Okay, Gunther backing in the corner. It does feel like time is slipping away. Super Cena is the chant. So flipping goods. So goods. What a great match. What a way to end your career. That sleeper hold is in. That sleeper hold is in. John fading. John going down to his knees. Super Cena chants. People are saying it's over. John trying to come back, though. John trying to fight back. Oh, he's trying to break out of it. John in the middle of the ring with Gunther. He's trying to get out of it. Ah, it's back in. It's back in. Oh, my God. John Cena battling and working so hard and fading. Gotta tell you, man, this is a concern. Cena, though, getting back up. Oh, Gunther. Reapplying. Is this it? Fans are chanting Cena. Cena trying to get up. Trying to draw on that energy. Trying to get up. There's still some fight. AA! No. Gunther has reapplied that sleeper. Oh, God. John Cena. He seemed to just look at his hands momentarily. I don't know if he said, "You can't see me." He just kind of looked at his hand for a second. He's trying to come back here. He's trying to come back. I don't know. I don't know if he's going to. Oh, Gunther jumps on the back of Cena. Cena is fading. Cena is fading. I don't know, man. I feel like the hope is going out of the room, man. I feel like the hope is going out of the room. Oh, he's trying to come back. Yeah. He's back. Oh, my God. It kind of felt like the room. Oh, Jesus. He just can't escape this. He can't escape it. It looked like he just broke out of it. Cena going down. Cena fading. Yeah, man, I don't know what he's saying. He's saying a few things there to Gunther. Cena goes down, middle of the ring. He's trying to come back up. He's trying to reach out to the fans. He's desperately trying to get back up to his feet. Gunther is just all over him at the moment. Cena again drives Gunther back. Here we go! On the shoulders! AA! Gets it! 1, 2! Kick out by Gunther! Gunther again! Oh, no! Mate! That might have been the final AA. That might have been the final bit of fight. John Cena. Don't give up is what the fans are chanting. Don't give up. Oh my God, what a moment this is. John Cena has had to fight so hard. He's managed to break out of this a few times. I don't know if he's breaking out of it this time. Yeah, wow, the old school arm drop. The old school arm drop. The arm falling twice. If it falls now, it's done. Here we go. Oh, that's so good. That's so good. That's so good. We're going old school. We're going old school. Gunther. Oh, my God. Anytime that Cena gets a little bit of fight in him, Gunther's there to stomp it out. Oh, Cena down, Cena feigning, Cena trying. This is such a beautiful story. It's such a beautiful story. What a gift from John Cena. He could have gone out any way, and I have to think he's gone out in a way that puts Gunther over the absolute strongest possible. And that is by giving and allowing Gunther the tap-out victory. I'm floored. I'm absolutely floored. There's going to be so many thoughts on that. But it's been done to put Gunther over as strong as he possibly can. I mean, and that's John Cena, isn't it? That's John Cena. That is John Cena giving everything he can back to wrestling. There is nothing. What else can he give to wrestling? Wow. Crowd are very clear how they feel about this. I would not have done that ending. I think Gunther winning was enough. I don't think it needed that. Cena smiles when he taps. The smile said the future is secure, says Trem. Crowd are chanting, thank you, Cena. Kaio World, shout out to you. I wouldn't have done that, personally. I think Gunther winning was more than enough for Gunther. I don't think he needed to have that tap out as well. The only way I can say is that Cena gave everything to the next generation. Triple H comes down and he is being booed out of the building. He is being booed as superstars come down. CM Punk is getting in the ring by the looks of it. We've got "You effed up" is what's being chanted. "You effed up" is being chanted right now. Hey, listen, Bruce Pritchard said we listen to the fans. We listen to what the fans have got to say. Kaio World, shout out to you, says Cena lost. He did. CM Punk saying a few words right now. Love you. That's a beautiful moment where CM Punk and Cody Rhodes put the belts over John's shoulders. And I think now the moment can really start to sink in. I think now the realization can hit that this really is the end. Crowd are chanting, thank you, Cena. As the locker room, the people that are there, surround the ring. Lots of people that were on the show and lots of people that we didn't see tonight. John Cena with the World Heavyweight Championship, the undisputed WWE Championship. Holds them up in the air. Wow. Looks like Triple H wants to get in and say a few words as well. John just holding up the belts as smiles on faces. John Cena gives those belts back to Cody, to CM Punk. And booze for Triple H. Booze for Triple H. Up in the sky, we've got a lovely little video package that they're playing now. Wow. Well, it's lovely. What a lovely video. I wonder what's going through his head right now. I wonder what's going through his head. It's pretty special, isn't it? Undertaker saying he had it all. I can tell you that Cena tapped is trending right now. Triple H is trending right now. And I don't need to click on them to know what's being said. The live crowd already told me. Thank you, Cena, says Kader. John went out the way he wanted to. Triple H should have convinced him to pass out instead, said Cactus Jack. Do you know, that's the only thing that's stopping me from really kicking off. That's the only thing that's stopping me, like, really ranting and kicking off. I'm sure there's many people that are doing that right now and are going to be doing that. But yes, that's the only thing that's in my head, is that I think that's what John wanted. I think he wanted to put over Gunther the strongest way he possibly could. And, you know, what makes Gunther the biggest star moving forwards? That's by Gunther ruining this moment. Tapping out John. John did that for Gunther. To make Gunther the biggest star he can help make him next year. People are going to hate Gunther now. Absolutely hate him. I don't like it. I wouldn't have done it. But the only thing I can sort of comfort myself with is I understand why it happened. Mate, it's the wrong way for him to leave. Triple H has ruined WWE, says Charlie. Humble Rumble said, I agree with you, Daze. I'm sure that tap out was Cena's choice, says Paul. It's the only thing I can sort of console myself with, honestly. I mean, I don't think any Cena fan wants to go back and watch that moment to see Cena giving up, you know, after what he stood for. It's just... Sometimes we're our own worst enemies. John Cena taking a moment to bow to the crowd after a beautiful tribute video plays. Shawn Michaels, he looks a bit emotional. Oh, the shoes are being left in the ring. Blimey now. Blimey now. all of the wristbands. I think someone was like, take off the jorts. Blimey, I didn't think that was going to get me, but it did. It did. John Cena leaves the ring. And makes his way for the final time. What a guy. Amazing. Amazing. Wow. 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 I definitely felt that. I definitely felt that. I definitely felt that. He takes his shoes off, takes off the bands, gets out the ring, goes to the entranceway, and, you know, just says it's been a pleasure. Mate, I can only imagine Cena fans are on the flipping floor right now. I can only imagine that John Cena fans are in desperate need of some sort of ventilator. Those damn onions, said John. I know. Blimey now. Who cut them now? Gunther's going to be the biggest heel. Well, I don't know. It might actually be Triple H. It might be Triple H. Triple H might be the biggest heel. No speech. Could words even convey? I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. It's so dusty in here. I know, mate. I know. Flipping now. Oh my God. That was just, God, you feel like you've watched something, don't you? You feel like you've watched something. I feel like I need a second to compose myself here. I feel like I need a second just to get my head around what I've seen. I've got so many thoughts, some of them good, some of them bad, with what we've just witnessed. I sort of feel like I'm still not over the way that match ended. But, like, I do agree. I think it was John's choice. So I'm sort of like, okay, fine. But I'm still not, like, I still haven't come to terms with it yet. And then he's flipping... And then he gets out the ring, leaves his shoes and all this stuff. Oh my God, I didn't even think about that. I didn't even think about him leaving his shoes in the ring. That got me, and I wasn't even expecting it. Oh God, I need to do a breakdown video, but how can you break down something you ain't got your head around yet? Daze, I can't cope. I'm in pieces. Oh mate, I know. That's tradition. Well, listen, I think him losing, no issues at all. Him losing, no issues whatsoever. Him tapping out is the bit that kind of doesn't taste right. But, mate, they flipping let Triple H know, didn't they? They let Triple H know. Vince being in that video package was not expected. I think it was a good move to have him in there, honestly. It was old footage. It wasn't new footage. It was old footage of Vince, but I think it was a good move that Vince had some sort of presence in that moment, and actually it's quite a clever way of doing it. Okay. Charlie said, the hate for Triple H is going to be bad. Firstly, selling out to Saudi for WrestleMania, and now making him lose his retirement match is an absolute coward. Well, you can't really blame Triple H for the Saudi thing. That's Nick Khan. That is TKO. That's not a Triple H decision. Triple H is what you see in the ring. That's the booking. I would not be surprised if Triple H reveals that's what John wanted on the post show. I don't know. He might come out and say on the post show, look, that's what John wanted. We spoke to John, and John said he wanted to put over the Gunther as strong as he could. Do anything and everything he could. And we honored that tonight. And I wonder if that would just take a bit of sting out of it, But, oof, blum in hell, mate. Blum in hell. I would have accepted anything except the tap out, said Nico. P. Taylor, shout out to you as well, my friend. Thank you. All right, I need to read these super chats. I'm going to read these. I want to get to your comments. I am going to do a breakdown. It's going to take me just a little moment just to get the folder compiled because, pretty much the whole end in there I've not kept on top of. I Love Potatoes said, I think everyone should be mad about Triple H. You could have had John Cena pinned. I think the one that everyone was looking for was John Cena passing out. John Cena going, I think that's what people were looking for. But, yes, I mean, you are absolutely right. You could have had John Cena pinned. You could have had it where John Cena just faded or was pinned or, anything. Flipping anything instead of what we had. But I can only console myself with the fact that I think that is what John Cena wanted. And if it turns out that it wasn't, and it turns out it was a Triple H decision, I think you'll see the backlash be... I think you'll see people livid now, right? But if it turns out that was not a Cena call, it was a Triple H call, then blimey now. He needs to go into the witness protection agency or something. He's going to need a new identity. He's going to have to move to Mexico. He might have to do that anyway, to be honest. Trader Chris said, I'm fine with Cena losing, but it's how he lost that gutted me. I just lost it when he took his shoes off. Oh, mate. The reaction clips of people reacting to that moment are just going to be insane. The hardcore Cena fans that are really, ride or die for Cena, there is absolutely no way they just watched that final moment and kept their cool. There is no way. I mean, I'm not a die-hard Cena fan, do you know what I mean, with all his merch and all this kind of stuff. I felt it. You felt it. We all felt it. There is no way, absolutely no way you could watch that and not feel something, That man just means too much to too many people for you to watch that and not feel something. So, yeah, that was pretty special. That was pretty special. Mr. Unfamiliar said, this reverses the you tapped out chance for Gunther. Oh, I don't know. The crowd are going to hate Gunther. They're going to they hate Gunther. They're going to hate him even more now. I don't think, I would say two wrongs don't make a right, but I would also say that the crowd hate Gunther. So does this reverse anything? I don't think it does. If anything, the fans are just going to chant it even more and even louder because they're going to look for anything they've got to throw at Gunther. And, you tapped out. I mean, Gunther might be able to say, yeah, but I tapped out your hero. He might be able to kind of throw that back at us. But, yeah, honestly, I don't think this undoes anything. King Yeti, appreciate it, my friends. Mayor Pete said, a pass out doesn't put Gunther over as much. The people booing Triple H don't understand how wrestling works. They're mad that their hero didn't win, and that's facts, says Mayor Pete. Well, I disagree. I mean, I understand how wrestling works. And I think that Gunther winning was more than enough when you had so many people so passionately that, like, hoping that Gunther was going to lose and that Cena was going to win. I mean, I do think that it is tradition that you lose your last match. And I think that, for me, that's why Gunther winning was acceptable. But even getting people to kind of buy into that was very difficult because people were just so desperate to see Cena win. But when you add in the whole Cena never giving up stuff, you know, he had a choice there to tap out or not. It doesn't make any sense to me why you didn't pass out. Cena's in that hold right there. You know, he's in the hold. He's tried to get out again and again and again. And it was great storytelling. I mean, I think we can all agree Cena was struggling to get out of that. And he kept getting dragged back into it, But surely the taste is better in the mouth if Cena just goes. Cena chose to tap out, you know? That's not really a Gunther achievement. Gunther had the hold on. So, you know, Gunther's doing what Gunther's doing, but it's Cena that has to choose, do I tap out or do I fade out and go? So the tap out's not really a Gunther achievement. It's not really Gunther that has achieved that. I mean, maybe if the hold was in and Cena was like, you know, struggling for breath, whatever, and he was like, you know, on the verge of being killed or something. But I mean, it seemed a little bit nonchalant, the way that he taps as well. I really don't think that's a you lot don't know wrestling situation. I really think that's a John must have wanted that and Triple H just went, are you sure? Kind of situation. Because I don't think it really gives much extra to Gunther. Certainly, I think the cons outweigh the pros on that one. Paul said, I'm in the minority, but I think it shows John's class. Well, I think it shows his class that he is willing to do that. I think it shows his class that I'm like, what do you need? How can we make this the best thing possible for Gunther? I think it shows the class in that regard. But again, I'm firmly in the camp of the cons outweigh the pros on this one. I think the same thing is still achieved if Gunther makes Cena pass out. Because it's John that has the choice. It's John that chooses if he taps or not. And it's John that chose to tap. And that just goes against never give up. I mean, the guy that says never give up in his last match gives up. Come on, that's not a good taste. That ain't a good taste in the mouth. I don't know whose call it was. I'm very happy to sit here and defend and say that it was the wrong call. I don't need to. So social media will be doing that right now for me. Randy said Bronson's gonna steal them shoes. Oh mate, imagine if he came running down and took them right now. Cephas said R-Truth's childhood hero tapped out to our ring general. Bow down before Gunther. Pythagoras, shout out to you, my friends. Pythagoras. Or is it Pythagoras? That makes more sense. Pythagoras. I don't think I've ever actually seen that word written down. Pythagoras. That makes so much more sense. And actually, I see there's another one here from Pythagoras Beasley. Wrestling needs to change course big time. Cena's STF looks so fake. Gunther's sleeper looks so fake. Bret Hart was right. It all looks so fake and embarrassing. That match was embarrassing from a realism perspective. I think, well, the chops are not fake, and actually Bret's had a bit of a word with Gunther about those, saying, you know, you doing those chops, that goes against wrestling. Because wrestling is meant to be, you know, you looking like you're hurting your opponent when you're not. And, you know, those chops are, you know, not really professional wrestling. But, yeah, I think the sleeper holds, I mean, they could be in tighter. I don't really understand why they don't do that now. Gunther, actually, who prides himself on being like a traditionalist, he would be an excellent person to ask as to why the sleepers don't look like they're in tighter. You know, I mean, if you're meant to be cutting off the windpipe, why does it look like that? Why does it look so loose? I don't actually disagree with you. But the thing is, I'm so sort of numb to it now because it's just all the time. Every time you see a sleeper hold, it looks loose. Every time you see, like, I mean, I know you can't actually choke them, right? I mean, professional wrestling is like where you put a hold on, you make it look good. You can't actually choke them, but I do agree that they could look better. I think it is a bit of a disappointment that in that match, there are moments where it looks a bit off, looks a bit loose. I even think the way he taps, I even think the way that John tapped at the end, just sort of, it wasn't even like I've got nothing left, you know? It was kind of like, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's not what I would have done. It's not what I would have done. KCM316 said, I don't know why people expected Cena to win. Tapping out was probably not the right choice, but a lot of wrestlers have lost their last match. Oh, yeah. It's an old school tradition, that. It's an old school tradition that you lose your last match. I have no problem with that. I'm a big supporter of that, actually. I'm a big believer in that. That you... that, you know, you go out losing your last match, paying it forward. I think the right thing was either a pinfall loss or, even better, him passing out. I mean, I am genuinely lost for words when he taps. I don't have any words when he taps. I cannot believe that's the way it gonna... Hey, listen, if you want to talk about shocking moments, that's one of the most shocking moments of the year. You are going to see a lot of reaction on this. No doubt about it whatsoever. You are going to see a lot of reaction on this. I haven't even got the internet in front of me right now. I've got my behind the scenes because I need to get my breakdown video sorted. And I've got the chat. So I can't even see X right now. But I don't need to. Kappa said, I hate this. Gunther is like Logan to me now. Yeah, well, I think they want that, to be honest. Gunther is meant to be the monster heel that you hate. That was the whole point in doing this. So your hatred, your anger is exactly why we've just done what we've done. Loop Girl said, the smile from John before he taps says it all. It was his choice. Masterback said, maybe having it in Washington was the best idea. If you had seen a tap out in Boston, I think the fans would have stormed the ring. Perhaps we did manage to avoid a riot, yes. Grand Prairie said Gunther needed to cheat with brass knuckles. I Love Potatoes said, you did make a good point with it being tradition about putting over the next star when you leave. John is probably very traditional to wrestling. Yeah, I fully expected Cena to lose this. I've said that consistently all throughout, that I expect him to lose. I think that is honor. It's crazy because, like, we're talking about Cena having honor, dignity, all that stuff, having just tapped out in a match. Losing the match definitely does that. And, you know, however you want to view it, you can say... You can say there is honor and dignity in doing the absolute most that you can do for Gunther. And, like, what an honorable thing. You did everything you could for Gunther. And, you know, if you want to put on nuclear heat, tapping out achieves that. My counterpoint is the point that I've made, which is if I was in the room with John and John said, how about this? I'd go, well, John, I personally don't think that is a reflection of Gunther. I think it's more a reflection of you. You're in the hold. You have the choice. Are you going to pass out and live by your mantra, or are you going to tap out? That's not Gunther. That's you. This is my problem. I think John has gone, what's the best thing I can do for Gunther? And they've gone, tap out, because then, you know, Gunther can brag about that. But I think that the frustration is I don't think that's a I don't think that's a big difference for Gunther. I think Gunther can still brag about beating John. He can still brag about choking John out in his final match. But I think the tapping out reflects on John more than Gunther, and I don't like it. I've not changed my tune. I mean, I would be a hypocrite if I was to sit here and say different, because I didn't want him to do that before the match. I did not want him tapping out before the match. So, you know, if I was to sit here now and go, oh, no, that's great. No, actually, that's better. Oh, yeah, no, that's brilliant. I would be a hypocrite, and I would be rightfully called out, because people would be like, oh, you didn't say that before. No, I didn't, because I didn't like it then, and I don't like it now. IFAL said maybe if Gunther never tapped to Jay, the ending might have been different. Maybe John knew that this could help redeem some of Gunther's credibility. Well, I'm sure all of that was in the thought process. And I'm sure all of that was discussed. And I'm sure that is a big motivator as to why we've just done what we have done. My stance on it is very, very clear. I don't think the pros outweigh the cons on that decision. It is what it is. I think that, you know, the fact we're not talking about John's last match and how amazing the shoes being left in the ring were and all of that, and instead we're talking about should he have tapped out, I think the focus is on the wrong thing, and I'm not blaming any of you for that. I'm just saying we've created a big talking point that I don't think needed to exist. I think if John had passed out, it would be a real quick conversation of like, you lose your last match, John never gave up, how beautiful, how poetic. But we're not having that conversation because of a decision that was made creatively. So, of course, all eyes turn to Triple H. But I would not be shocked to find out that it was John's call. I pray it was John's call. If it turns out it was not John's call and it was Triple H's call, those anti-Triple H voices that have really, you know, got louder throughout 2025, they're going to be screaming if it turns out that he didn't have a choice in it or whatever, you know. I think he did. I do think he did. I still think he's wrong. Beach Bum Live said, going to do what John Cena taught me, and I'm going to give up on WWE. No, John said never give up. I know he did just give up. Don't listen to his words. Don't follow his actions. Listen to the words, right? He says never give up, right? That's what he says. I know he does different, but whatever. You can't give up on WWE, but it's going to be so good now. We're going into the promised land. Yeah, what Triple H has done is he's got all of his bad booking ideas out the way in 2025 so that he's got none left for 2026. It's genius. It's actually really clever. It's really clever for him to do that, to get everything out the way, all those bad booking ideas, get them out the system so that there's absolutely nothing left that's rubbish mentally in his brain, no bad ideas left for 2026, and I applaud that. That is brilliant. Great work there by Triple H. So there we go. John Cena died for our sins. John Cena is basically Jesus Christ, right? He has just suffered for all of us because next year is going to be so much better now, because surely Triple H has got no more bad ideas left. He's used up the full quota. Sky345 said, no hate to Gunther. It's not his fault. Well, true. I believe that. WWE will want you to hate Gunther, though. Yeah, Gunther's going to come out and say, I tapped out John Cena. I beat your guy in his final match. I made him tap out. You didn't think that he would do it, but I made him do it. And he's going to, you know, and that's going to really hurt people. And, you know. I got to tell you, though, if Triple H, when he was sat backstage, there must have been a moment. There must have been, whether he wants to admit it or not, there must have been a moment where he was sat there going, have we made the right call? Have we made the right call on this one? There must be a moment where he just looks to Bruce or whatever and is like, I hope we've got this right. I tell you what, though, one thing I will say about Triple H, he's got big balls, right? After doing what he did and then leading out the locker room, making his way down to the ring after that, he's got big balls. I got no doubt about that. He came down with his big swinging balls, right? Takes big balls to do that. Make your way down to the ring after you've just done that to everyone. Oof. Tell you what, I think he was walking side by side with Steph. I'm surprised anyone else could come down with him because of his big balls swinging away. That is a Don move, isn't it? That is a boss move. To do that to John in his last match, right? Because even if John wanted to do it, Triple H didn't have to agree. But he's signed it off, right? Okay, we'll do that. And then everyone's going, boo! All this kind of stuff. And then out he comes with his big swinging balls, making his way down the ring. Leading the charge, yeah? The crowd chanting, you effed up and all this kind of stuff. Listen, if they listen to the crowd, if the crowd is who WWE take their direction from, which is what Bruce Pritchard said this week in a video about John Cena, he's like, the number one thing we listen to is the paying audience. They're the ones, you know, thank you online, but no offense, it's them people in the arena that bought the tickets. It's them people in the arena that bought the merch. They're the ones we listen to. So thank you, everyone else. But, you know, well, I hope you listened. I hope you flipping listened. Yeah? I'll send you the video if you missed it. Because the fans were making their voices very loud, very clear. And there was a little bit of bad language in there, let me tell you. The Mancunian way said wrestlers generally go out on their back. It happens. HBK, Austin, Flair. It's tradition to go out on your back, says Mancunian way. I don't know, maybe. I sort of feel like losing and giving back is the tradition. I would agree that it's probably not usual for you to tap out in your last match or give up in your last match. I agree that is not part of the tradition. I think it doesn't really go into specifics. It's kind of like you lose your last match. And the reason for it is because you are paying it forwards. You are giving something to the next generation. So you lose your last match. I don't think it really goes any further in. You can do this, you can't do that. It shouldn't be a count out. It should be a pinfall. It shouldn't be a submission. It should be the. I don't think it gets that specific. So I can understand people being disappointed with the method of loss. I hope too many people aren't disappointed with the loss, because I think that is definitely something which I was anticipating. About a quarter of you were anticipating, judging by the poll we did earlier. Humble Rumble said, I love it. I love this conversation. Well, Humble Rumble, shout out to you. I think this is where we shine as a community, to be honest, because this is a big dramatic thing that's just gone down. This is a big, big talking point. Everyone's got their thoughts, their perspectives. You know, some people, as you've seen, are totally fine with it. They love it. Some people are really against it. There's lots of different viewpoints. And I think this is where, when you've got a big community like we enjoy, because we do this every Monday, every Tuesday, every Friday, every PLE, and we have done for like 7 years. You know, we're very fortunate in having a lot of people join us, which brings in a lot of those different perspectives. I am going to ask for your perspective on the match. So get your match scores in. And let's see what people have got to say about the match itself. I hope the ending doesn't ruin the match that came before, because I thought the match we got before was very good. I do agree. I don't think it was 5 stars. I think it had great moments. I loved the commentary table spot. I love John going for that 5-knuckle shuffle and Gunther stopping it. I love Gunther with those heavy clotheslines. I thought they looked great. I like the ending where he's got him in the sleeper. John's trying to get out of it. He's getting dragged back into it. He's trying to get out of it. Manages to get an AA. Goes to the pin. Bang. He's back in it again. He just cannot escape. That sleeper holds. Do I wish it was tighter? Yes. Do I wish John had passed out? Yes. Does that stop it from being 5 stars? Yeah, maybe. I always feel with a 5-star match, that's 5 stars. With a 5-star match, I don't think you sit there with any doubt. I think you go, no, it's 5 stars, and you just know. With this, I got a couple of things where I'm like, yeah, no, I don't like that ending. I don't like that ending. And I do think that, there's maybe a couple of bits that look a little loose. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it's going to pick up as a result. It's going to be... I know people don't care about Dave Meltzer and his thoughts. I will be very interested to see what Meltzer scores it. I think my gut is telling me 4.25, 4.5. And largely because of the ending. If the ending had been better, pass out, I think we would be in that territory then. I think we would be in that territory. I think we'd be in the 5-star territory. Just because of how historic it is and what it means. And the match before had been pretty good, had been really enjoyable. You're pretty much always guaranteed at least a 4-star match out of Gunther. So that's kind of where my thought process is. Steve said, I agree. It's 100% feels. Most of my fellow US fans are marks for not following European wrestling. They don't appreciate Gunther, said Joseph. I think it's hard, isn't it? I mean, there's a lot of people out there that watch a lot of wrestling. There's a lot of people out there that don't watch wrestling or a lot of wrestling. For them, they love John Cena and I don't know who this guy is, but I'm not interested. And actually, if you're a casual fan, that's probably your feeling. I don't know who that is. I don't care about him, right? And he's boring. He does chops and, and there's not really anything to get. But if you know how wrestling sort of works and you know kind of what, like the dance that is wrestling, you know that Gunther does what Gunther needs to do. Gunther slows the pace down. A lot of people go, that's boring. But the reason why he does that is because John Cena can speed it back up, it makes John Cena look great. The heel ruins the match so that the babyface can bring it back to life. That makes the babyface look amazing, right? But it's the heel's job to do that. It's the heel's job to grab a hold and to, wear the person down. John's the one battling to get out of that. John's the one that then gets up and does the AA. Gunther's the one that grabs him and drags him back down into that sleeper. Gunther has to do that role so that John gets the more exciting stuff to do and, gets to do the great exciting comebacks. Gunther, is playing the heel role perfect. Gunther is someone you go, that's wrestling right there. That is fantastic. That is brilliant. You are more than holding your end of the bargain here. You are doing what you need to do so that John can do, the good, fun, exciting stuff. And, I think as well, Gunther plays that heel role well. I mean, there was no one really behind Gunther in this thing. Everyone was behind John, as you would have expected. There were some people saying it should have been LA Knight, whatever. But the problem you've got with that is you potentially are going to have a few fans, some fans cheering on LA Knight because he's popular, It had to be a heel. It had to be someone that the fans hated. And Gunther is excellent in that role. He is excellent at playing that hated heel. So, yeah, I think that he does. It's a little bit like in football, European football. The striker is the one everyone applauds and wants to be down the park. Everyone wants to be Wayne Rooney or Haaland or Harry Kane, right? But, it's Rodri. It's those kind of players. It's those deep-lying playmakers that really are the backbone of the team. It's those people in midfield that are spraying the ball around and getting in tackles, winning the possession back and then delivering an amazing pass to kind of set things up. That person is the conductor. They are the orchestra. They are really the people that are driving this. And for me, that was Gunther. Gunther was the person that was really doing the dirty work that was not going to get applauded so that John Cena could do the work that would be applauded. Yin and yang, absolutely beautiful. Gunther doing Gunther things, Cena doing Cena things. And honestly, I think we got an amazing match. During that match, there was people online going, imagine if this was the main event of WrestleMania for a title. Imagine if John was about to win 17 off Gunther or something like that, you know? Or imagine if John was about to drop the title to Gunther at SummerSlam or something. And imagine if, like, this had been, like, you know, for a championship in front of a stadium full of people. There was people that were enjoying it that much. They were fantasizing mentally about it being on a bigger stage. And you kind of go, well, this match must be doing something good if we've got people online thinking that way. And there was lots of really fun moments. And then, well, the ending is the ending, but that's going to be spoken about. John Cena's career comes to a close. I'm really pleased that we did. I sort of feel shocked at the end of the match, but I'm really pleased that shoes in the ring, the wristbands in the ring. I feel like that moment right there is the moment that I'm going to take away from tonight. That moment with John leaving the wristbands in the ring and heading to the entranceway, talking to the camera. It's been a pleasure. And then going to the back. That's my takeaway tonight. That's the moment I remember about tonight. I remember a really great match, an ending I wouldn't have done that's going to upset people, and then that moment. I did that video package. I don't know, man. I mean, it was nice, but it wasn't anything special, I didn't think. That was the big surprise. You know? That was the big surprise. Yeah, I don't know. People might criticize that as well, because some people wanted a Hall of Fame induction, or some people wanted some sort of championship belt. I did like him having both belts in the ring. You know, both the champs, Punk and Cody. That was a classy move. I like that. That was good. Seeing the crowd boo Triple H was good as well, actually. KMR 0117 said, I'm a very casual watcher. I really only watch recaps other than PLEs. Well, welcome, my friends. I love having people join us that are hardcore fans, casual fans. Wrestling is, like, open to everyone. It's a great thing about wrestling. It's a very inviting sort of form of entertainment. It's a universal language. You don't need to even understand Japanese to enjoy Japanese wrestling. You know, you don't need to hear the commentary. You can just watch what's happening. Wrestling is its own language. So, yeah, whether you're a casual fan or a hardcore fan, you watch all the time or not very often, I think this is definitely a show that's going to have brought a lot of different people out. So, very cool that you're around, my friend. And I like the fact you say I'm a very casual fan, yeah. So, cool. I really only watch recaps other than PLEs. It's my first time here. I hated the ending of the first match. Didn't give enough time to show off that NXT dude. Is there any insight as to why? Okay, so the ending was Drew coming in. So I think, honestly, we were quite tight for time tonight. Not only did we have 3 matches, which in reflection, we probably could have dropped one, right? But we had a lot of video packages and we had those commercial breaks and we kept going over to Joe and Stephanie. And unfortunately, I think the way the show was laid out tonight, we had a bit too much stuff in it. I think that we needed to go kind of match, really in that first hour and then have a bit more time for those matches rather than trying to fit in, let's go back to Stephanie, let's cut to Michael Cole, let's cut to some people at ringside, let's cut to this video package, let's do this, let's do that. I mean, there was a lot that they tried to fit in. And so, yeah, I think that first match gets about 9 minutes as a result. To be honest with you, we do those 3 matches, we still get to Cena 15 minutes into hour 2. I mean, this is technically meant to be a 2-hour show. It absolutely overran and it could overrun. But I think the reason why it got little time is because they unfortunately booked it to have relatively little time. I think that this was never going to be the match you wanted. It was just meant to be a taste. It was just meant to be a, hey, have you seen this guy? Don't know if you've seen him, but you might want to check him out if you haven't. I think they did a good job of making you want to see more. And I'm kind of getting that from your comment. You're like, why didn't we get more? I think it's because they want you to want more so that you maybe tune into NXT, tune in on Monday, check out the Royal Rumble. I think he'll be in the Rumble over Femi. We're desperate for him to come up and get called up. He is the NXT champ right now, so he's actually the champion of developmental. Their developmental is quite a big brand, though. It's on TV and everything. So that's not quite what it seems. It seems like he's a bit of a nobody, but you can actually watch NXT on CW Network in America. And you can watch it on Netflix internationally. So, I mean, it is its own brand, really, in many ways. But, yeah, I mean, his next move is to go to Raw or SmackDown, and we expect that next year. But, I mean, after what we just saw and how good he looked in that match with Cody, Cody busted open and you wanted more, I wanted more. It did what it needed to do, which is we wanted to see more. It gave us a taste of what's coming. Oh, my God, call him up. Like, make that move. Like, make that move. I don't know what plans they've got, but change them. Because he just looks like he belongs. The aura for his entrance was so good. Get him up now. Let's get going now. Don't drag your feet any longer. He's been ready for, oh God, 6 months, if not longer, right? I mean, Oba Femi, Javon Evans, you can move with them. They're ready. Yeah, they've got a bit more learning to do, you know. I mean, they can sell a little bit more, or they could improve their promos a bit more, or, you know, they can add to their movesets. I mean, you never stop learning as a wrestler, but the question is, are you ready for the main roster? And the answer is yes. I always think, and I've said this before, NXT is like taking your driving test. I've took my driving test and I've passed, right? And I remember when I took it, just as I was waiting, I was nervous, right? And just as I was waiting, like, you know, to be called, my instructor said to me, I want you to remember something. And I do say this to people when they take in their test. You're about to be tested for if you're safe to drive on your own. You're not being tested if you are the perfect driver. They don't expect you to be the perfect driver, which is why you can make some minor mistakes, right? Just don't make any major ones, right? And I know that you're not going to make any major ones because we've gone driving around and you don't make major ones. You might make the odd little mistake here and there, not check the mirror enough times or whatever it might be. But I know you're not going to make any major mistakes. And I did pass my test. And that advice did help me because, you know, you kind of get into the car and if someone goes, you don't need to be perfect, you know, it does kind of settle you down, right? And I see NXT exactly the same. There's always this big conversation about, are they ready to come up? Well, I think it's the same as the drive-in test thing. Are they good enough to get to the main roster and continue learning? I think Javon is. I think Oba is. I think Trick Williams is. I think JC Jane is. I think Sol Ruca is. I think there's a lot that you can call up that are going to look fine on the main roster. They're going to continue their development, continue their learning. They might kind of, you know, need a bit of a break every once in a while if they kind of do everything that they've got to give, you know. Look at Tiffany. I feel like Tiffany had a great kind of first impression. She became champ. And then as her reign went on, the returns kind of got less and less. I think she gave everything she had to give. So, you know, she's away now. She's recovering and she'll be back next year. And I expect her to look great. Hopefully she's like, you know, learning a few new things and improving her moveset, improving on her selling, kind of watching some wrestling and just continuing to evolve and develop. So, yeah, I hope that answers your question. I think that it would have been good to have had longer. I think they put way too much on the show. I think by the time we got to Cena's match, it was getting on. Like, we got there as, you know, as late as we probably wanted to be. I think it was meant to be a taste, and I think we got that taste. So, going to keep our eyes out now for, obviously, what comes next and enjoy him more. Brandon said, I just want to say thanks for everything and the community. I've been watching for a few years now, and I appreciate you a lot. Well, thank you, my friends. I really appreciate you joining us. I really appreciate everyone joining us tonight. This was a massive show. I know I need to go and do my breakdown video. I will be leaving to do that in a bit, but I want to get to these comments, get to a few thoughts, get the score, obviously, and yeah, we'll get something set up for a bit. I think getting people's thoughts as we try to just wrap our heads around what we've just seen, I think that very much is something that we're trying to just kind of do together at the moment. I'm trying to do it as well, trying to make sense of everything I've just witnessed. And you guys are definitely helping me with that. Okay, Delwyn said the match itself was really enjoyable. Gunther showing the world now that he's the biggest threat on the main roster. It was Cena's personal choice that he wanted this to happen. John Felix Anthony Cena, he will... Is that his name? John Felix? Is that really his name? I didn't know that. It was his choice. It doesn't change anything for me. You know, I would have turned around to John and said, John, I think you're wrong. I really think you're wrong. I think you're trying to give Gunther everything you can, trying to give him everything. And I applaud that, and I think it's a great reflection of you. But I don't think this is the right call. I don't think this is the right move. I think Gunther having that move in and, you know, trying to choke you out, trying to get you to tap out, it's John that has a choice in that moment. He either chooses to pass out or he chooses to tap. And he chose to tap, which goes against kind of what he stood for. It's not a big problem. I know people are going to hate it, but I think because right now we're telling ourselves John chose to do this, you know, that kind of makes it a bit easier to swallow. You know, we're kind of like, okay, it was John's choice. John went out the way he wanted to. So, you know, that's where you go, okay. But, yeah, I just think the cons outweigh the pros on this one. I think it would have been better for all involved if he'd passed out. And I don't see me changing my mind on that, to be honest. But, Delwyn, thank you, my friend. I agree with you. It was his choice. This is what he wanted. He will be missed. I mean, God, he couldn't have done any more, could he? He couldn't have done any more. KCM said, what do we think about them saving a Cena speech for Raw on Monday? They did it to Ric Flair after he lost his last match. Have they announced that? I'm not watching the post-show. I'm trying to get my head around what I've just seen. If they've announced that, then I'm not down on it. It makes Monday a big deal. I think that gives us something really, you know, something big to look forward to. If they've announced that, okay. Yeah, I'm okay. That's fine. It does mean that people are going to have to come back Monday to watch Raw, but that's great for Raw. And that's another gift that John is giving WWE. So if they've done it that way, great. That makes more sense than doing it on a post show. So if that's the plan, great. I don't know that it is right now. When I said I've got nothing in front of me, I mean I have nothing in front of me. I've got live stream coming up, right? That's what it says on screen at the moment, which I'm sure is a lie. I'm sure it has started. So it just says live stream coming up over there, and I've just got your comments, well, your super chats. So yeah, if they've done that, fine. But I don't know if they have. Pythagoras, shout out to you, said they need to massively reduce female matches. They need to focus on realism. They need to change course because the ratings suck. Why reduce female matches? I think the general consensus is that the females have been putting on some of the best matches this year. If you look at Evolution, that is largely regarded as like the best PLE of the year, which was an all-female show. If you look at Io, Rhea, Bianca, that opened up WrestleMania, that gets 5 stars from Dave Meltzer and is regarded as the best WrestleMania match from this year. Io, Rhea, I think, is one of the best matches this year from Evolution. I think that we've had some, some decline in returns from Tiffany. I think that Jade is, not to everyone's tastes, and that's understandable. Stephanie, people are still learning about her. Her match with Nikki was not very well received. So, that definitely is a bit of a down. I think there is a difference between bad women's wrestling and just saying women's wrestling in general. Because I think if you was to do something with Rhea in a singles match, or Becky in a singles match, or Charlotte in a singles match, I think you would get, or Io in a singles match, I think you'd get a really good return. I just think that we are trying to build some new stars like Tiffany, like Jade, like Stephanie. And I think there's some mistakes as a result. They're not nailing it every single time. I think there's some mistakes that are there. I mean, I am a very pro women's wrestling pro women's wrestling in general, because I mean, genuinely, I think they do deliver some of the best in ring. There's a lot of good stuff, but I can understand if the examples come back. Okay, well, Tiffany towards the end was not very good. Jade is not very good. You know, Maxine Dupree is now the Intercontinental Women's Champion. Really not a fan of what I saw at Survivor Series. You know, I didn't think the Women's War Games was that great, or whatever it might be. So I think there can be some points that get made, but I wouldn't confuse bad women's wrestling with just women's wrestling, because I think the general consensus is that women's wrestling is very strong. That would be like throwing out men's wrestling because of the bad matches we can list this year, you know. They need to focus on realism is interesting. I think that that is definitely a bit of a struggle where, and it's surprising actually, because Triple H is a traditionalist. He's someone that likes, you know, matches, promos, kind of old school mentality. You know, he's not someone that really pushes the boundaries, doesn't really do like crazy, shocking stuff. He's someone that I think actually would like the realism. And I think you do see it. I mean, I think Oba comes across as a beast. I think Gunther with his chops comes across. Whether you're going to get criticisms of the gymnastics that have come into wrestling, you know. But that's a debate we've been having for over 10 years. Longer, to be honest. 15 years. You know, that I remember like the Ricochet Osprey match, and that really dividing people. You know, I remember the Revival being in NXT. They had the shirt that says all no flips, just fists. And like, you know, their mantra was, I'm not interested in your flips. I'm just going to punch you in the face, you know? So I think it's interesting because there is people that just want that. And I would say, look at Ilya Dragunov, look at Gunther, look at Oba Femi, look at Sami Zayn. I think there are some really good in-ring competitors that I think have got some pretty good realism. But then, yes, for all of those, you are going to see like a Sol Ruca or a Javon Evans that's going to be bringing more flips that maybe isn't going to feel too realistic. I don't know, though. It's a tricky one. I mean, the ratings were good not that long ago. The Bloodline actually was delivering some really good stuff. I don't know that we need to make any kind of drastic moves in regards to what we're presenting in that regard. I don't think that's the problem. I think the problem is the top end of the card. You know, we just had Bloodline, and it was so good, and it brought in ratings, and we were breaking records, and we were selling out arenas, and we were getting biggest gates, and we were doing all of that stuff. And that was only 2 years ago. So it's not like, you know, we had women's wrestling then, and we had the kind of gymnastics, we had Ricochet and all that. They were on the card, and we were still delivering ratings and delivering, like, you know, record-breaking gates. I just think it's, what stories are you telling? What's your stories? And certainly at the top end, what's the aura like of your top stars? You know, are they hit? Roman hit, Tribal Chief, Bloodline. That was bringing people in, and we don't have that now. And that's where I think we suffer. Because we need better stories, more engaging creative, and we need people on top that have got some serious aura. And I think that that's the area that needs to be addressed now. That's the area that needs fixing. And I think if you do that, I think immediately you'd be in a better place. Pythagoras said the issue with the women is that it looks quite fake and contrived. Tonight, Bayley was bending over. She was looking up at the top rope, waiting for the spot. It looked ridiculous. That happens all the time. That's not women. I saw that happening in a Dragon Lee match where he was battling away with, I think, El Grande or someone. That kind of stuff happens a lot. That's not going to fix your ratings. Unfortunately, wrestling has got to a point where people won't even notice that now. What you're mentioning there won't be picked up by a lot of people because it happens all the time. So it's interesting, actually, to kind of see it through your eyes where you are identifying something, which I agree with being a problem. I agree. I think there is too much of that stuff. I mean, even like in that match where John's clearly talking to Gunther. I mean, John has always spoken in his matches, but I mean, he's clearly calling spots with Gunther, do this, do that. And you can see it. And it's really obvious. You know, he ain't saying to him, I hate you. He's telling him the spots that they're going to do next. So, you know, I think even in that match, you know, you can see in between the lines. And as you said, you know, when you've got like people going for moves and they're kind of like having to scrunch into a better position, the average wrestling fan doesn't even question that now. Doesn't even get brought up as a topic of conversation because they're so used to seeing that happen in like all the matches. You just sort of have to be blind to those kind of things and accept those kind of things. And yeah, I'm not in disagreement with you. The only thing I would push back with is I don't think that's what's hurting the ratings, because we had good ratings and we had good ticket sales, and I could go back to 2022, 2023, and I could find plenty of that. And I would also push back that that is not the women. That is everyone. I mean, if you think that the men are delivering this high caliber quality of work and the women are just doing that kind of goofing around, I would say watch more, because I actually think the men are just as guilty, if not more guilty. I mean, we just had criticism, didn't we, of that sleeper hold being in by Gunther and it being way too loose. So, I mean, that's John Cena Gunther, who we're holding up as being like the creme de la creme, the best, you know? This is John giving everything in his last match against Gunther, who calls himself the Ring General. And we've got people criticizing how loose that sleeper hold looked. So I don't think we can sit here and say it's the women. And I don't think we can sit here and say that's the reason as to why the ratings are down, when a couple of years ago we were, you know, in a much better place. And I promise you, that kind of sloppiness, that kind of looseness was still very prevalent. Pythagoras said the men are an issue, don't get me wrong. We just need to change course. Don't shoot the messenger. There's a reason the industry is in decline. I'm not shooting the messenger. I just think your message might be off, that's all. I think that there is a reason why the industry was in decline, but I go back to a couple of years ago when WWE was actually really hot, and WWE, as I said, was breaking records. I mean, it's not right to say the industry's been in decline since, say, the Attitude Era. I don't know when we would go back and say it was at its peak, right? I mean, we know TV ratings are in decline because everyone's tuning out of TV. But I mean, if you look at WWE's social media, if wrestling and WWE was not that popular, then their social media following would be quite small. But actually, if you look at the following, I mean, it's over 110 million subscribers on YouTube. If you look on any social media platform, WWE's profile is one of the biggest that's on there. And if you look at the amount of views that the clips kind of get, you know, consistently very good performance from social media clips. So there is an interest in WWE. I just think that it's not that people feel they need to watch the shows. It's a pretty big commitment as well. You know, they do Raw, they do NXT, they do SmackDown. I mean, if you watch Raw and SmackDown, you're committing to 4.5 hours a week. I think the truth is there's a lot of people that don't have that time. There's a lot of people that can't make that commitment. And as people are moving away from traditional TV, going online more, that's where we're actually seeing a decline in ratings. But everyone's seeing that decline. You know, it's not just WWE, but like TV shows and late night shows. I mean, Stephen Colbert's got cancelled, you know, and apparently it's due to the fact that that show is losing money. And, you know, obviously there's people saying it's political and all that stuff, but the truth is still the truth. That the ratings of that show have declined and that show is losing money. That might not be the reason it got cancelled, but the truth is still the truth. So we know the ratings have gone down as people have moved away from traditional TV. And, you know, people now have got so many options, so many streaming services, so much stuff trying to get their attention. I mean, there's people out there that just watch their favourite streamers streaming a game, and they'll do that rather than watch wrestling. Back in the day, they might have watched wrestling. So, you know, WWE is competing against anything that takes people's attention away from WWE, and that is a lot of competition. I don't think you can say that it's because, you know, some of the matches look a bit loose, you know. I think that if you've got compelling characters, compelling stories, and yeah, I am in agreement with you that it'd be good to tighten that stuff up. But I don't think just tighten that and that's it, we're back, you know? I really push back and don't think it's a case of lose women's wrestling, make the action look tighter, and we're back. I really think there are bigger problems than that. And actually, when you think the women have provided some of the best action this year as well, and they've provided some of the best matches, and not just of this year. I mean, we were, singing the praises of the women's division down in NXT. We were singing the praises of the women over recent years because consistently they've had great matches. Rhea, Becky, they've been really coming out with some great work. So I'm not going to disagree completely with you. I absolutely have heard what you have said. And I agree it needs tightening. So I am with you. I just don't think it's the reason the ratings are where they are. I think there are other reasons. And I also think that the men and the women are just as guilty of it as each other. But I appreciate your comments and I hear what you have said because it's very interesting to kind of talk about something we don't normally talk about. And we don't normally talk about how loose some of the matches can feel and how you can sort of see between the lines sometimes. We don't really ever get into that because, to be honest, I think the wrestling fan that watches on a regular basis is probably quite blind to that now. Gunther is going to get major heat, which is great, says Brony, is the biggest heel in WWE now. Joe said, the fact the Monster Daze mentions Rhea, how many more weeks on the spin does Rhea need to botch? The fact this Monster Daze mentions Rhea, how many more weeks on the spin does Rhea need to botch? Don't know what you mean by that. I mean, Rhea's had some fantastic matches recently. I mean, her feud with Charlotte was fantastic and really well received. The matches getting really great scores. Her feud with Liv was a real driver. When we did the whole Dominic with Rhea, Dominic with Liv, that whole stuff was really, really well received. Her match this year in particular with EO of Evolution is like a match of the year contender. The triple threat at WrestleMania that she was involved in is like a match of the year contender. Even the triple threat she was involved in at SummerSlam with Naomi and EO was really well received. I'm not saying that one was a match of the year contender, but I am saying it was well received. I mean, I don't think anyone's looking at Rhea as being a problem in WWE right now. Or certainly a reason as to why the ratings are where they are. She's a big, big star that gets big reactions. And kids and adults love her equally. So, I don't know, man. I mean, I'm pretty confident we could go through her matches on Cage Match. And it's going to have a pretty favourable average score by the time we get to the, look at each of her matches. I think her match quality, is pretty good. I'm not going to say that it's like perfect or that it can't be better. But I think she's consistently had good matches. Let's ignore the women completely. It's just a case of technique. I don't know what that means. Pythagoras. You might have gone off the road with that comment there. I don't know what you mean. Let's ignore the women completely. I don't know what you mean. If you're still, after everything we've said, blaming the women for where wrestling is right now, I'd be like, do you not think Triple H needs to have some of the blame? Do you not think the creative team needs some of the blame? Do you not think that trying to do a John Cena heel turn this year might have been a factor? Do we not think that the vision and the way they were booked being quite mid was, maybe a bit of a factor? No, it's none of that. It's the women. It's none of that. It's definitely the women who actually delivered some of the best matches this year. I can't go with you on that. I can't go with you. Nico said some of these fans are a bit crazy. Harvey said, Daze, here's a question. Do you think Gunther, AJ, Styles next year Gunther AJ, yeah, I think there's a chance of it. Do we think he's going to end AJ? Look, in regards to, we've had that question before about, like, should Gunther retire people? I think that he is someone that needs feeding, right? I know people don't agree, but I think Gunther is yet to win the Rumble, yet to main event WrestleMania, yet to main event SummerSlam Night 2, yet to win the WWE Championship. Like, there are big, big things Gunther has not done. He's not had a brilliant year, right? Taps out to Jay and the flipping crowd still chanting it, right? Ugh. I mean, I could flip in, have words with Triple H over that alone. But, you know, that decision was bonkers. You know, you just look at that and go, you've just messed up his aura. You've messed up his aura, and now we got to try and fix it. Hence why he's the one that retires John, you know? Hence why he's probably going to get a match with Brock next year and beat Brock. Hence why, yeah, he might be the guy that retires AJ Styles. Because we need to keep building him, because we've messed around with him in the past. But we want to get him to that kind of top table, I think. And tonight is going to help us with that, of course. We're trying to get him to the top table. I believe that. So I wouldn't give him like, oh, he retires Jericho, he retires AJ Styles, he retires Brock Lesnar. I wouldn't give him everything. We've got other stars we need to build as well. So, you know, this isn't like just give Gunther everything. But I don't know. Could he be someone that retires one of those? Yeah. Yeah, he could. He might be the guy that retires Brock next year. If Brock really is going out at SummerSlam, then Gunther could be the person that does that. I don't really want to get too far down the road, to be honest, because we need to just wait and see kind of, you know, what the right thing to do is. I don't want to sit here and go, oh, we need to do that, we need to do that. I don't know where we're going to be by SummerSlam. I don't know where we're going to be by WrestleMania, right? I don't know kind of who needs what by that point, because I don't know what plans they've got. So, yeah, we're just going to have to wait and see kind of how this plays. But, yeah, I think we're going to keep on building. I think we're going to keep on building Gunther. And I'm not down on that, really. I'm really not down on that. Pythagoras said, I just mean, I don't mind if it's men or ladies. Oh, okay. The technique and the style is wrong. I don't blame the females. Right. Okay, I hear you. I did not hear what you were saying before. So when you said let's ignore the women, what you meant is let's ignore the women. We're not talking about them specifically. We're talking about the style and the technique. I've got you. I mean, look, all I can say is thank you for that clarity. I understand you. I didn't understand you before. In regards to the technique and the style, yeah, I think it can be tightened. I'm in agreement with you. I would love to see it get tightened. I would love to see a bit more sort of realism, not see between the lines so much. I mean, you will get a bit of pushback. People will say like, well, you know, coming off the ropes is something, you know, that's something I've heard people say before. Coming off the ropes is just a bit weird. You know, you've got someone that's like in the ring, you know, rather than just jumping on them and beating them up and getting a hold, whatever, you're going to go against the ropes and you're going to leave them on their own momentarily, you know. Some people are like climbing up top while someone acts dazed. Do you know what I mean? Like that has been part of wrestling. You can go back to the golden era. I mean, you could go back to the 80s where, you know, you've got people kind of getting up and they're acting all dazed. I don't know where you draw that line. I think what you could say is, could it get tighter? Yeah, you could tighten things. I hate to see people down and then having to like scrunch and get into a different position. I mean, there's definitely things like that. The sleeper tonight, could it have been in tighter? Could it have looked a bit better? Yeah, I think it actually probably could. I think you could go back and look at it and go, oh, that could be a bit tighter, you know? But I think, to be honest with you, you're going to have these frustrations, because I'm pretty confident I could go back to the Attitude Era. I could go back to the Golden Era, and I can find moments in matches, big matches, WrestleMania matches, that are going to look loose, that are going to be like, well, that looks a bit silly, doesn't it? That's not like, you know, totally realistic. Is it like that happening there? because I think there has been a degree of that that's kind of built into pro wrestling. That sort of like just sort of going with it type situation. It depends how much you can tolerate. I mean, what I can tell you is that we don't get many people questioning what we see these days. And maybe that's because we're conditioned. And maybe someone that's got fresh eyes can watch the product and go, well, that looks stupid. That looks stupid. Did you just see that there? We just spoke to him. Did you see that there? They just moved over into the corner a bit. Like, they're clearly just, faffing around. I do think there is that's going on. And so if your message that you're trying to communicate is that needs to be tighter because it looks too fake, I hear that. I support that. Yep, I'm totally with you. I don't know where you draw the line, because I think if you go down that road, you're going to, people will be like, what about that? But what about when they do that? What about that? And you're like, oh, we're only trying to make it tighter and better. So, I think you might have an issue in regards to some of that stuff. But I also do come back with the point, I don't think that changes the ratings. I don't think that's the big issue. I think that this is very much a storyline, character-driven brand. I think it always has been, I mean, some people will be like, oh, where was the realism when Undertaker was making his way to the ring, getting smashed around and would just keep sitting up? Where was the realism then, Where was the realism when we had Papa Shango running around, And that ain't last year or 2 years ago. I mean, Undertaker makes his debut in 1990. So, there'll be people that would kind of go back to that and go, well, what about that? What about when we did that? What about that? Trust me, this is a can of worms we've opened before. I know where this goes. So, this is a conversation that we've had before. But I'm with you. I mean, I like to see realism in wrestling. I'm actually not someone that likes to see, loads of nonsense in the ring. I'm someone that likes to see realism. So I'm actually on the same page as you. So, yes, I would say tighten it. Definitely. Make it so that you can't see, in between the gaps. And make it look a bit tighter. But I really don't think that's the issue with the ratings. Because I would go back to a couple of years ago and I would say Bloodline on top, we were breaking records. But thank you, Pythagoras, because at least I understand where you're coming from now, buds. Thea? Is that how you pronounce it? Raviad. Shout out to you, my friend. Raviadithia. That is not easy. I'm going to go Ravi. That feels good. Ravi, shout out to you, my friends. Right. Let's end this poll, shall we? I think we're reaching the end of the road. Positively Hostile said realism. We had decades of Ric Flair walk into the center of the ring and then falling on his face. Woo! That's because his body gave out. Yeah, he walked as much as he could and then his body went, nope. And down he went. Oh my God, don't you know how the human body works? As I said, it's definitely a can of worms if you start opening it up. But, yeah, there are examples of that. Okay, I can tell you, wow. I'd like to pause on that. I don't know if you can see it. No, it's jumped off. But basically, we had the score come in there for the match. It has got a great rating, great 56. But oh my God, I don't think I have ever seen a score like that. We had over 798 votes, and you lot said it was great 56. Great 56. But 21% of you said it was a bad match. I have never seen a match get a great rating that had such a large bad percentage as well. Amazing. Right, Pythagoras. Dude, I really appreciate all the support, honestly. Bret Hart complained about this in a recent interview. We need to preserve facades so that kids can truly believe in the product. We are robbing children of Santa because we've got overly contrived spots. Yes, I agree. I I can only really reiterate what I'm saying. I mean, I think the spots that he's talking about are things like, you know, that sort of in the corner where someone's about to do a suplex, someone comes in to do a power bomb, and you end up with that power bomb suplex type triple move. I mean, I sort of feel like if that was to happen in real life, it would not go that way. It would all break down, you know? Someone would go for the power bomb, the person would let go of the person they're trying to suplex, they'd punch the person that's got them instead. The idea that someone's going to grab you and power bomb you, and you're just going to hang on to the person and do a suplex, you know, or the fact that the person that's taking the suplex is just going to sit there and take a suplex. Those kind of things, I think you can look at those where you've got like 2-3 people in a match and you're like, I don't think that looks right, or just go with it, you know? You know, I think those kind of spots for me. I think the average singles match doesn't necessarily have those kinds of spots in. But I think there's a lot of triple threats and things that do have spots in that I think, you know, you can sort of go, I could have done without that. That's actually one of the reasons why I've struggled with triple threat matches, because you have those kind of spots. There was one the other day we called out, which was the trio woe, which is where a wrestler is upside down in the corner and they hold on to the top rope and then the other wrestler jumps on them. Well, why are they holding onto the top rope? Why are they holding, supporting themselves up so they can be jumped on? You know, that again is where you go, yeah, I don't like that spot. That's not one that I get any kind of enjoyment out of. It doesn't ruin my... I can still watch a match and appreciate a match if it's got those spots in it. But those are moments I'll be like... It's like EO putting a trash can on a body and jumping off the top. People love it because it's all showy. And it's like, oh my God, yeah, people love those spots. But, you know, it's funny to me how... you put a trash can on someone and then hit them with a kendo stick, and that's meant to hurt them, right? But if someone puts a trash can on themselves and jumps off the top of a cage, that's meant to be amazing, and they're absolutely fine. It doesn't make sense, does it? It doesn't make sense. So I must admit, these are spots that even I'm like, not a fan of. Don't like them. And I think these are the kind of things that Bret Hart is saying are a problem. And I agree. I think I'd be quite happy to get rid of them. And I'd be quite happy to kind of bring it back into a degree of realism. But again, it's a tricky thread to pull. Because once you start pulling that thread, you will get people going, what about that? What about that? What about that? What about that? You're telling me that's fine. Where do you draw the line? Because again, if you go back to the golden era, Hogan hulking up, I mean, is that realistic? You know, getting beaten down and absolutely smashed, and then out of nowhere on his knees, hulking up, just completely no-selling after getting smashed. And he's on his knees hulking up. Like, that's okay, is it? You know, Ric Flair has just pointed out, like, walking over, tripping over, going face planting, that's okay, is it? Where's that line? Is it that when you were young and you watched wrestling and you believed in it and it was all great, that's fine? But now you're older and you see through the gaps, all of a sudden now it's a problem. Because there could be a degree of that that's happening. It could be rose-tinted glasses looking at the past, going, it used to be so good. Oh my God, it was so amazing. I promise you now, the kids watching now ain't seeing a lot of what you're seeing. You know, there's a lot of people that watch wrestling that just don't even notice those things, don't question those things. It doesn't ruin any of the enjoyment for them. You know, Bret Hart is bitter at everything. I don't know a single thing Bret Hart hasn't moaned about. Blimey now. I'm pretty sure he's had a go at me at least 3 times. I have no idea. He seems to be upset with everyone and everything. So, I mean, look, Bret is someone that was a creme de la creme, prides himself on being an amazing, professional wrestler. The truth is that wrestling is so big, you need like 200 Bret Harts if you're going to, be perfect. And we've never had that. He is the gold standard. He is not the average. He is the gold standard, The kind of, if we're talking best worker Mount Rushmore, Bret Hart's going to be mentioned because his work was so tight and he prided himself on it. And yeah, I agree with you. I wish a lot of others prided themselves on their work being tight. But I don't think it's ever been that way. I mean, you could go back to the 70s and go back that far and, you know, maybe because they weren't taking the risks they take now, it looked tighter because they weren't doing as much, you know, a bear hug kind of a thing, a drop kick, a clothesline, you know, a heart punch, you know, these kinds of things, a knee drop, you know. They ain't doing the kind of moves they're doing now. I mean, what I would say is it might look more realistic in the 70s, 80s, but it was duller. I would say the average match was nowhere near as exciting as it is now. I mean, if you look at Macho Man against Steamboat, it's a great match, but I think that the average fan now would look at it and it just feels like an average match now because wrestling has got to the point where it can deliver matches like that on a fairly consistent basis because that match is now like nearly 40 years old. I mean, that match is from WrestleMania 3. And it was like being heralded as like this amazing match. And it is great. I love it. I think it's an absolutely iconic match. But I don't know that as time goes by, it's a match that is, you know, that special in the sense of we don't see it now, you know? I think that we get matches of that quality fairly consistently. I think there's been some brilliant matches this year. So, and in recent years. So I think that it's just a dangerous thread to pull, you know? I think what's healthy is to say, yes, we should try and make this as realistic as possible and look as good as possible and make people believe and get lost in what they're watching. And I think that is definitely something we should try to do. And could we improve in that? Yes. But I would push back and say I think we could always improve in that. And you know, I think we could go back to pretty much any era, and I think we could find, I mean, obviously going back to the 70s, it's going to be hard to find footage. But I mean, I'll pull up WrestleMania 1, WrestleMania 2, and I'll find stuff that looks off, you know? I can easily find bits that don't look quite right or that we question. And I just think there is a bit of a truth that in wrestling, we've kind of always just sort of gone with what we've seen. Whether it's worse now because we're taking more risks, I could buy that. But that ain't a this year problem. That ain't a 2025 problem. And when we were breaking records recently for ticket sales and gates and selling all this like merch and everything, like it wasn't an issue then. So I hear you. I just don't agree that it's a major problem that's like a barrier for WWE. I don't think that is like something we have to really overcome. But it's something I would like to see tighter. Triple H was badly abused on the post show. There was even AEW chants. Duck Fane said, I understand what people are saying about the smile at the end, but my thing is we haven't done this for any superstar retirement match, let alone the GOAT. Right, you missed the post-show. Triple H got abused. Well, I'm going to catch up with it all now. So, Big Sean, thank you, my friends. Yeah, interesting. I think we've all said what we need to say. Pythagoras, thank you. It was a very, very interesting conversation. Okay, right, we're done. I'm going to go and get set up for a stream. I'll probably do that in 20 minutes, okay? It's going to take me ages to get the folders full. I need to see what's just been said and try and catch up. It might take me longer than that, but I am going to do a breakdown. So a big thank you to everyone that joined us. Appreciate it as always. We will be back on Monday for our next live stream for Raw, and I am very much looking forward to that and the fallout of this. I'll get the opinions video up now and everything, and I will see you again next time. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.